Hello, Internet! Welcome to a special episode of the Last Comic Shop podcast. My name is George, host of Shortbox Summary, and occasional guest here on the LCS pod. You know when you're listening to a podcast and when it ends, you're not sure what you want to listen to next? Me too! Thankfully, Andy, Chad, and J.A. have thrown together this mega compilation of episodes all about the champion of Krypton himself, Superman. From the evergreen archives of the Last Comic Shop podcast, please enjoy this six-pack featuring Superman Red Sun and Superman the 2025 movie review, Superman Supercore, Superman Smashes the Klan, Superman 78, Superman vs. Imperious Lex, and Superman vs. Muhammad Ali. All thrown together for your ears' convenience, and look out for all new episodes of the Last Comic Shop podcast every Tuesday, everywhere fine podcasts are sold.
Countdown to the Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound.
Look up in the sky!
It's a Boyd!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way.
But Russia!
Das Vidanya! Here on the Last Comic Shop podcast. Thanks so much to Jay Scott for giving us all a great way to kick off our Superman-related week. That's right. It's all about the Man of Steel, given there was a movie featuring that awesome character that graced our movie screens this past weekend. And we're here to not only review that movie, but give you a comic book that you might want to check out at your local comic book shop or bookstore that features iconic comic book character. I'm the host of the most, Andy Larson. I'm joined by Chad Smith and J.A. Scott. And it was J.A.'s pick among all of the multitude of Superman books that he could have picked to pair with the Superman movie done by James Gunn. He decided to pick, I want to say, a very unconventional pick. I think Chad and I had money on some All-Star Superman or Superman, the Man for All Seasons. But we got what, J.A.?
Superman Red Sun. Just the premise alone is so great. The premise that Superman crashes to Earth not in the middle of America, but in the middle of the Soviet Union. And what would happen as a result of that? It's very much a nature versus nurture argument, and a great double entendre for the title, Red Sun, not only referring to the fact that he is communist and the son of the Soviet Union, but also then the Red Sun, the thing that drains his powers and created, the destruction of Krypton in the original. It's just the premise alone makes it worth the read. We'll get to whether it holds up, but Chad, who did Superman Red Sun?
Okay, Superman Red Sun was a 3-issue prestige miniseries circa 2003. It was written by Mark Millar with pencils by Dave Johnson, inks by Andrew Robinson, Ken Lopez on letters, Paul Mounts as colorist, and obviously Superman was created by Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster.
Okay. Besides the setup, which I already alluded to, Andrew, what happens in Superman Red Sun?
Well, over the course of 3 issues, not only do we get a Superman who was crashed and raised in communist Russia under the Stalin regime, but also the fact that we get a Batman that's got a cool wool hat. We've got a Green Lantern who was kept in a Viet Cong POW camp and tortured for years. You've got a Wonder Woman that eventually gets gray hair. A Lois Lane, a Lex Luthor. Not only does Mark Millar take this little what-if nugget and spread it out to just Superman, but he incorporates everybody. They would be like standard bearers in the DC universe. Even the Rogues, as we'll get to in a second. Lex Luthor, who is still trying to combat Superman, but for different reasons, because he's the American, I guess, savior or whatever. Like, he's the guy that's combating them as the other part of the Cold War. He creates all the bad guys, Metallo, Parasite, Bizarro, all these bad guys to fight Superman as part of, again, the same nuclear superpowers arms race that you got in real life between the USSR and the USA. Interesting thought experiment. We'll get into whether or not anybody likes this, because I certainly don't, but I'll save my thoughts. Chad, what did you think of Red Son?
I enjoyed this. I thought it was a fun Elseworlds take, It's neat to see so many of the characters acting out of character, whether it's Lois Luthor, still Lois Lane for the byline, but she's married to Lex Luthor, and Jimmy is Luthor's vice president? Jimmy, what are you doing, Jimmy? Jimmy Olsen. Oh, man. How has he forsaken us? But I thought it was pretty pointed. I think some of the political machinations in here I could see reflected in modern politics, which scares the stuffing out of me. And just the idea of Superman who still wants to do well, but he has a whole different set of ideals that he's imbued since he crashes in the Ukraine. Like I said, it was a fun experiment. It lasted 3 issues, which is not too long, just enough where it didn't become tedious. Things moved at a rapid clip, and while you had, your Soviet Batman and your other DC heroes, showing up a little bit, it's driven by Superman. It's incredible how quickly the United States just gives up. We're like, they got Superman. We're done. And then their only hope is Lex Luthor playing chess with different robots. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, it's very much a Lex Luthor and Superman tale, which I like. That's what I liked about it. I liked how Lex Luthor is still Lex Luthor. I mean, when his created Superman clone destroys himself and fails, Lex Luthor kills all the scientists who worked on it. Just shoots them dead because he needs
still Lex.
Yeah, he's still Lex. But then he ends up being the savior. I thought those bits worked really well. What didn't work so well, the epilogue, the future part where then Earth essentially becomes Krypton after thousands of years, and the sun becomes a red sun. I mean, forget about the science that's going to take billions of years to do. Forget about that. And then I thought it was a cop-out that they put Superman as the baby in this future Earth that is now Krypton and send him back in time, and then he lands again in Ukraine. All they did was set up a paradox, and it happens again and again. Yeah, I was like, ugh. Like, it was right there. It was all there. The whole thing. You had just read through these 3 great issues of this Elseworlds tale, and then the ending could have set up where he actually lands and the Kents find him. But no, they just have him land again in the Ukraine. I was like, oh, that was, to me, I was disappointed in the ending.
That's what you were disappointed in?
Yeah, because you obviously want to talk. You've got issues.
I just have one, honestly. And it's the same issue I had the first time I read it, right? I have no problem with them landing Superman in the Soviet Union. That makes sense, whatever. I even have no problem with there being a Lex Luthor in America and a Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen. I actually don't even have a problem with there being a Wonder Woman, because, like, it's Themyscira, it's a different island. It's not really, like, a part of anything. The biggest issue I have with this story, and still to this day, is the fact that just because Superman lands someplace, Batman grows. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. There doesn't need to be a Batman character in this story for it to work. I get it why you would want a Batman character. Again, he's part of that trinity, and like, oh, you can't have a Superman story without Batman. But it really was stupid. I'm going to point blank say it was stupid. Like, the fact that, like, all of a sudden some guy, his parents are shot by the secret police, and then he becomes
Joe
like this,
Chill's the big government guy this time.
whatever. it was neat to see Batman in the wool cap. That was kind of neat, but I just didn't believe any of that. I just thought it was completely unnecessary. And so for me, this was one issue too long. It gets to this point where like Superman starts like lobotomizing people.
Oh, yeah, the Superman zombie robots.
Yes. And so I get it that like you're dealing with a Superman, right, that is trying to fix everything and create a kind of a utopia, but in a bloodless way. So he's doing all these things that don't seem to be harming human society. But in the end, like, I think that was the most poignant part of this book, that like he's beaten by Lex Luthor just telling him like, well, why don't you put the entire Earth in a bottle? We're not like a model ship, dude. Like, you're an alien presence that doesn't even belong here. So like, why do you need Batman, J.A.? Why did you explain that?
Because he looks so great in a Shanka hat with the horns.
But why? Why? Because Superman lands there, does it all of a sudden create a Batman? Like, shouldn't that be like completely separate from everything else? Like, what
do they call those anchor moments in time that are always going to happen? That, like, you just take the anchor moment and you reverse it on the axis, and it happens in the Soviet Russia. That's all you got.
But he wasn't. They were killed by Soviets. A fixed moment. They should have been killed by criminals, and then he would have had nothing to do.
In the Russia, parents kill you. I don't know. I was trying to do a bad Yakov joke, but just everything shifts to the Soviet Union. That's easy. It's a Mark Millar story. It's popcorn and a little bit to think about. Like, that'd be weird. And that's what it is.
That's the other thing I wanted to kind of point out. I'm not a huge fan of Mark Millar to begin with, just simply because I feel like he's terribly depressing as a writer. Like, everything he writes is like, he takes some of my favorite characters, whether it was his run on Fantastic Four, a lot of other comic books that he's written over the years. And he's like, it would be interesting if we took these characters that are beloved and we just made them shit bags, like just terrible people. Like, wouldn't that be fun? And I'm like, Mark, I really don't want my characters to be terrible people, right? Like, even Superman in this, like, you're like, yeah, you kind of need to go away, buddy. Like, you're not exactly...
What's more realistic, though? That Superman is this friendly alien that wants to help everybody, or that Superman eventually gets tired of it and just turns people into lobotomized, super subservient people? Like, I feel like Mark Millar, as dour as it is, that's the more likely scenario to play out. And so I like Mark Millar. I think he writes blockbusters. He writes big summer action movies, and that's what this is. It's in, it's out. It has the paradox ending, but it's fine.
I agree. I mean, you look at some of his other stuff, like Old Man Logan and whatnot. Could it use a script editor, clean up some stuff? I think maybe you don't have Batman, but maybe you do, because that costume is so freaking awesome with the Ushanka and having him there and making him Soviet. So I poo-poo on you, Andrew. It was 3 issues. It's fun. It's an interesting thought experiment. That's what I like about it. It makes you think about what would happen if Superman landed in the Soviet Union under Stalin. No Khrushchev in this one. It goes from Stalin to Superman, and then Superman runs the Soviet Union for many generations.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I wanted to ask you, Jay, is what did you think of the subplot with Superman and Wonder Woman? Because
she was thirsting over him, and he was just like wanted nothing to do with her.
But then he made her break the lasso and like screwed up her powers and all this other jazz, and like
I didn't understand that. Like, is it PTSD that she's going through? I didn't understand that, because she broke the lasso and now she's got gray hair and is depressed.
It's not my book.
A metaphor. She's broken.
She's broken. He broke her because he didn't care.
He didn't care. He didn't care about her, and
that's what would happen. Life is not as precious to the Soviets as it was to good, God-fearing Americans.
I thought Batman did come up with a good idea for just how to. He's like, just keep him under some red lamps. Here's all the food you'll need. Like, I'm not going to kill you, but like, you just stay in your little bunker. Superman would have been half the man he should have been. He would have been like, fine, I'll just eat the pork and beans. It's okay.
I did like that Batman, before his encounter with Superman, swallowed an explosive device saying that I'm not going to let you kill me. I'm going to kill myself.
Yeah, lunatic Batman's always the best.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Well, one thing we've got to get to is our ratings, because we've got recommendations to do, as well as the Superman movie review. We want to get plenty of time for that. So it's 1 out of 4 scale, and Jay Scott gives it to us graciously every single week. So what do you got?
1 out of 4 Ushankas, the Soviet hat. Because it looks so good on the Batman. And it looked all right on the Superman, too, I will admit.
I feel like you would have rather or preferred Batman Red Sun or something like that, based on how much you're crushing on this Batman look. I mean, it was cool. It was cool. Man. I'm going to go first, because I think I was the most critical of this particular book. But I'm going to say in retrospect that I did a review of this story, like, I don't know, now it's almost like 10 years ago. And I was pretty scathing when it came to this review that I wrote. I did not like Red Sun whatsoever. It wasn't my Superman. I felt like it was depressing and dark, and I just didn't get what Mark Millar was trying to do here. And so when Jay said, "Oh, we're going to read Red Sun," I was like, "Oh, geez, it's going to be pulling teeth." But I went back and I reread it. And I actually genuinely did like it the second time around a lot more than I did the first time. I was able to look at it a little bit more as a thought experiment, as a very well-crafted thought experiment, especially the chess match between Superman and Lex Luthor, and how in the end, Superman ended up doing Superman-y things, which he should have been doing all along. And Luthor was like, "Yep, that's just what I want you to do, is just do the Superman-y things and just don't try to rule the world. That's a good place for you, Superman. I'm okay with that." And I was okay with that. I didn't like Batman. Doesn't make any sense. Dude, I don't care how cool he is. Batman shouldn't exist in a universe with Superman just because Superman crash lands someplace else. There should be a Batman in America, just like there was a Lex Luthor in America, or I don't know, maybe a Batman in Asia or a Batman in South America. What would happen if they were there instead? Like, just again, A does not equal B. I know you want A to equal B, but it doesn't. It just because Superman exists.
No, because if you think about it, Superman crash lands in America, and that changes the course of America, which creates the recipe for Gotham to become Gotham and Batman to become Batman. Without Superman crashing into America, suddenly the ingredients that you need to make a Batman in America don't exist.
So you're saying that Superman ups the ante. All of a sudden, because you have a Superman in the world, like you're like, okay, it's okay for me to put on a Batman mask and run around. It's like, it's fine. I'm here. I guess you make a certain point. Again, I can't get by the fact that, like, I don't like Mark Millar's writing to begin with, just because I think he's dark, I think he's depressing, and I think he craps on a lot of things that I love. He doesn't do it as much here because I'm not as loving to the DC heroes, so I don't really care what he does with Superman or Batman or Wonder Woman. But yeah, if you did care about them, I could see how you might get pissed. I got pissed at his handling of the Fantastic Four, so I'm going to give this a 2.5. I think people should read it. Like any good What If, it's worth a read. It is interesting, and it does only last 3 issues. But, like, is it my favorite Superman story? No, not even close. Chat.
Okay, you actually touched on the thing that was the biggest deal for me. This is a DC What If. Now, traditionally, the Elseworlds, they have their own spins, and the Elseworlds, that was a thing that DC did really well for a long time. But you get Mark Millar, who comes in, and he marvelizes this in the way that the Marvel What If stories are always like, what if this one thing was changed? And then we see why, that's a bad idea, right? Everything goes to heck in a handbasket. That's every What If ever ends in trauma and tragedy and despair, and because that's not the way that things are supposed to go. And so you have Superman the Red Sun, and of course it's going to be dark and depressing because that's not the way that things are supposed to go. Superman's supposed to land in Kansas. He's supposed to be raised by the Kents. Batman's supposed to be born in Crime Alley. But in this case, it's all happening in Soviet Russia or I think this works. I enjoyed the story. Like I said, it's another patented Mark Millar summer blockbuster where it's just long enough for me to get the point and enjoy it and then get the heck out of there before you overstay your welcome. It's not too long. It's not too short. It is what it is. And I thought it's really good. Is it perfect? Is it what I want to stay in this universe for years at a time? And no, I would not, but that's okay. So I'm going to give it a 3.5 for Superman Red Sun, because with a character like Superman, sometimes it can be a challenge to find ways to liven things up. And I am always a fan of when people take the Marvel ethos and apply it to DC characters. And so I think that's what you got here. Oh, and the Dave Johnson art. That's killer. We didn't even mention that. Does a really great job.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I'm going to go 3.5 as well. We didn't even mention Brainiac and the fact that the bottled city is Stalingrad. Those little touches I liked. What would have been really interesting is instead of coming back and setting up the whole paradox, Superman ends up meeting the Frank Miller Reaganite Superman. So you've got the Red Sun Russian Superman versus the Reagan Frank Miller Superman. Who wins in that fight? Nobody wins. Oh. We win. We win as the reader.
Mutual assured destruction is back.
Honestly, I think that they would get along. Sit down and have some pie or something. They're very similar. They're both kind of like.
That's the point. But at the end of the day, it's a fun standalone story that makes you think, wow, how one little change, 12 hours difference, literally the spacecraft gone across space and time and just landed 12 hours earlier or later, Superman would have been a good old American.
Put him in the Bahamas. I'd love to see Bahama Superman.
And let's be honest, the fact that he landed on Earth as opposed to the ocean is statistically very, very, very strange.
Now there's a story. Superman crash landing in Aquaman's kingdom and being raised by fish.
Because that actually probably was more likely to happen.
What about Superman landing on Mars? Can we get that story? I mean, why did he have to land on Earth?
There by himself.
They've got Martians there. The Martians. John Johns is.
Oh, right,
they can help out. And then he'd truly be a Red Sun. See how we work? There we go. Any case, we've got more Last Comic Shop right after these commercial breaks with our recommendation section before we get to that Superman movie review that you're waiting for. Stay tuned.
So if he gets his power from the sun, if he's on Mars, is he less powerful because he's further away from the sun?
I would think he's just as powerful when he's out in space. Wouldn't he be more powerful because there's less atmosphere on Mars, so more sunlight?
Yeah, but you're a lot farther away. Like the sun when you're on Mars is very, very small.
So would he be super powerful on Mercury?
Hey, it's Mikey Wood, frequent Last Comic Shop guest and collector. And as a collector, I'm always in need of boards, bags, long boxes, and more to house all those comics. That's why I use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off my orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get me a discount on BCW's already low prices, but I know using LCSPOD at checkout is another way I can show my support to the Last Comic Shop podcast and their continuing mission to bring fans together under that big comic book tent. So if you're in need of comic book supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's LCSPOD.
Hey all, I'm Frank. Join me and my friends as we talk about all things geek. Here at Geek Freaks Podcast, we go over the weekly news of everything in geekdom, from movies to TV, video games, and comic books. We also have a growing YouTube community. Join us as we go over everything in your geek life and share in the love of geekdom.
All right, back with more of the Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for recommendations. Yes, that time of the show where if you're waiting for a movie review, you've got to wait a little bit longer because we're still a comic book podcast and we want you to read comic books. So we hope that you go out to a local comic book shop or bookstore, pick up some of the comic books like Red Sun, in a wide variety of formats, including, I think they made an animated movie of Red Sun too, so you can watch it as an animation if you want to. We would prefer you read because reading is good, yo. But in case you're looking for other books while you're picking up Red Sun, here's one from J.A. Scott.
I'm going to recommend another Mark Millar book. This is Old Man Logan. Some of the scripting and the idea they sort of used in the movie Logan, but a lot of it they did not. Probably a good thing, because you've got Hulk being... It's dark. The United States has been broken up into fiefdoms. Logan is essentially sitting by himself because somebody got into his mind and he ended up killing all the X-Men because he thought he was fighting bad guys and he ended up fighting his own people. It's just, I can see, Andrew, where you say you don't like Mark Millar because he's so dark. This is very dark. But there are some uplifting moments, and again, another great what-if thought experiment, sort of seeing the future when superheroes have lost their sheen and they're not really heroes anymore. They're just superpowered dickheads.
It is a book of contradictions for me.
And extreme.
In terms,
yeah.
It has Venom dinosaurs, which is super awesome, but as you kind of alluded to, it also has Hulk in an incestuous relationship with She-Hulk, which is just nasty. Ew. But it's good. It's good. You should read it. I agree with you.
I just wanted caution. Don't buy it thinking it's going to be a slightly larger adaptation of the movie Logan, because it is totally different.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Any case, one thing that is totally different is my recommendation this week, because I don't think I'm going to recommend a book that is good, but a book that you should check out because I actually still was smiling ear to ear. As you may or may not know, over the past couple of months in preparation for the new Fantastic Four movie that's coming out in 2 short weeks, I've been actually going back and rereading a lot of Silver Age and Bronze Age Fantastic Four just because honestly, I love it. And there's a lot that I've actually never read. And as I was pouring through some of the Marvel Masterworks, especially the Jack Kirby and Stan Lee run, I came upon an issue which I always had questions about. There's a particular issue, I think it's Fantastic Four 73, features a cover in which Mr. Fantastic, The Thing, and Human Torch are fighting the weird team-up of Thor, Spider-Man, and Daredevil. And I was like, how did Spider-Man and Daredevil team up with Thor, and why are they fighting the Fantastic Four? Although you get some cool art in that particular book, I was always like, why is this set up? Now, at the beginning of the story, you get this little thing that says, hey, in these issues of Daredevil, Dr. Doom and Daredevil switched brains. And I'm like, oh my gosh, well, I got to read that. And so here I was. I managed to track down the issues, and you can too. They're actually in the Daredevil Marvel Masterworks Volume 4. But there are 2 issues of Daredevil starting in 37 and 38, in which Dr. Doom tracks Daredevil down in the middle of a subway station and starts beating the crap out of him. Why? Because I think Daredevil helped out the Fantastic Four earlier. Whatever. Dr. Doom's like, hey, man, you're going to be part of my evil scheme to break into the Baxter building, so we're going to swap minds because the Fantastic Four trust you. And so they switch minds, and so you've got Daredevil being in Dr. Doom's body, and then he tries to escape and is just beat up by thugs, which is kind of neat because you just have like Dr. Doom being kicked by gangsters. But then eventually they just switch brains back. After Daredevil alerts the Fantastic Four that Dr. Doom's in his body, he then decides it's a good idea to go to the Fantastic Four's building. It makes no sense. But what I will say makes sense is it's got great art by Gene Colan. Not only do you get some great covers, in fact, Daredevil issue 38 has a great cover. It's called The Living Prison, in which you've got Daredevil in this face of Dr. Doom. Great Gene Colan art with Dr. Doom fighting Galactus in one of the issues as a recap of a different story. It's goofy. It's got Mike Murdock stuff, whatever. It's neat. And so I recommend that you read it. All 3 issues are in that Marvel Masterworks, the Daredevil Marvel Masterworks Volume 4. So you can get again, these 3 issues that make no sense, but were a good read. Chad?
Okay, so my recommendation is also going to be something. It's a bit of a summer blockbuster that makes no sense, but is a good time. I'm going to go with a crossover that came out of Dark Horse last year, and it is the Turtles of Grayskull, which fuses the Masters of the Universe and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And the basic plot starts with Shredder and Krang working with Skeletor, and then some ooze ends up in Eternia, and He-Man becomes a bad guy, and then they need to go back and fix things, and there's some temporal wizardry at play, and the time gets all knotted, and eventually just the universes mash up and cross over, and you get, instead of Too Bad, it's Rocksteady and Bebop. They end up facing against Ninjor, who fits in both worlds, the Turtles and the He-Man worlds. And it's just a fun, silly crossover. It's not something you should think about too much, but it's very Mark Millar-esque in that what would happen if these things collided, and it's playing all these different plot threads out. If you're a fan of the Turtles, if you're a fan of He-Man, this is a 4-issue miniseries. It's been collected. It's written by Tim Seeley with art by Freddie Williams, and toys to back this up as part of the blockbuster effort. I don't know if they're still available on your local Wally Marts or Targets or Amazons or wherever you get your toys, but you can find the Turtles in He-Man-esque costumes and He-Man people that have been affected by the ooze. It's just fun silliness. So, yeah. Turtles of Grayskull.
You know what? I've actually enjoyed a lot of those crossovers, especially the ones done by Freddie Williams on art. I think he did the Masters of the Universe crossover with Injustice, which had absolutely no business being good, but was absolutely great. Can't recommend that one enough. That one's awesome.
That's the whole thing with Injustice. That whole book shouldn't have been good, but it was.
In case, one thing that we're hoping is very good, but we'll see, is the Superman movie by James Gunn, and that is coming up right after these commercial breaks. Our movie review, all for you. Stay tuned.
Look up, everybody. That's right. Cue the John Williams score. It is time. You've been waiting. I've been waiting. We've all been waiting for the Superman 2025 movie review. So we are going to kick things off with Mr. J.A. Scott, who's going to let us know about the primary players, in particular cinematic experience.
Yes, this is the first movie for the official DCU. No longer an E in there. Directed by James Gunn, written by James Gunn, starring David Cornsweet as good old Superman, Rachel Brosnahan as Lois Lane,
Ms. Maisel,
Nicholas Hoult chewing the scenery as one Mr. Lex Luthor, and then rounding out, you had Anthony Carrigan as Metamorpho, Eddie Gathegi as Mr. Terrific, Nathan Fillion as Guy Gardner, and Isabella Merced as Hawk Girl.
Wait. Oh, you left out.
Sorry, Jimmy Olsen.
Super sexy Jimmy Olsen.
He's getting all the tail. My goodness.
Played by Skylar Gisondo.
Oh, boy.
So
and
sexy.
What about James Gunn's brother? Good old Sean Gunn as Maxwell Lord. Sure, it's just a cameo, but I thought it was awesome. You should have seen like the gasp from all the comic book nerds as everyone was like, "Oh, look, there's Sean Gunn."
Yeah, a couple other cameos showed up.
Which, wait, spoilers.
Spoilers.
Yeah. We are going to be spoiling some stuff, kids.
Yeah, a couple uncredited roles. John Cena showing up as Peacemaker, and Millie Alcock as Kara Zor-El. So
very drunk. All right, so Andy, that's the who's it's. Now we need the what's it's. Can you give us our 10-cent synopsis for Superman?
So Superman has only been around for about 3 years officially when this movie starts. Like, this is early on in his career as a superhero, and he really did change the entire dynamic of the metahuman community, I guess. Up until this point, all the rest of the metahumans were just like, we're just around, right? We're just here. We're just doing things. But Superman shows up on the scene. He's like got this immense power or whatever. So everybody starts paying attention. And they really start paying attention when Superman starts dictating, like, I don't know, how we should be nice to each other. Basically stops a war between, I'm not even going to try to name these two countries. But one of them's bad guy country run by Dickface McGee. And the other one is hopelessly impoverished country that has lots of oil. But it doesn't make them a lot of friends because evidently Dickface McGee's country was an ally of the United States, whatever. But it turns out that the whole war is propagated by Lex Luthor, who not only sold arms to this country, but also once they take over, is going to turn it into Luthorland. So he needs to get Superman out of the way. So he breaks into the Fortress of Solitude with him and a member of the Authority named the Engineer, which, again, evidently George from Shortbox Summary is a huge fan of, and Ultraman, which is just this guy walking around in a mask. But they break into the Fortress of Solitude. They steal some sort of message that Superman always listened to when he was feeling bad from his parents on Krypton. And it turns out that Superman's supposed to be there to have lots of wives, lots of sexiness on the earth. And Superman's like, I don't like any of this. This is not what I stand for. So he has a crisis of faith. He ends up being arrested and brought in by the Department of Justice, locked up in a pocket dimension, and it's up to the Justice Gang.
They're workshopping that name, by the way.
I don't know, it sounds like a cool name.
But it's pretty much the beginnings of Justice League International, honestly. It's got Guy Gardner, it's got Mr. Terrific, it's got Hawkgirl. They attempt to go rescue Superman with the help of Metamorpho. And at the end of the day, Superman kicks the crap out of Sexy Lexi. And we all wish what ills our real world was as easily dealt with by the Man of Steel as it was in this movie. Because it was kind of like all the bad guys got their comeuppance. And I was just like, oh, that would be nice. If that's
Guy Gardner got to go around smashing tanks with giant middle fingers.
That's right. The only way Guy Gardner could do that thing.
Eating Fruity Pebbles with a huge bowl of milk. That's a 10-cent synopsis. I know it might have been long, but there's a lot that goes on in this movie, to be honest. Like, they're setting up not only the Superman franchise, but they're setting up, like, an entire universe for James Gunn to play in. And really, the only movies or properties that I noticed that actually would have any sort of relation to this movie would be James Gunn's Suicide Squad movie and his Peacemaker TV show. Maybe Creature Commandos, the animated series, but like everything else, forget about it. It doesn't exist. This is its own new thing.
I had a friend point out the other day that the old school Justice League does some cameos in the original Peacemaker show. But I think you're supposed to forget that. I've forgotten, so moving on.
Moving on, indeed. So we're going to get to initial thoughts. We're going to start off with J.A. Scott. He was the one that recommended our Superman book for this week, so he gets to kick it off with what he thought of this movie.
Well, it was a breath of fresh air. Someone who has been totally burned out on superhero movies, and mostly that's meant Marvel movies in the last couple of years. I loved it. I liked the conceit that they just assumed everyone knew where Superman came from, that he was with Lois Lane, and they brought us up to speed in a couple of frames with just a bit of written text on the screen within the first minute of the movie. We didn't need to go through all that backstory again, because I think even people who are not big comic book fans or DC nerds will know where Superman came from. He came from Krypton. He was a baby raised in Kansas by Ma and Pa, Kent.
Smallville.
And Smallville, right. Just right on the nose with all this stuff. And everyone knows Lex Luthor is the bad guy, and he doesn't like Superman, and then they got that out of the way right away as well. And then maybe you could say, oh, you know, Lex Luthor was a bit on the nose with all his monologuing.
Yeah, there's no need for nuance with Lexi here.
Yeah, but that's also, I think, a feature, not a bug.
Okay.
I was worried about how they were going to work in all these other characters, and I thought Guy Gardner was great. Mr. Terrific was for lack of a better adjective, terrific. Hawk Girl, I thought, was underutilized, and they kind of felt like they needed to put her in because they wanted a female character, but they didn't do enough with her.
She had one badass moment.
Listen, I've been reading comics for 40 years. I still don't know anything about Hawk Girl. One movie's not going to change that. James Gunn wasn't going to change that. So he's just like,
you know what, Chad, you're right. The Hawkman, Hawk Girl characters, they're so convoluted to begin with.
Right, because are they like from Egypt, or are they from another planet, or are they?
Yeah, no, it's the less said about those characters, the better. They just have wings. They fly around.
They hit people real hard.
Except for that kaiju. That kaiju was just treating her like an insect. He's like, get off my eye! I got something stuck in my eye.
Oh, the eye horror in this one.
But other than that, I mean, those are like minor quibbles. It was fun, hit the right notes. You could tell that James Gunn had a real love and a real understanding of DC lore. Even like, from the minor things like the car has a Delaware license plate.
I had explained like to 6 people. Metropolis was in Delaware. They're like, no. I was like, yeah, it's in Delaware. It's weird.
To the whole point that it's about Superman being the ultimate, human and making mistakes and trying to do better and be the best of humanity has to offer and hope. I couldn't help smiling. I smiled at the end. I smiled when they're kissing and the big sappy scene when they're flying in the abandoned mall, which is James Gunn's commentary on American capitalism or just mall culture. Maybe he misses the malls of the 90s. But the action sequences were good. The CGI was decent. Sometimes maybe a little bit too much rotary camera on a Lazy Susan and spinning it around times. But I thought, other than that, I mean, for the first time I came out of it not regretting that I had just spent 2 hours and ungodly amounts of money to watch a superhero movie.
Yeah, man, I loved it. Now, your mileage may vary whether or not you are a James Gunn aficionado. Now, I personally happen to really enjoy the James Gunn movies. And I remember thinking back when we saw Guardians of the Galaxy 3, my big complaint with that one was like, it had all the James Gunn sensibilities, but you could see the strings, right? In this movie, you could tell this was his full, undivided effort. This movie is hopeful. It's funny. It's dramatic. I was tearing up at the emotional beats. I was cheering at the parts that you want to cheer for. The action was good. The CGI was all there. Like, everything was on point. You could tell this movie was the most important movie for the DC universe, and the effort was all there. And then the thing that James Gunn did that I was honestly a little bit nervous about was he managed to marry Superman's like squeaky clean image with some punk rock sensibility to the point where he makes Superman a punk rock fan.
It's not punk rock, it's pop. It was pop music. Come on. They're not punk rock, they're pop.
The crap joys, it's okay. Punk pop. But it's that sensibility, it's that aesthetic, that that upbeat, that hopeful energy, that comes whenever you get the James Gunn experience. And then 2, there was so much about this that was, I don't know if I want to say a course correction, but it was just different than a lot of the other superhero movies that have come before it. Whether it's the fact that you're dealing with a Metropolis that deals with this stuff all the time, when Metropolis starts to be cleaved in 2, they start evacuating Metropolis. Like, oh, all right, we got to get out of here. And that you see the people leaving. So later on, when you see the buildings toppling down, you're not worried about, the loss of life or how many people are in there. People got this. There's a sense at other point where, Superman is sitting in a chair and it's like, this is a world with metahumans. This is a world where this stuff happens all the time. And Lois is like, shouldn't you be out there? And he's like, no, the other heroes got this. They're fighting that big weird alien in the sky. Guy Gardner's beating him with the bat, and it's played to hilarious effect. But this is a world that's lived in where other people get to do stuff too. As Superman is, you have other people that get to play their roles and get to be important. One of the big knocks on this movie is the fact that the cast was so incredibly talented that it's very easy to feel like, well, they didn't get to do enough stuff. But one, I think that bodes well for like future installments. Hopefully we get to see people expand it out a little bit more. But at the same time, you did have other people doing important things in this movie. You get Lois, who gets to rescue Superman. She's the one who corrals the troops and goes to rescue him from the negative zone, or wherever, the Lex Luthor's prison is. You get Mr. Terrific, who, as J.A. had already said, gets to be terrific. You get to see him, just being awesome and slightly flawed there. You get Pa Kent, who gets to come in with that great speech at just the right time to get you all sentimental and teary. You get Jimmy Olsen, who so sexy, and gets all the intel from Eve, who Eve is the one who has these selfies with all the important intel in there. And so the plan doesn't come together. Things don't work out with other people, which is nice, because in a world with Superman's so all great and all powerful, it's nice to be reminded that even Superman can't do it all alone. And at the end of the day, this is a Superman with such great humanity. Whether it's kind of the on-the-nose speeches about him being a human and feeling things, man, is that the thing I felt like we needed right now as a society. And then those fun notes. You have Guy Gardner, who's great. And from the previews, it's like, oh no, is Guy Gardner a bad guy? No, he's just a bad, good guy. And that's great. That's what Guy Gardner should be. He should be a dick. And I didn't bring up the most important thing at all. The moment I knew that I was in good hands with this movie, very early on, one of my mates. That's right, Michael Ian Black, as the news reporter Clevis, whatever his name is, which, by the way, editor's note, kids, mates is where we ripped off the format for this podcast, where we pick a book, read a book, write a book, and recommend other books. It's the best podcast in the world, Mike and Tom Eat Snacks. But you have the mic from Mike and Tom Eat Snacks in this movie. And as soon as I saw that, I knew, okay, this is going to be great. And it's different than other James Gunn things. You're incorporating the John Williams score, where normally James Gunn's very much about the pop music and, the cultural references in that way. Here, it's more homages to wacky comic book things. It's homages to the Superman movies that came before it. But everything is blended together, and it works. Are there things that I could be critical about? Yeah, I thought Lex was a little too terrible. Like, there wasn't anything to humanize Lex at all, which I thought could be done. But at the same time, in the span of a 2-hour movie, I laughed, I cried, I was entertained, I was inspired. I think James Gunn and company had a heavy weight to lift, and they lifted it, and shot it out into space. They did such a great job here. I couldn't be a bigger fan of a movie than this one currently.
I think I'm going to jump in with that last sentiment, the fact that James Gunn was a heavy lift. I mean, to be honest, if you look around at what's going on with DC and, again, things that are going on with the parent company, Warner Brothers, Discovery, the whole stuff over the last couple of years, it's kind of been a mess. Cleaning up after the Snyderverse and some things like that. This was a huge lift. And so I think with my initial thoughts and I guess final thoughts, because we'll get to grades right after this, but simply put, I'm going to put on two hats. I won't lie. I'm going to put on a hat as just a viewer. And I think that lift was lifted. I mean, this is a movie that the entire theater was filled with folks. They clapped at the end. I went to see it with a bunch of kids. All of them came out saying this was one of the best comic book related movies they've seen in a really long time. I did ask them point blank whether or not that was because they already knew who Superman was, and most of them said yes. So to J.A.'s point about the fact that you didn't really need to know a lot of backstory, wasn't the Thunderbolts. You didn't need to know who the heck Elena Belova was.
Yeah, you didn't have to go through 5 seasons of various different Marvel TV shows on Disney Plus.
Everybody knew who Superman was. Everybody knew who Lois Lane was, the Daily Planet, Lex Luthor. All of that backstory was filled in. So you were able to just jump in to the other things that James Gunn wanted to play with. And so, from their perspective, they loved Mr. Terrific. And I'll be very honest. I think Mr. Terrific and Krypto, of the two ancillary characters in this movie, I think they come out looking the best, right? I could easily see now a Mr. Terrific movie or a Justice Gang movie with Mr. Terrific, as well as a Krypto movie, to be blunt, because both of those characters came across charming, competent, and very likable by the audiences. I heard going into this movie that sometimes they're trying to make Mr. Terrific be the Mr. Fantastic of the DC universe. This movie kind of makes that case. Lex Luthor's the big brain in this universe. Well, I'm the other big brain. Again, he comes off honestly like kind of like the Tony Stark of the DC universe, which is great. That's what they need. So I thought all those things were great. The fact that casual audiences can see it, kids loved it, fantastic, hopeful, wonderful. As a critic, and putting my critic hat on for a second, this is melodrama. It's a bad guy, good guy story at the end. There's not a lot of nuance. I don't know if you really want nuance in a Superman movie, especially one to kick things off, but there's not much. It's the bad guys are really, really bad. The good guys are really, really good. And the bad guys lose at the end. Like, lose spectacularly. Like, in ways that you're just like...
But unlike Marvel, they didn't kill him off, so he can come back. They were smarter than Marvel, which is just use a bad guy, kill the bad guy. Use a bad guy.
You're right. Well, they can't kill Lex. They can't kill Lex.
There's the scar right down the middle of Metropolis, so you could tell that it happened.
It didn't quite line up. The buildings didn't quite line up when it came back together.
I'm not saying that there weren't repercussions from this, and I think that's the last thing I'll say before we get to ratings. This movie is to set up other things, right? James Gunn also had that lift, where he had to build a whole universe out for this Superman movie. So not only is it a melodrama, but it's also not self-contained. There's going to be things that come off of this. There's going to be other movies that spin off. I mean, heck, you get Supergirl in this, and we already know that's going to be the next movie. But they did it right.
Can I chime in? I want to push back on that one, just because I felt like in a lot of Marvel movies and a lot of Marvel shows these days, you feel like you're getting the next episode in that TV show. With the cliffhangers,
or you're just you're treading water, waiting for the next thing, and okay, it didn't feel like I was treading water. This felt like I could rewatch this movie again and again. It's arguably the best Superman movie since Superman 2.
I totally agree. But it was a story unto itself, is what I'm saying. It wasn't.
I'm not disagreeing with those facts, guys. Can't have a Superman movie that just treads water like that. I mean, this is your big gun. Other than Batman, this is your other big gun in your arsenal. Like, you have to have a story that not only pulls people in, but I will say that it's not self-contained. Like, it's not, and probably superhero movies will never be self-contained. But anybody that's going into this saying like you're going to get a complete story out of this, like, you do, but there's a lot. Hey, this could happen.
Well, there's a lot of stuff, and that's what I thought was so great about it, is because you're thrown into it from day one. It's not like, here's Superman and suddenly we're building out a bigger universe around him with parts. It's like, here's Superman in this bigger universe. It already exists.
Yeah,
we're just going to tell different stories in the big universe. It's
you
not
get both.
Similar to Guardians of the Galaxy, where the galaxy has been existing. You're just being introduced to different parts. The people that lived there, they knew about this all along.
Right. Yeah. No, the big downfall with Marvel recently has been the fact that it is too contingent on having done your homework. I feel like if the further movies are like this one, where it's like, you can get a satisfying chapter, and if you want to learn more, it was like reading comics in the old days. If you want to follow that editor's note to go to issue 76 of that other series, you can. But at the same time, in this particular story, you're going to get something satisfying. And so I actually really love that, to pull the feature not a bug thing. The universe is there. He's presenting this universe, but this is a nice chunk where I didn't feel like, it's just to set up the next thing. It's just to do this. Sure, there were teases, but I don't know. This was a satisfying experience, I guess.
All right. Well, I think that's a lead right into ratings, because I feel like everybody's going to say that I probably hated this movie. I didn't. I'm trying to look at it critically here a little bit. But let's get to great ratings. So what's our rating scale this week for the Superman 2025 movie, Jay?
Well, one of the things about the movie that was a feature, not a bug, was that it had all these different metahumans, and not just Superman. So that's what it is. 1 out of 4 metahumans. There were more than 4. So if you want to rate it more than 4, you are welcome to it. But we're going with metahumans.
You know, my son, who I went to the movie with, he was asking specifically, he's like, what is JA going to use as the rating scale? Is he going to give us 4 cryptos? Is he going to give us 4 T-spheres? They're not T-circles. Circles are 2-dimensional. Again, I really did love Mr. Terrific. The best part about Mr. Terrific was like the deadpan way he said everything. You know, the bombast of this movie. And then to have him just deadpan deliver all of his lines,
We just knew that he was the badass.
It was so wonderful. Such a breath of fresh air from a lot of other characters that I was really glad he was in this movie. But, I mean, let's go ahead and start off with you, Chad. I feel like of all the folks, you might have been the one that might give this a 4. Let's see.
I loved it. Now, from a critical perspective, were there issues? Sure, there were issues. We talked about Lex, the scenery chewing. It wasn't my favorite depiction of Lex that I've seen. The other bad guys were very one note, the Superman clone that just follows orders. And like I was thinking at some point, like some of that Superman humanity, even though it was a clone, was going to peek through, and I didn't really get that ever from the Ultraman guy.
Yeah, but they're just setting up Bizarro. Come on.
I know.
He's going to become Bizarro, and then his personality will come out. By good, right? If you're Elaine.
Yeah. Bad hello. Anywho, I get a lot of the criticisms, and it's not that they are not valid. They totally are. But as I alluded to in my overwhelming praise for this is what DC needed, in my mind, to set the course right. And Superman's hard. It's hard to do a character that's so good and to do it in a way that's entertaining and humane. And I don't think I talked about Krypto. Like, how great was Krypto? Like this dog who's, you know, he's such a good boy, but he's not the best dog. Like, he's not well trained, but I love
that
Krypto.
Made it. Yeah, that made it to me. I was worried about Krypto going in when I saw the first one. I was like, oh, really? Oh, they could have done it so bad. It could have been so bad. So chintzy and cheesy and bad. And it wasn't. It was awesome.
I thought you meant plot-wise when he gets covered with the fake venom stuff, the nanites from the engineer. And I'm like, what's happening to the dog? What about the dog? And dude, we didn't talk about that scene where Lex brings the guy from the food truck. How sinister that was. And it's like, okay, up to that point, Lex had been kind of like a comical, like over-the-top funny bad guy, but he's like, no, he's just, they wanted to establish him as pure evil.
I thought that was a little too far, to be honest. I was like, that I wasn't ready for in this movie, you know, with kids watching. And then the quip, that went a lot faster than I thought. Yeah, I forgot.
But it was
that.
cold. It's a tonal shift, but I understand being uncomfortable by it. But at the same time, I do think it did add that element that may or may not have been missing, where it's like, oh no, there's not a redeeming Lex here. It got me. It emotionally affected me when that happened. So yeah, James Gunn does really well with manipulating those emotions. And like I said, I feel like this is the movie we needed. It was so hopeful. It was so fun. It was such a joy, and it didn't feel like work. But at the same time, like I went to see this with my 14-year-old. We came out, and he had questions about, you know, Guy Gardner, Mr. Terrific, and Hawkgirl, and all these characters. And so, like, it planted seeds that there's room for that stuff to sprout. But at the same time, there's still more room for more great Lois Lane stuff going on. There's still more room for great Jimmy Olsen stuff, and Perry White barely got used at all, but you know, there's lots of room to grow and build on what they have here. And I love this world. I fell in love with this world. I fell in love with this movie. I wasn't sure when I heard that James Gunn was going to be the new guy in charge of DC, just because he does have that rough around the edges punk rock sensibility. Here it is. And he tied it in with the Superman squeaky clean stuff. He tied it in with the goofy Giffen DeMatteis Justice League International sensibility. He tied it in with the cruelty and the malevolence of Lex Luthor and the world we live in with all these crazy billionaires and their schemes. I thought it all worked. And so for every minor quibble I had, here comes Krypto, and he's just going to knock me over and give me a kiss. I'm like, oh, I love that dog. It's wonderful. So yeah, 4 metahumans, 4 out of 4. I thought it was great.
All right. Well, I mean, again, people might think I'm going to be the most critical of this movie. I can't give it a complete 4. I'm going to give it a good solid 3.5, though. I really did enjoy this movie, and for a lot of the reasons that Chad had mentioned. I will say that my favorite part about this movie was how James Gunn did depower Superman to a certain degree. Showed a lot of vulnerability. For those folks that may love, Man of Steel and the Snyderverse version of Superman, that's actually the thing that I found the most off-putting about all those Superman movies is how powerful he was. I get it that like showing a Superman that can take punches like that and how nobody can defeat him, obviously badass, but that badassery is like fleeting. It's like cool for like 3 seconds. And then you're just like, where am I going to go with this as a plot? If I make somebody unbeatable, then who can beat him and why should I care? This was a Superman that throughout the entire movie had to struggle for basically everything that he was given. The stakes mattered. He needed help. He couldn't do it all by himself. And that was good for Superman. That's how you have to tell a Superman story. Otherwise, the only other story you can tell is how Superman can't save everybody. Which, again, they played with a little bit here with the fact, again, the Justice Gang had to go to that other country. But it lets them show off what other metahumans are capable of. And I think that's a feature, not a bug to this interpretation of Superman. But it's a melodrama. Like, I keep on going back to that, but it is squeaky clean good guys. Really, really terrible bad guys. They might as well just say constantly, I'm bad. I got nothing else going on with me. I'm just a really terrible person. And, this kind of movie and one that might appeal to kids, that's fine. For a mass audience, you might love that. But I do kind of like some nuance with my bad guys. I do like some nuance with my good guys. And I got a little bit of nuance more with the good guys, but I got no nuance with the bad guys. So that's what's going to ding it. Maybe I did want a fully fleshed out Lex. But there was so much going on in this movie. Maybe you wouldn't have had time for that. You just needed to have a big bad and just have him, shoot random people for no good reason other than kicks. I'm very excited to see what James Gunn's going to do next. I'm excited to see where this universe goes and where all these characters grow. And I really am hoping for a Mr. Terrific movie in future because I really liked his character, having got that from this show. J.A.?
It was a 4 for me. I absolutely loved it. And I had been so over superhero movies to the point where it was a chore and a slog. Even with Florence Pugh. You're never a slog, Florence Pugh. I'm just point that out. But having to go see all these movies because we're reviewing them for the podcast got to be like, oh, I've got to go see this. It's opening this week. I'll go see it so we can review it. This was one that I was genuinely looking forward to, and I loved it. It was a popcorn summer movie. Took my whole family. It was a nice family outing. It was an event movie, the way these things used to be. It reminded me of going to see Avengers Endgame. It had that sort of electricity to it. I'm not so much interested in the secondary sort of minor characters getting movies, though that would be interesting. I want to see what he does with Wonder Woman and Batman, because those are going to be some heavy lifts. We had the first heavy lift with Superman, but I mean, DC they're a trinity, and the recent Batman movies, some people like them, some don't, but the Nolan Batman movies are kind of held up as great, and the Keaton Batman movie also. So what is he going to do with Batman? That's interesting to me. And then Wonder Woman, you're coming off of, okay, Wonder Woman 84 was kind of crappy, but the first one was really good, and Gal Gadot everyone loves her.
Oh, that was great casting. That's going to be tough to beat.
But you might like it because it won't have that Hans Zimmer score.
Oh, that was the worst. That was the worst! Ah!
Which goes back to James Gunn and his judicious use of John Williams' score. And you had mentioned this, Chad, that he's sort of punk rock and he loves modern music and everything that was done with Guardians of the Galaxy, putting all those soundtracks together was really a real feature of the movie. Here, it was much more operatic. It was, using John Williams, and then he combined that with some visuals that we haven't seen from him. Really majestic images of Superman floating in the cloud of dust, and he rises above it, floating in the air. I mean, that's iconic, right? He really leaned into the iconography that you can only do with certain Class A superheroes, I think. Batman, Superman, maybe Spider-Man. There's not a lot. The entire screen can be nothing but this little man floating in dust to inspire your heart. Yeah, okay, the music did something too. So, I mean, there's a lot of heartstrings being pulled, but it works so well that I don't care. And I was happy to be happy about watching a superhero movie again, because I had really been soured on them. So it's a 4.
Well, one thing that we're hoping that you're not soured on is the rest of the Last Comic Shop's schedule for the remainder of this summer. That's right. Not only...
Oh, we got another movie. Uh-oh.
That's right. Just in 2 weeks, we've got a review of the Fantastic Four First Steps that will be coming out, as well as our coverage of the original issues from Stan and Jack. So maybe make sure that you come back for that. But yeah, we've got other great things coming up next week. I think it's Helen of Winehorn, that Tom King, Bilquis Everly book that everybody's been talking about. We've got Meatball Batman. For all of our fans, we've got interesting interviews with great comic book creator guests, and all of that can be found over at our website, www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. Rate, review, and subscribe so you don't miss any of this stuff. And if you liked our Superman comments, whether it was for Red Sun or for this movie, leave us some comments, because we always like hearing from all of our fans.
There you go. And while we might be the Last Comic Shop podcast, we don't want to be the last comic shop. So as a reminder, after you've gone to the Cineplexes and found your Superman tickets and maybe stopped at the gas station and found some Superman comic books, did you guys see that was a thing? How cool is that? DC's putting comic books where people go. But those are single issues. You want the real stories, you got to find your way to a comic shop near you, where you can also find some of the things we talked about today, whether that was Superman Red Sun, whether that was Old Man Logan in our recommendations, or the Daredevil Masterworks Volume 4 with those awesome Doctor Doom stories, or if you want some fun mashup stuff, the Turtles of Grayskull with some TMNT and He-Man mashupery. All that and more waits for you at your local comic shop. And then you can circle back and talk to us about it on the socials, on the Blue Sky, on the threads. We are Last Comic Shop Podcast. And then you can always circle back to the website, www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com, where they can find what else this week, J.A.?
We always have a link to our merch store where we sell t-shirts, hats, coffee mugs, tote bags. Perfect for your day at the beach. You can pick it up. And this week only, we got a special on doggy capes. Because what dog doesn't look better than a dog with a cape?
It's true. That's true. And if you're wondering where those are, it's really just buy your dog a tank top and then just tie it around his neck. It'll work just fine.
Exactly. Get one for you and one for your dog too.
True. And what we hope also that you get is all your supplies for comic books and other collectibles over at bcwsupplies.com. Use our promo code LCSPOD. Save yourself 10% on all that stuff you're going to be buying anyways. Bags, boards, boxes, things for your Funko Pops, things for your baseball cards, your football cards, whatever it happens to be. LCSPOD is a terrific promo code that works for all of that jazz to get you a little bit of savings as well as support.
Maybe for your birthday, you too got a box of Evangeline Chromium cards from 1996 and need some place to put them.
You never know. You never know.
As one does.
LCSPOD, use it at checkout over at BCW Supplies. And until next week, I was the host of the most, Andy Larson. I was joined by Chad Smith and J.A. Scott, and we hope that you come back for, again, Helen of Winehorn, as well as the Fantastic Four movie in just 2 short weeks. Until then, stay safe, stay super. That's right. Get yourself a super pooch. Run around and boy, howdy, did they really set up that Supergirl to be like the Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow thing. Oh, she just goes to all these different planets and parties and stuff and drinks a lot and is kind of debaucherous, but she's going to be great in the end. She's going to be great in the end. I won't lie. I'm excited.
I was going to say, we're all excited. That's what James Gunn did. He got everybody excited. We're excited about DC movies, for crying out loud.
Comic Shop Podcast was a 2025 Black Angus production.
Looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture bric-a-brac, make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCSPOD at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD. Cheers!
Countdown to the last comic shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Up in the sky, look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Live from the bottled city of Kandor, it is the Last Comic Shop Podcast!
That's right. On this podcast, we open up the doors to our shop and invite everybody in to talk about comic books.
There you go. And today we're leaving the lights on for the oldies that might be considering diving back into one of their old school favorites.
Yeah, the Man of Steel, Superman, the number one head honcho when it comes to superheroes. I think worldwide. I think there is no superhero out there that is more well-renowned than Clark Kent and his blue and red avenging alter ego. So, yeah, here on The Last Comic Shop, I'm the host with the most, Danny Larson, and I'm always joined by my co-hosts, J.A. Scott and Chad Smith, and we love to talk comics, educating all of you out there on some of the great comic books that you can pick up at your local comic book shop today. So many Superman comic books out there. I know that if you are not a comic book fan, you've probably gone to a Barnes & Noble or a comic book shop, and you've walked in and you've been like, oh my gosh, where do I start? Well, luckily for you, there was a recent reboot of Superman yet again, because they kind of like to do that every couple of years. So if you are new to that Superman tent, you can jump on with this week's free pile, which is what, Chad?
Superman Supercore with a silent P.
Yeah, not to be confused with Superman Super Corpse.
Yeah. Or no, would it be Supercorp?
Because you're thinking hard corpse.
I am thinking hard corpse. Don't say it there. Hardcore.
But when you say corporation, you actually do put a P, and there's the P is not silent. And
corpse,
so why is
yeah,
it silent
Supercorp.
when you say corp?
But that corpse isn't a corporation, is it?
Yes, it is, because it's Lex Luthor's. It's Lex Luthor's corporation that he sets up for Superman, as we'll get to later in the show.
Yeah, but it's Super Corp. There's no S. Hardcore, there is an S, so that's why the P becomes silent.
But is that short for corporation? And is it hard corporation? According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, it could be a main subdivision of an armed force in the field. It could be a branch of military organization or a body of people engaged in a particular activity, aka the press corps. It's an abbreviation for corporation or corporal. They all trace back to the Latin word corpus, meaning body.
All pronounced the same. Whatever.
What we are reading is Superman. We're going to read Supercorps this week on the show.
Supercorp.
Fine, whatever. We're going to read it. But before we get into that, we're going to prime the pump, as it were, here on The Last Comic Shop with a Superman trivia quiz. That's right. Oftentimes in the Last Comic Shop, we like to have these comic book related quizzes, and oftentimes it's J.A. versus Chad. And for those people that have listened for a long time, Chad is usually the winner because I'm really pretty sure that Chad has never lost a game on our particular show. I have to go back and look at the numbers.
I'm sure I have. I mean, I'm pretty good, but I'm not that good.
I don't know. But this week, J.A. was like, no thanks, not going to participate as a contestant. So instead, he's the quiz master, right, J.A.?
That is correct. 10-question quiz. Each of you will get 10 questions of various degrees of difficulty, testing out your knowledge of Metropolis's greatest son, not the Red Sun, though who knows? Maybe that will come up. We shall see.
Do we get to flip a coin to see who goes first, or...
Now you're going to flip a piece of kryptonite. I don't know what you call, though. Would you call heads and tails in kryptonite? Or green and yellow? I don't know. I guess if it lands flat, that's tails. And if it lands sticking in and starts to create the Fortress of Solitude...
Chad is the reigning champion. Do you want to go first or second?
I will defer. I will go second.
All right. So Chad is deferring. So I am up first with my 10 questions.
Question number 1. What is Clark Kent's middle name?
Oh, that would be Jonathan?
You are incorrect. It is Joseph.
Oh, I did not know that. Chad, did you know that?
Super Joe, no.
Okay. Number 2. What is the name of the dimensional plane where Kryptonian criminals were exiled for their crimes?
That's the Phantom Zone.
That is correct.
Yes.
What supervillain killed the Man of Steel in Superman number 75?
That would be Doomsday.
That is correct.
Hey! 2 for 3? No more middle names? I'm trucking now. Here we go.
Which of Superman's sweethearts became the superheroine known as Insect Queen?
That would be Lana Lang.
That is correct.
Yeah, man, I love that issue. It's him and B-Boy.
Goodness.
I don't know. I read that like cover to cover like 6 times when I was a kid. 6 at least.
Who is the natural father of Daily Planet editor Perry White's son, Jerry?
Lex Luthor.
That is correct. I should have given you. I think for that one, I should have given you some things. I would have put some chum in the water. Bibbo Babowski, Email Hamilton, Bizarro Perry White.
No, I would have gone still with Lex. Bizarro Perry White is kind of cool, though. I won't lie.
Yeah. 4 for 5 so far.
4 for 5. Okay. Question number 6. When did Lois and Superman first kiss? Was it Action Comics number 1, Action Comics 124, Superman 248, or Superman number 3?
Ooh, all right. Well, I don't think it's Superman number 3, and I don't think it's Action Comics number 1. I'll go with Action Comics 121 or something.
124.
124. There you go.
That is incorrect.
Oh.
It is Superman number 3.
Oh, wow.
1940.
Jeez.
Superman saves both Lois and a town from a flood, and she rewards him with a kiss.
There you go. It's not Clark. It was Superman. Clark probably had to work for it.
Question number 7. Which of these does Superman have in his Fortress of Solitude? A giant steel diary, an alien zoo, a chess-playing robot, or all of these?
All of these? I mean, if you give me an all of these, I'm gonna take that one because all of them.
That is correct.
I definitely wouldn't have said Giant Penny. Although he probably stole that off of Batman too. He's like,
doesn't the giant zoo lean more towards Brainiac and like keeping living things bottled up? And
I remember some Silver Age thing where he was all like, I got to protect these animals to make sure because they're the last of their kind. Yeah, you're right. It is like Brainiac.
Going into question 8, you are 5 for 7 at the moment. What does black kryptonite do to Kryptonians? Does it split them into 2? Does it remove their superpowers permanently? Does it induce sleep? Or does it cause hallucinations?
I'm going to say that it removes their powers completely.
No.
It was either that or the splitting thing.
Yes, that is correct. It splits them into two separate beings made up of that person's good side and their evil side. It first appeared in the Smallville television series.
Really?
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm just surprised that it took them until the Smallville television series in the mid-2000s to do that. I mean, that's a common, sitcom trope or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, bad guy.
5 for 8. Last two questions. What does Superman do in Action Comics number 900? Does he assassinate a foreign official, run for president, renounce his U.S. citizenship, or join the army?
He runs for president.
He renounces his citizenship.
That is correct, sir.
That's recent enough. I knew that one.
Man, I thought I was trucking there for a while. Now it's like maybe 6 for 10 if I can get this last one.
Okay, number 10. Final question for you, Andrew. What mythical creature did Clark Kent date in college? Was it an elf, a fairy, a mermaid, or a vampire?
I'm going to say a mermaid.
That is correct.
Yeah!
While attending Metropolis University, Clark dated Lori Lamaris, a student who hid her mermaid identity by pretending to be wheelchair-bound and using a blanket to cover the lower half of her body.
Was that during the John Byrne run?
It sounds like it must have been.
I mean, it does sound like X-Men kind of stuff. It's like all Charles Xavier there instead of Splash with the Daryl Hands. But still, 6 for 10. Man.
6 for 10.
All right, Chad.
Holy cannoli. All right.
Are you ready?
I don't think I am, but let's do this anyway.
What color kryptonite is fatal to bizarro creatures?
I'll just say red.
It is blue.
Magenta.
Blue.
It was blue.
Aqua. Cyan.
It doesn't make... I would have gone red too, though. Red and green and all that jazz.
Yeah.
Who played the Man of Steel in the first live-action Superman film?
First live-action Superman film. Keyword film. So we're going to say George Reeves.
It was Kirk Allen?
That is correct. Kirk Allen.
What? That was a serial, not a film.
It was a film. What do you
Kirk
think
Allen played Superman in the 1948 live-action movie Serial Superman and its 1950 sequel Atom Man vs. Superman. He later appeared as Lois Lane's father in the 1978 Superman film.
I call baloney. Those aren't features. Those are serials. That's different.
They edited them into features eventually. Any case. 0 for 2, brother.
I know. Off to a rough start.
What supervillain decided to become a hero after battling Superman? Was it Silver Banshee, Bloodsport, Metallo, or Ambush Bug?
Oh, we're going to go Silver Banshee, but also Ambush Bug. It was Ambush Bug?
It was Ambush Bug.
I missed it again. But Silver Banshee's a good guy now. She's a good guy in the book.
Yes.
You should give him a half point for that. I would, but he's won everything. So, no.
Yeah,
he needs to go down.
I'll be filing my appeal on technicalities for this one.
Question number 4. Chad's still on the schneid. How does Superman kill Doomsday in Batman vs. Superman, the movie? So does he break his neck? Does he throw him into outer space? Does he use a kryptonite spear? Or does he strangle him?
I'm going to say kryptonite spear, but I'm pretty sure I was asleep by then. Kryptonite spear.
It is a kryptonite spear.
And he's on the board, folks. Thanks to Zack Snyder. It's the only time Chad will thank Zack Snyder for anything.
Superman killed Doomsday with a kryptonite spear, but also skewered and died himself. Yeah. Why he didn't give the kryptonite spear to Batman or Wonder Woman to kill Doomsday, we'll never know.
Super poor judgment.
What servant of Darkseid uses her powers of persuasion to maintain his control of Apocalypse? Is it Granny Goodness, Mortalla, Amazing Grace, or Vera Black?
I have no idea. Mortalla. I don't know who that is.
It's Amazing Grace.
These questions are way harder than Andy's questions.
What are you talking about? I've got the Lana Lane and some person that was a mermaid.
Who was Superman's third girlfriend?
What?
Anyway.
Okay.
So what is he? Now he has to get them all right.
I gotta win them all. I can do it.
I got them all.
Sweep the table or else I win.
Woo.
Yes. Who played Lois Lane in the 1990s TV series Lois and Clark, The New
Terry
Adventures
Hatcher.
of Superman? That is correct, sir.
I got one. I'm on the board. Thank you, Terry Hatcher. I was like
hot.
Terry Hatcher.
Oh, I love Terry Hatcher. Oh,
What U.S. town boasts a Superman museum? Is it Cleveland, Ohio, Metropolis, Illinois, Smallville, Mississippi, or Gardner, Kansas?
Cleveland, Ohio.
I think it's Metropolis, Illinois.
It is Metropolis, Illinois.
Because they named the town because they were going to build the Superman land there.
Oh, man.
How do I know these things?
I don't know. You're much more of a super fan. All right, let's play it out, though.
Yeah, let's
All
see.
right.
Let's see how many he gets.
Which band wrote a song about Superman? Was it the Crash Test Dummies?
Yes.
Five for Fighting, the Flaming Lips, or
Yes.
all of these?
It's Flaming Lips. Yeah, that's all of the above.
It is correct. All of these. The Flaming Lips wrote Waiting for a Superman.
Yeah.
The Crash Test Dummies wrote Superman's song. And Five for Fighting, Superman, It's Not Easy.
Yes.
Yeah, and only 2 or 3 of those are about drug addictions.
3 other bands to record Superman-inspired songs include Three Doors Down with Kryptonite, The Spin Doctors with Jimmy Olsen Blues, The Kinks with Wish I Could Fly Like Superman, and Eminem with Superman.
Oh, didn't know that one.
So he got 3 right and 4 wrong. So he's at question 8.
Okay. Which supervillain is named Oswald Loomis? Is it Dr. Chaos, Prankster, Puzzler, or Toyman?
I don't care.
No,
We'll
you can
say-
tie. You can tie. still.
Prankster.
That is correct.
Look at
The
this.
original
Now he's coming
prankster
back.
is Oswald Loomis.
You can tie. Like, you can't beat me, but you can tie with 6.
Oh,
So now you have 4 going into the last
Oh.
questions.
the S stands for no hope. Oh,
Which character is a warlord from Superman's home planet of Krypton? Is it Zod, Amok, Grodd, or Zor-El?
a warlord. We'll go Zod. Kneel before him.
One of Superman's greatest enemies, General Zod, first appeared in Adventure Comics 283 in April of 1961. He was a Kryptonian warlord who had been banished to the Phantom Zone for his crimes.
There
Dun,
you
dun,
go.
dun. And in the Zack Snyder movie, Superman snaps his neck and then spears him with kryptonite, and then trips and falls on that same spear, then Doomsday comes. Now, doesn't Zod turn into Doomsday?
I don't know.
All right.
Last question. Number 10. Can he
It's
tie?
all on the
folks?
line.
Can
Now
he
we-
tie?
What robot maintains Superman's Fortress of Solitude? Is it Amazo, Skeets, Kelex, or Tobor?
Oh, God. I know it's not Skeets.
I agree with that.
Mazo, he's a different guy.
Yes.
So not a Mazo. What are my options?
Kelex or Tobor?
Tobor is just robot spelled backwards. What is Telex?
Kelex with a K. K-E-L-E-X.
I'm going to go Tobor because that's dumb enough that it should fit.
Yes. Yeah. No.
And that is incorrect.
Oh!
It is Kelex, a Kryptonian robot who originally served Superman's father, Jor-El. Kelex currently maintains Superman's Fortress of Solitude.
So I won.
Congratulations.
I would have guessed that Tobor too, because that seemed like stupid, like Silver Age Superman stuff. Woohoo!
Oh, hang my head in super shame.
In any case, we've got more Last Comic Shop coming up right after these messages with the new run of Superman by some awesome people. So stay tuned for that. Super Core! Or Corpse.
Super Corp.
LastComicShopPodcast.com is the destination for all things shop. Plan your week with upcoming show schedules, the latest books, recommendations, and chatter from the crew. Subscribe to the show on all major podcasting platforms from one convenient location. Show your support and browse the merch store. T-shirts, tanks, hoodies for the fam, coffee mugs, magnets, totes, and more. Check out exclusive content through the show's YouTube channel and follow the pod on Instagram, Blue Sky, Threads, and others. All this and so much more at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com.
Sasquatch, the Loch Ness Monster, Mothman, the Jersey Devil, Chupacabra. For millennia, these creatures have perplexed the human race. But what if they are forces of good? What if they have been sent here by a federation of more advanced alien species to help and defend the human race? That's the premise of League of Cryptids, a new comic book by Grant Lankard, creator of the smash hits Beowulf and Memoirs of the Morbid. His new comic, League of Cryptids, is a 4-part story involving these 5 creatures banding together to defend Earth from an invading alien race, just as one of their members is losing faith in the human race and questioning their mission. The epic tale begins in League of Cryptids 1.
Check out our Kickstarter page for more information.
All right, faster than a speeding bullet and stronger than train up in the sky? I'm confusing. Whatever. We're back. And we're here to talk about some Superman Supercore. And this is a series that came out in 2023. Chad, who worked on this?
Out of the Dawn of DC initiative. And we were reading the first trade, Supercorp, which included issues 1 through 5, as well as the annual. They were all written by Joshua Williamson, and then Jamal Campbell handles the lion's share on the art duties, including the colors, at issues 1 through 5, except in issue 4, Nick Dragotta helps out with Frank Martin on colors there. And then we include, for the annual, you get into Mahmoud Asrar, Edwin Gallman, Jack Herbert, Max Rayner, Caitlin Yarsky working there, and then Alex Guimarães and Edwin Gallman and David McCraig on colors.
And so this is really sort of a soft reboot, I guess. I mean, if you ever can, I guess you do reboot Superman. He had flown off somewhere in a different storyline or whatnot, so he's back on Earth. Andrew, tell us what is happening in the new Superman title.
The 10-cent synopsis is as follows. It's like kind of everything you kind of sort of know about Superman already. Like, he's still working at the Daily Planet. Instead of Perry White being in charge, it's actually his chickie honey, Lois Lane. She's now the editor of the Daily Planet. They don't exactly say where Perry White is, just that he's on sabbatical or he's gone or whatever. But anyways.
Running for mayor.
He's running for mayor. Thank you, Chad. And, Clark's going about his business when all of a sudden he starts hearing Lex Luthor from prison. And you find out that long ago, Superman trained his super hearing to specifically hear certain people. So when they were talking, he could always hear them, so he can always hear Jimmy and Lois and Bruce Wayne.
Which raises all these kind of ethical questions about, does he stop listening when Bruce Wayne is having an evening with
who knows? But he does listen to Lex, and so Lex is in his ear in some prison somewhere saying, I'm going to help you, Superman. I'm going to set up LexCorp so that you can have all the great weapons and stuff at your disposal. And there's these evil scientists that I pissed off a long time ago, and they're coming for you. Kind of like a heel trying to make a face join forces with them and make a tag team. That's what's happening here. And Superman goes along with it. And so together they fight a bunch of baddies of his from his rogues gallery that have been super pumped up, like Parasite and Silver Banshee and Livewire and all these folks, so that they actually are a credible threat to the Man of Steel. because that's always the problem when you have somebody that can just do everything. Is like, how do you generate drama when he has to fight somebody? I don't know. But that's the 10-cent synopsis.
Yeah, Lex puts Soups in charge.
Yeah.
And did you mention how they're being tracked down by Dr. Frankenfurter? In a wheelchair?
These guys that you never heard of, these evil scientists that like Lex.
Who've been around forever, but you've never heard of. That's
Right.
always the big danger is when they introduce a new person. It's like, oh, this is the worst, most evilest villain, but you've never heard of them before. So how evil could they have been? I get it. But when you have a character that's been around for so long, you kind of wish, well, why didn't they just do that with an established evil person?
That's true.
Right. It's Dr. Farm and Dr. Graft. And on top of that, they go into how they covered up how Lex was a good guy when he first came to Metropolis. But that got buried by the papes.
That was weird. Some fake news. Like, I don't understand like that whole thing about him being a good guy. But the one question I had though is like, this isn't my pick. This isn't Chad's pick. It's JA's pick this week. So why did you want to read the new Superman series, Jay?
I wanted to read a Superman book because we haven't read one in a while, and I was tired of the Batman. We've read a lot of Batman or Batman adjacent type stuff, so I wanted to read, the other big DC character, and this one was getting a lot of press because I guess it was a reboot and they hadn't had normal Superman in their universe for a little bit. They had used Superman's son, and we covered that, I think, last year. So it was. I wanted to get the original Soups back in the mix.
Regular Superman was off on World, right?
Yeah, he was, and I'll talk about that in just a few minutes. But let's get your initial thoughts first, JA. I mean, this was something that you picked. Did you like it?
It was entertaining. It's a bit cotton candy-esque. You could read through it and it was fun to read, and then you thought about it and there wasn't a lot to think about. You're like, It was like watching an action movie, I guess. I don't know, popcorn drive-in or a movie when you're in the airplane, something to do, passes the time, entertains you a bit. But when you land, you're not thinking about that movie that you just spent 2 hours in the airplane watching. You're thinking about getting a taxi cab and going off to your hotel or going home or going wherever it was just one of those things. It was okay. It's not the best Superman story that's come out in the last couple of years. I don't even think it's one of the best Superman stories that's probably come out this year or last year. I just thought it was there.
Okay. I'm glad you're talking about that because, again, I think one of the hardest things to do when you're writing for the Man of Steel is the fact that, again, the character's been around for close to a century and, like, he's got every single power under the sun. So how do you start? How do you write? How do you pitch something and say, like, this is where I'm going to go with Superman and make it different than anything else that anybody else has ever done?
Yeah, and I do think that they had some good ideas. I really liked where they turned Lex Luthor into the man in the chair, essentially. Where he's stuck in prison, but he's talking to Superman the whole time. That was a nice little conceit. I liked that. I thought that gave them the ability to interact, and, it's Lex Luthor. So ultimately, you're always thinking, okay, what's the final play here? What's going to go on? Lex is not doing a face turn here. Lex has got some ulterior motive, so trying to figure out what that ulterior motive is good. But I thought that sort of the big bads, these two doctors, they were a little weak.
The question I had for Chad, as a longtime fan and as somebody that's read a lot of Superman reboots, probably more than I have, because, again, you read the New 52 Superman, you read, I think, when Brian Michael Bendis came on, I only read, like, bits and pieces of that. How does this compare to those other ones for somebody that's, like, a long-term fan?
Well, it's funny you mention it because I've been buying this series. And so I have not only read the Supercore, I read the next couple issues. And when it was coming out, initially I picked it up because, I like to give Superman a shot, but I hardly ever stick with Superman stories. Like the Bendis reboot, I read for a little bit, and then they stopped digital codes midway through a story, and that just frustrated me. The Superman as a Dad is a series that, like, I'll pick off an issue or two and read every now and again, but I've never sat down and read it all the way through. And so I thought, I'll give this a go. And I had read these books 2 weeks before we recorded. And I was like, oh, good. So I'll just have to go back through and look at them again. And when I went back to read issue 1, I was like, I don't remember any of this happening. This happened? I had totally forgotten everything that happened. That's not to say the books are bad, though. I think the art is beautiful. I think Josh Williamson, this is him kind of like stepping up in terms of like talent at DC and being like, he had been working on the Flash for a long time and apparently had a really great Flash run. But so this is him getting his, big profile exposure here. I thought it was fine, but the first time I read it, it just went away.
Yeah.
And so I don't have any complaints about this story. I think it is frustrating with all the like, oh, there's Metropolis secrets that you've never known before. Because every Superman book we read that's close to in continuity, oh, there's secrets from Metropolis that you've never known before. Turns out Jimmy Olsen's family had set up Metropolis, alongside the Luthors. Oh, yes. But this time Lex Luthor was a superhero and that nobody knew that was happening, but it was Perry White was the guy that was burying it. Oh, no. I don't know. I enjoyed it, like Jay was saying, for what it was. This is, if you're looking for a comic to read to pass the time for a little bit, it's fun comic booking. But is it something that I think I'm going to remember years down the line? I couldn't remember it for 2 weeks.
Wow. I'm not going to disagree with you in the fact that it was somewhat, I don't want to say generic, because that's a harsh term. It did feel like stuff that I'd read before when it came to Superman or just comics in general. So after, I think issue 3, you've got this parasite story and everybody's turning into zombies, and I'm just like, you know what? I think I've read enough people turning into zombies to last me forever in terms of the DC, at least recently. So I was just kind of like, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put the brakes on mentally, and I'm just going to look at this book and I'm going to say, okay, as somebody that's trying to provide guidance to those people coming into a comic book shop and saying, would you pick this up if this was a new comic book series featuring Superman and you really didn't read Superman for a while? Is this good? And that's when kind of things started to shift for me, because I do think that they do a wonderful job grounding Superman in the things that people are familiar with enough that you can pick it up. A lot of folks, when they pick up a comic book that features any of the characters that they really want to read, like Spider-Man or Batman or Superman, always the fear is you're going to pick it up and you're going to be like, I don't know any of these people. I don't know who why is, Superman on this other planet? And who are these people that he's fighting with? No, this is Superman's in Metropolis. He's working as a reporter. Lois Lane's there. Jimmy Olsen's there. Here are all the Rogues Gallery members, like Toyman and Silver Banshee and Livewire, and Lex is helping. Yay! Yeah. And so it reintroduces all of that stuff. I was willing to give the series kind of a pass in that way. Yes, I'm an old geezer, and I've read a lot of comic books, and I'm jaded. So to me, this was just this is just a comic book. But for somebody that's coming in off the streets, I think this is a good place to start, or a restart with Superman. And if that's really what they were trying to do with this series, I think they succeeded, at least for new readers, which is good. Yeah.
Heck yeah. You want Superman to be accessible. And with DC, they've been in a lot of flux recently, and you have all this stuff with the James Gunn taking over the studios. You want to have books on the shelves that if somebody can come and read, a trade, that they get a satisfying story. And having read the first bunch of Supercore issues and then the second batch of issues for the most part, I can tell you're going to get an entertaining story out of these. And so at the end of the day, I think that's admirable. That's something DC should strive for. This is the stuff we always, or at least I always complain about. Whenever you have the Avengers movies coming out and they're on issue 37 of Jonathan Hickman's 500-issue Infinity Gauntlet Avengers Endless Crusade, you're just going to chase people away. But this Supercorp, people can pick that up. They'll get it. That everything they need explained is explained. And there's enough new stuff coming in, even for the oldies, I don't know this Moonlight horse riding lady. That's intriguing.
Why is her hat so lit up like a IKEA lamp? Yeah, I think just to piggyback on what Chad was saying, I mean, last week we reviewed a large swath of Outback era X-Men by Chris Claremont, and going in, you had to have, I think, the first 5 minutes of that review, it was just me catching you all up to speed on what was going on. Like, you're like, why is this happening? And what happened to this person? And where did that go? I mean, those types of stories are not very easy to get into sometimes. This was very easy to get into. Everything you needed to know about Superman, you pretty much knew because of the culture. You saw the Christopher Reeve Superman, and you saw the newer Supermans. You've watched Lois and Clark back in the 90s, or watched Smallville, or you watched the Arrow, whatever the
It was
CW.
Superman and Lois, I think that's what they call it.
Yeah. So, everyone, I think, just kind of walks around with a little bit of Superman mythology already built in. You're like born with it. You knew some of these Superman facts.
Right. And you get to the end, and you get Lex getting shanked in jail. Yeah. Like, how could you not want to pick up the next issue after that?
Yeah, I think the only thing that didn't work for me and was the actual Super Corpse thing. I feel like you could have told this story without having any of that, honestly. Like Superman running like LexCorp? No, you don't need to have that. You just need to have Lex and Superman talking. That's the thing that kind of drives the bus. Not, hey, I got to run this business now, Superman. Yeah, and here's all these weapons that you don't even use. I don't know.
But let me dazzle you with DC's mastery or lack thereof of numbers. In my hand, I'm showing Andy I'm holding issue 6, which is called The Chained Part 1. But when you open it up inside, it's called The Chained Part 1, Chapter 6. Dun, dun, dun. And so the Super Corps is building to something bigger. Okay. Where in the next storyline, you find out what secrets does Lex have buried under the Super Corps. Spoiler alert, it's a guy called the Chained. But he's a fun, creepy looking villain. But yeah, so it's building towards something bigger. This is something that is going to be a 12-issue arc or a 20-issue arc or something at the end of the day, where hopefully it'll be a satisfying story that you enjoy and remember when it's all said and done.
See, when you said The Chained, I thought the next series run was going to be Superman chained to his desk having to do all the taxes for Super Corps and getting sucked into horrible corporate intrigue.
Oh, the paperwork.
Going up against Batman's Wayne Enterprises because of they're both bidding on some contract to build a dam somewhere.
Yeah, no, he just gets chained up as well and goes, I'm in chains.
All right. Well, one thing that we're hoping that we chain you is to the rest of the Last Comic Shop, and you come back after these commercial breaks for our ratings as well as recommendations. So stay tuned.
Hey, it's Mikey Wood, frequent Last Comic Shop guest and collector. And as a collector, I'm always in need of boards, bags, long boxes, and more to house all those comics. That's why I use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off my orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get me a discount on BCW's already low prices, but I know using LCSPOD at checkout is another way I can show my support to the Last Comic Shop podcast in their continuing mission to bring fans together under that big comic book tent. So if you're in need of comic book supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's LCSPOD.
When you're done listening to this podcast, check out mine. My name is Dave, and I'm the host of Beer in Front. My podcast is just enjoying the beer that's in front of you. Sometimes we forget about a classic beer while we focus on the new trendy thing. What I try to do each week is to enjoy an old school classic or have a beer that has potential to be a classic. I'll also talk about events of the day, I'll add my spin to things, and each week there are people that really annoy me, and I'll call them out as the jag-off of the week. That's Beer in Front, available wherever you listen to podcasts.
Back with more of the Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for our ratings, where, like Brainiac, we like collecting The Man of Steel, And was this one that we enjoyed in our collection? 1 out of 4 scale is going to decide that, and that comes from J.A. Scott. So what is our 1 out of 4 scale for Superman Supercorp?
1 out of 4 corpse. That's right.
Oh, at least you didn't say peas. How many P's are you putting in this word? I still think that's the weirdest word ever. Like, nobody should use this word. Say corporate. Say corporal. Don't say corp. Because then people will be like, is it corpse? Is it core? Is it what? Is it nothing? J.A., it was your pick this week. How many corpse are you giving this?
As I said, it was fun, but sort of not so memorable. It's 2.5. It's good comic booking. It's good to have Superman back in a mainline series focused on him and not, Superman as dad or Superman off on some planet, but, in Metropolis with Lois, with Lex. But 2.5. Just good. Not great, not bad. Would I recommend it? Yeah. In a couple of years, it'll probably be in buck bins. I'm glad that they've already put it out in a trade. Easy to access. You don't need to know a lot about Superman to get into it.
Yeah. I'll go next, and I'm going to echo that in saying that you don't need to know much about Superman other than the basics to enjoy this series. So if you are a new comic book fan coming off the streets or haven't read Superman in a while, this is a great series to pick up. If you are a comic book reader for a really long time, then I would say you might get a little bit bored with this, because although it hits all those right notes, it's all those notes that you've probably heard in other songs before, and you're like, oh, okay. And that's why I'm going to give this probably like a 2.25, because it's average. I'm not going to say, oh, this is the best thing ever. I personally enjoyed Philip Kennedy Johnson's take on Superman in the War World series that he was doing. But I'm also a person that knows a lot about Superman and comics. So, him being on an alien planet and not being around, the Daily Planet or Lois Lane or any of those and being thrown in with the Authority and all that stuff, I liked it just because it was different. You know what I mean? It was like, oh, this is something I haven't seen 1,000 times before. I think I've even seen Superman and Lex team up. That's nothing new. But that doesn't mean that if you aren't a new fan or somebody that hasn't read Superman in a while, that this isn't a good book. So for those people, it's probably like a 3.5, because it does what it's supposed to do, which is get you back reading Superman. And kudos to DC for doing that. Chad.
Yeah, I'm of two minds as well, and I still need to read War World. The
it's hard to say.
Of comic book titles, yeah. No, it sounds super intriguing, but I'll be darned if this isn't the thing I've been asking for years. Like, when I started growing up reading comic books, I read a couple of different runs of Spider-Man simultaneously, because we had the Marvel Tales going on. I was in the mid-300s or the early 300s with the Todd McFarlane, Eric Larson era. And then I was also reading the Spider-Man comics from the 70s. And they all offered a different flavor, but a lot of those issues weren't groundbreaking issues. They were just fun stories that were accessible to me, at 9, 10, 11 years old, but I could still go back as an adult and read those things and love them. They all have their charms. They're all wonderful. And as a result of those stories being so great, that helped ground me as a comic book fan for life. And so, golly gee, DC, you're doing this thing here with Superman. You're giving me stories that are not Superman on an alien planet facing down the brutality of the Authority and all that moral quandaries, which that's an awesome idea for a story. And I'm glad it's out there. And like I said, I'm intrigued to read it, but you're giving me a Superman that's accessible to all ages. And not only that, this is not Superman, whatever the DC's Marvel Age equivalent is. This isn't Superman's kiddie book, right? This is in continuity Superman, issue by issue, where you get the soap opera elements, you get the gauntlet of all the different villains. You're seeing Parasite, you're seeing Livewire, you're getting all the players in Metropolis. And like I said, it's easy to read. The art is brilliant. Now, I will complain slightly that as it goes, the series does that thing where they get like 16 bajillion different artists, and it gets a little bit harder to maintain consistency for the next couple issues. But then I think they're settling in with Bruno Redondo, I think is the plan, which you can't go wrong with Bruno Redondo on art duties. But like, this is what I asked for. Give folks a book they can latch onto. And as much as I like to drag DC, they're doing all kinds of efforts to make Superman accessible to, any number of folks. Did you guys check out the Superman Loves Ramen Noodles manga that came out last year?
No, I did not.
The sequel just came out. The basic premise is Superman shoots off during his lunch breaks because he falls in love with ramen noodles. And sometimes when he gets too excited, his heat blast goes off. And it's craziness. And it's him trying all these different foods and, but it's in the manga format. That could hook kids. We've talked before about some of the other great Superman books, like Superman Smashes the Klan, which, that has some historical background to it, and you can have Superman, being accessible there. But this is regular in-continuity comic books where Superman is super accessible. And so I love it. I just forgot it as soon as I read it. But that doesn't mean I don't still love it, so I'm going to give it a 3.3. It gets the A average. I'm all for Josh Williamson keeping this up. And even though this might not be your grown-up, super adult, hardcore collector, like, oh, we need every issue of this Superman, I'm willing to bet by the time it's all said and done, this is going to turn into something special. And as it stands, like, this is something the kids can latch on to. And boy, after a decade of Zack Snyder movies, boy, do I just want a Superman that kids can embrace. And that's what this is. So there you go. 3.3 for me.
Nice. Way to bring it back, Chad. I have to agree with that. I might go a little bit higher now with my... It's now time for other books that you can pick up at your local comic book shop with our recommendations. Yes, this is the time of every single show where we like to give you other comic books in addition to the new Superman series Supercore that you can pick up at your local comic book shop today. We're going to go ahead and start off again with J.A. Scott, because I think he has another Superman book to recommend to all of our fans.
I do, and this one, you don't have to worry about it being a retread of things you've seen before or introducing villains that you never heard of because, well, it is introducing villains, but it's because it's introducing Superman and Lois Lane as well. That's right. This is Superman, the Golden Age Omnibus, volumes 1, 2, 3, 4. They've got a lot of volumes of them now. I love my Omnibuy. They're nice hardcover editions of the original comic books. So volume 1 collects issues from 1938 through 1940. You're getting Action Comics 1 through 31, Superman 1 to 7, New York World's Fair Comics 1 and 2, first appearance of Superman, Lois Lane, Lex Luthor, Superman battling social injustice, political corruption, fighting for the common man. It's really the basis of what we have today in comic books. These are some of the first superhero comics ever made by Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster. So if you love your Superman, this is where it all started.
Yeah, and it's always cool to go back and see some of these things where, he's throwing criminals off of rooftops.
Yeah, gangbuster Superman.
He doesn't. I don't think he even flies yet because they didn't introduce flying until the Max Fleischer cartoon because they thought it was easier to animate flying versus jumping. I think this even predates all that. So, yeah, but you owe yourself to go back and read those original Superman stories, even if you think they're a little bit cornball. Which I've read them and they kind of sort of are at times, but still. Like that's where it all came from. That's the seed. You got to embrace the seed.
Yeah, and some of those are about to enter the public domain as well. So and still pay DC for it, I guess, before you could get them for free. I don't know how that's going to work. We had a show about that.
Have you seen all the Mickey Mouse stuff?
Yeah, I know. It's crazy nowadays.
Oh.
In any case, let's get another Superman comic, and this one comes from Chad Smith, although he already recommended Superman and the Ramen stuff, which I think I'm going to have to pick up. But what's your comic book that you found in a bin recently?
Yeah, so my recommendation's coming out of the Buck bins. One of my local comic shops has been dumping a ton of stuff into their buck bins recently because they're trying to clear out space in the back. And so things that aren't normally there are popping up. And lo and behold, I see Harley's Little Black Book number 5. And it has a cover that's recreating the Neil Adams classic Superman versus Muhammad Ali. But this time around, it's Superman versus Harley Quinn. And you got little, Barack Obama in the cover looking there, giving you the side eye. Batman, and the cover wasn't nearly as fun this time around to dig into because some are just rando aliens in there. But inside, you get a story written by Amanda Connor and Jimmy Palmiotti, but with art from Neil Adams and Paul Mounts on colors, where they basically parody that classic Superman versus Muhammad Ali story, and you get recreations of all the biggest moments. As well as a bunch of little silly things. So you want to watch Wonder Woman and Power Girl arm wrestle? You get to see that. But you also get to see the page recreated where Superman gets knocked out and they have to bring all the medics over. That's in there. You want to see Hunka and the Scrub show up again? It's in here. You want to see that training montage with Superman and Muhammad Ali, but with Harley Quinn? It's in here. It was just something that I didn't know existed, and I stumbled upon it, and man, how cool is that? So the book was Harley's Little Black Book, issue number 5. Just the issue by itself is delightful. It just brought me such joy to go through and see Neil Adams working over some of his best work. And it was dedicated by Neil Adams and Palmiotti, Mounts and Connor to the memory of the greatest Muhammad Ali, because I think this came out in 2017. But now with the passing of Neil, he's one of the greatest as well. And I don't know. It was just such a cool artifact. I was so happy to stumble upon it. So Harley's Little Black Book, issue number 5. If you find it, it's definitely worth your time.
Very cool. Like that. And that's the great thing about going into dollar bins. You never know what you're going to find. So if you ever find one of those in a comic book shop, all you newbies, go search through some of those dollar bin comics. You'll find some great stuff.
I will say, I'm not a variant cover guy traditionally, but if I see him in a buck bin, I'm like, yeah, I'll pick up a book for the cover. Sometimes you pick it up for the cover and you open it up and it's like, wait, Neil Adams art on the inside too? What? It's great.
So my recommendation this week is kind of twofold in the fact that not only is it shedding some light on a creator I just talked about when I talked about a Superman run that I really loved. Again, the War World series that Philip Kennedy Johnson did on Action Comics about Superman being imprisoned on Mongul's planet and not having powers and having to fight in a gladiatorial arena and stuff. That made me start picking up Superman every single month, which was something I hadn't done since they killed Superman in the 90s. And he has written another really great book, which also, similar to the book we did this week, will bring folks back into the comic book tent by kind of bringing that character, that comic book character, back to his essence and giving you a story that you can just pick up and start reading. And that is The Incredible Hulk over at Marvel. So in recent years, a lot of stuff has happened with The Incredible Hulk. You had the Al Ewing run, where Incredible Hulk was because of the Green Door. All the folks that were affected by Gamma could never die, and there was this big, huge, epic arc about all of that. Then later on, you had Donny Cates basically make Hulk a walking, like, biological mech with Bruce Banner in his brain, like, kind of controlling him like Captain Kirk, which was kind of weird and goofy. But this one brings all of that back to just simply Bruce Banner being homeless, walking around, trying not to kill people as the Hulk, right? Because this is definitely a Hulk that, based on that previous run with Donny Cates, is super pissed at Bruce because he imprisoned him for so long. So now he's like, no, Bruce, I'm going to be in charge. And so he's walking around, and at the same time, you get this interesting storyline about the mother of monsters. So basically, it brings back the Hulk to being the protagonist in battles against monster adversaries, because that's what the Hulk is. He's a monster. So pit him against other monsters. And so over the first couple of issues, and I think I've read up to issue 7 or 8 right now, you have the Hulk teaming up with another famous monster and Man-Thing. They go into the swamp. They fight some, looks like a giant, like, jellyfish kind of thing. It's super creepy. And all the art's done by Nick Klein, except for one issue. So all the monsters are really disgusting looking. And Hulk just kind of beats the tar out of them. And you get some great stories with that. Plus, to bring it back to Hulk's from past, Hulk gets a sidekick, kind of like Rick Jones or whatever, with a new girl named Charlie who has some monster stuff going on with her. So you get some of that awesomeness. But it's great. If you haven't read Hulk in a while, this is a really good Hulk run that brings it back to the basics. And it's just Hulk fighting monsters. Love it.
Smashing good recommendation, chap. No, I do like the Philip Kennedy Johnson. I've heard such great things. And so, yeah, I definitely will be checking that out.
All right. And one thing that we hope that you always check out is more episodes of The Last Comic Shop. It is super easy to find us. All you have to go out to is www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com and rate, review, and subscribe, and you'll never miss any of our shows. It's that easy, folks. That website has all of the links. Apple Podcasts and Google Play and Spotify, and as well as YouTube. You can get our podcast on YouTube if that's what your preference is. But make sure that you're following The Last Comic Shop because we've got great stuff coming up for the rest of 2024.
That's right. And make sure you're following us out there on the socials, things like X and Blue Sky. You can always go back to our website, at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com, where you can find things like merch. And what do we got today, J.A.?
Well, it wouldn't be a merch store supporting comic books if we didn't have some blue tights. So you can get on, buy some blue tights and get on that leisure wear kick that everyone in the U.S. is on and run around looking like Superman. Makes you faster when you're jogging at night.
But there is an upcharge for the red shorts.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. If you want to wear the tighty whities over top of them, I mean, that's going to cost you extra, right? I mean, that's going to...
But additionally, we do have normal T-shirts, coffee mugs, tote bags, anything you need for your comic book loving fan in your life. Also, we got a promo code over at bcwsupplies.com. Use the code LCSPOD, save 10% on boards, bags, boxes, all the stuff you need to keep those comic books looking spick and span.
There you go. And while we here at the Last Comic Shop podcast hope to be the last comic podcast you need, we don't want to be the last comic shop. So we encourage everybody to find a shop near you. Go out and find some super stuff like Superman, Super Core by Josh Williams, Jamal Campbell, and friends. Or you can go old school and find one of those Superman Golden Age Omnibuy. Or maybe you want a smaller selection. You can dig through the back issue bins and find the very affordable Harley's Little Black Book, issue number 5, starring Superman with that wonderful Neil Adams art and that parody story. Or let's say you want to go off in a different direction. You can find former Superman scribe Phil Kennedy Johnson's current run on The Incredible Hulk on stands now.
Yes. And we hope that you do pick up all that wonderful stuff. And we hope that you come back next week for more reviews from The Last Comic Shop. Until then, I was the host with most, Andy Larson, and I was joined by Chad Smith and Jay Scott. And we hope that you stay safe, stay super, and remember that it doesn't matter if you're fat or thin, or tall or short, or old or young. At the end of the day, it's night.
I didn't know where you were going with that one.
No, that took me on a journey.
A journey of discovery, friends. Discovery into more dad jokes. They're not going away.
The Last Comic Shop podcast was a 2024 Black Angus production.
Hey fellas, looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture goodies,
Make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCS Pod at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD.
In the not-too-distant future, following the rapid succession of World Wars III and IV, plus the hidden horrors of secret World War II, there's not much left. All that remains is a place where folks get together to read and discuss comic books. Sometimes they laugh, sometimes they argue, but they always record and upload their transmissions. You have found one of those transmissions today. Welcome to the Last Comic Shop.
Greetings from the future!
Where this week we've overshot the time stream a little bit. We've gone all the way back to the 1940s.
Oh my gosh! Wow, this is going to be great. We can get ration stamps. I don't know.
We need soon anyway, so it's nice to see how that stuff works.
I know, right?
Brought to you by Kellogg's Pep.
Pep!
It's amazing how they were trying to sell that cereal, too. They're like, it was a cereal filled with sunshine and lots of sugar. That's why we call it Pep.
Where were they selling that cereal, Andy?
That's right. They were selling it on the old Superman radio program, which is the basis of today's book here on The Last Comic Shop. I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson, and welcome back to this week's broadcast. I'm joined by my co-host, as always, Chad Smith. And as I said, Chad, we are definitely doing a Superman book on this week's show, right? That's
absolutely. Now, I may have fudged the numbers slightly. This book came out last year. It's called Superman Smashes the Klan by Gene Luen Yang and Gurahiru. I hope I'm pronouncing that the right way. No offense. Gurahiru?
I would say, yeah, Gurahiru.
There you go. And the guy that we always keep on our show to make sure that we've got our pronunciations right is my other co-host, J.A. Scott. Now, J.A., when it comes to the Man of Steel, that you always have been a huge John Byrne fan? Like, that's your definitive Superman, and you had a good story about why that's your definitive Superman?
Yes, and it has nothing to do with comic books. It has to do with wrapping paper. In fact, growing up, my grandmother had a big toy box in her house so that when you go over, you could play with, the toys that she had there. And the box was wrapped in John Byrne Superman wrapping paper. And she must have had rolls and rolls of this stuff, because I distinctly remember we were taking a trip abroad, and my mom wanted to make sure that she could distinguish her suitcase from everybody else's suitcase in the carousel. She took this wrapping paper, cut out Superman's cape, and taped it to the side of the suitcase so that when the suitcase came down the carousel, she could instantly spot it, because it was the only one that would have Superman's cape taped to the side of it. So from that day on, I've been a big John Byrne Superman fan.
I'm sure that your mom actually still has that piece of luggage up in her attic. And it's probably still got that cape right there on the side. But speaking of John Byrne, you're not the only fan of John Byrne's Superman on this particular program. My other co-host, Chad, he has an interesting story about a John Byrne journey he's taking, or has been trying to take over the last couple of years. You want to unpack that, buddy?
Yeah, and I don't know if this is interesting. I'll tell it anyway. But so I started reading comic books back with the Batman movie in 1989. That's when I made my big transition. So I missed the John Byrne Superman Crisis reboot. And so fast forward a couple years later, I'd read an issue here, issue there. I finally decided John Byrne's art is beautiful. I'm going to pick up the run. And so for the last 2 years, I've been fairly fortunate. The run is pretty undervalued. I've been finding issues in dollar bins, And I started off just with the regular Superman series, which one issue to go. It's priced between $6 and $9. And I'm like, I'll go as high as 75, 80 cents maybe. But yeah, and then they bleed into the subtitles at the time. Like, not only was he doing Superman, but he was also doing Action Comics with Dick Giordano on inks a lot of the times. And then they also, halfway through the run, he started picking up the writing chores on Adventures of Superman.
Okay.
So there's a ton of stuff out there that I've been picking up. And then this week we're getting ready for the show, and we're talking about stories. And J.A. is like, you know what Superman book you should do is this one with Big Barda. And I said, thanks a lot, pal. I have like 200 issues of this stupid John Byrne run. He picks one of the 4 that I don't have.
But it's a good issue. Isn't that the issue where Superman, it's almost like Superman becomes a porn star or something?
I don't know. I never read it.
But that's like kind of the stuff that John Byrne would do back in the day. I know as a kid, like, I'm a huge John Byrne fan myself, and it's amazing that people don't think of the John Byrne Superman as much as they think about his other work. Like, I'll go to cons and I'll talk to other comic book fans that know about John Byrne. They'll say John Byrne's X-Men. They'll sometimes say John Byrne's Fantastic Four. Sometimes they'll even say Alpha Flight. I don't know why they throw that one in there, but they do. There's like those sometimes fans that say, yeah, what about Man of Steel? And I'm like, yes, what about Man of Steel? Because that was great. That was super, super good. But I do remember that particular Big Barda Superman issue where I think they're smooching on the cover or something.
Yeah, why don't we talk about the X-Men run? His X-Men run is great. I've read that. I know what we're talking about there. I don't like not knowing what the heck we're talking about.
What about his Sensational She-Hulk? J.A., she loved that Sensational She-Hulk book.
With the strategic staple placement.
Yes.
No, but John Byrne stuff is wonderful, but we're not talking about John Byrne for the rest of the show. We're talking about Superman specifically, and a fantastic book that features Superman here on The Last Comic Shop, and we will be right back with more of that particular book right after these messages.
It was the three-legged dog of comics.
It was bad.
These two gentlemen met in jail, and then when they got out, they started publishing.
It should have been mobsters instead of doing what they do in comics.
Management there was questionable at times.
Some of it has to do with people who go to jail.
We are sinners. We have corrupted the youth.
Stuff that should never have been sold to kids.
And then there was Charlton. I couldn't quite tell what they were doing.
Charlton was just a hodgepodge of weird titles.
What is this? Who am I dealing with?
John threw nickels around like they were manhole covers.
CATAP. They were cheap.
Hell yes, they're cheap.
They were a special kind of special is what they were.
Critic was horrible.
You could smell them beginning to decay even as they were rolling off the press.
At one point, they actually did have to move the comics operation into a bowling alley.
It's something out of a sitcom.
We want to publish comic books in the worst way, and they did.
It's been called the street-fighting cousin of Marvel and DC. Maybe you've heard of them. Probably not. But you do know the industry legends that called it home. This is Charlton Comics. Follow at charltonmovie.com.
Oh, it's going to suck.
All right, we're back with more of The Last Comic Shop, and on today's program, we've got a comic book review for you featuring the Man of Steel that may be set in the late 1940s, but actually is fairly recent, as it started, I believe, at the tail end of 2019 and wrapped up here in the last year in 2020. It is Superman Smashes the Klan. And I think it is a book that I have been wanting to read for quite some time. Chad has been kind of itching, going, oh, you got to read this book. It's really, really good. And so we finally decided to do it on today's program. But Chad, who wrote and drew this fantastic book?
So, okay, it's written by Gene Luen Yang, who you might be familiar with his name from his works American Born Chinese, where he garnered a lot of acclaim. He's now the writer on Marvel's Shang-Chi. He did the new Superman a few years back. And he wrote a book last year that I still want to track down. It's about basketball, like a basketball team. He followed a basketball team for a while and told their story. But it's supposed to be really great. And then Gurahuru, which is a team of two ladies that got the attention of Marvel Comics around 2005, 2006, and they've been publishing work ever since. And they do a style that's kind of like a cross between a manga and like a more kid-friendly style. And for this particular book, they leaned into some of those Max Fleischer elements as well, and it really ends up being a really perfect blend.
Absolutely not. And I couldn't say enough really great things about the art. Just real quickly, I mean, again, the fact that they nailed that Max Fleischer look, it made the book for me. Now, speaking of the 10-cent synopsis here, J.A., why don't you let us know how Superman really smashed the Klan in this particular book?
As we mentioned, it takes place in the 1940s. You're introduced to a family, the Lees. They're a Chinese-American family, immigrant family, who are moving into Metropolis out of Chinatown into the big city. And they run into issues with the Klan and racism in their new neighborhood. And Superman comes along to help fight off this racist elements and ends up in a big fight to not only protect the Lees, but also helps himself discover who he is and that he is also a bit of an outsider and why that should be celebrated instead of feared. As we said, to pull out of the 10-cent synopsis, this 3-issue run is heavily based on an old radio play from the 1940s.
Right, absolutely. And in fact, if we've got any folks out there that have ever read the book Freakonomics, there's actually a section of Freakonomics that talks about this particular radio program of Superman, which ultimately came out at the time the Klan was starting to gain ground in the decades after Birth of a Nation, and ultimately in kind of an interesting way kind of demystify their rituals and like their handshakes and all that other stuff.
It chipped away at their mystique. So the radio was a 16-episode radio series that came out in June of 1946, and it instrumental in sort of demystifying the Klan and showing them for what they are, which is a bunch of racist country bumpkins, mocked bigots, trivialized them. The radio show, by the way, you can find it on YouTube and various other places if you want to listen to it. It's the Klan of the Fiery Cross, because they didn't have the rights to say Ku Klux Klan, so they renamed the Klan.
And they had to change Fiery Cross to KFK instead of KFC because, chicken people would have been offended. But, the story itself is super fascinating, and I've seen it. I can't remember if I saw it first through the Freakonomics or if it was, there's a blog called The Comic Book Legends Revealed. I know Brian Cronin there had done a story on this. And then even on Drunk History, I've seen it portrayed. But there's this dude whose name was Stetson Kennedy, and he infiltrated the Klan and found out all their secrets. And then what did he do with it? Instead of taking it to the police, because as demonstrated in this book, there were police that were, part of the Klan. Instead of it taking it to, straight to the FBI, he went to the people that make the Superman radio show. Right. And so after it showed up in the Superman radio show, it was a cultural thing instead of a police action. And that now the people that were in the Klan, their kids were making fun of them. Their kids who listened to Superman, were mocking their secret handshakes. They were mocking, the things they did to be part of the secret society. And it really it chipped away culturally as opposed to changing people's minds, through force, which I thought was fascinating.
Right.
Radio show is brought to you by PEP, P-E-P, PEP.
That's right. That's right. And if you ever do get to listen to the radio show, I mean, I was a guy that grew up listening to a lot of these old time radio shows. My dad was a child of that generation. So like these were the things that he listened to on the radio, whether it was the Shadow or the Green Hornet or the Superman radio program. So when I was younger, he kind of shared these things with me. And I remember not listening to this particular episode, but listening to other episodes of Superman. And it's amazing how popular that Superman radio program was, how influential it ultimately was on the total mythology of Superman. Before the Superman radio program, you didn't have things like the Daily Planet. You didn't have characters like Perry White or Jimmy Olsen or all of those supporting characters that we know and love. We always credit the Max Fleischer cartoons for actually giving Superman the ability to fly as opposed to jump. But ultimately, there's so many things that come out of this radio program. So it's amazing that even now, like almost a century after it's been released, 80 years or whatever, it's still influencing fantastic comic books like the one we're going to review today. Now, Chad,
here we go. My commentary on the radio program. I listened to a good chunk of it. So much Jimmy Olsen playing baseball. You think Superman would be in there a lot more, but it's a lot of Jimmy playing ball.
Well, I will say
you got to really know the nuance of baseball to get this. I mean, you remember baseball back in the 40s was like the national pastime. I reckon that the guy who got beamed in the head was asking for it. He's crowding the plate. That's good inside pitching.
That's right.
But I will say that that's one of the things. If you ever do go find the radio program, be kind of ready to kind of sit for some long things of dialogue, because honestly, it's all the radio shows. That's all they really could do. I mean, they didn't have a lot of time for the action. Like if you listen to the old Green Hornets, it's everything going on at the Daily Sentinel, and then he puts on the Green Hornet stuff like the last 10 minutes. But it's mostly talking between goons and the gun malls and all that stuff. And that's the same thing with the Superman show. I mean,
let's drive to the action and talk while we drive. So
that's right. 20 minutes gone.
So I'm actually glad that this comic book exists. This is kind of a way of making something even more digestible for the masses than even the radio show that some people might not listen to anymore. So again, kudos to the folks that said, yeah, let's do the Superman versus the Klan or Smashes the Klan comic book. Because again, it's kind of like making the movie version of a comic book. It's making the comic book version of a radio show. Anyways, let's get to initial thoughts, and we're going to start with Chad because it was his pick. I know you told me why I should read this book, but tell our listeners why they should read this book.
Well, so it's something that's interesting to me because this comes out of the DC initiative in the past few years to target young adults. And I honestly think this is like the best example of what they can do for that market, because they're taking a story that has historical significance. When you factor in the radio program and its influence, they're taking a story where the morality behind it and teaching people those lessons about acceptance and the coming of age things that I'm sure we'll get into later on. But it's not just the Lees, these immigrants, fighting for acceptance and understanding how to fit in. It's Superman learning how to fit in, and it's just a wonderful story. The way it's told is clear and crisp, and it's aimed at young adults, but anybody could read this, and anybody could love it. It's so well done. It was something where I had picked up the first issue at the shop, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to wait until this gets collected. And oh my goodness, the wait was so long. Because I figured this is something I'm going to want to share with people, and it's always easier to share whenever you have one graphic novel as opposed to just 3 single issues. But yeah, it's really great work. It's really exemplary of what DC can accomplish. They put the right people in the right places with the right stories.
Right. J.A., your thoughts?
When I started, I came into this cold. It was in the box. This is what we're reading this week. I didn't know the history with the radio show that much. I mean, we had talked a bit about it, but I hadn't listened to the radio show. I didn't read any of the historical backgrounds before I started reading the book. So I started reading the book, and I have to admit, the first 2 or 3 pages, I was kind of turned off. I'm like, the story feels a bit simplistic. This is like a kid's book. Why are we reading a kid's book? And that lasted for like 3 pages. And by page 4, I was like, oh my God, this is the best. I get it. I get everything that they're going for, and I love it. And from page 4 to the end, I couldn't put it down. One thing I really also liked was at the end of each issue, there was some historical context writing, not just about the impact of the radio show and this story, but also the impact on the writer. And the writer told his story about his family coming over and sort of how his personal story meshed with this story that he had written, which also meshed with the radio play. And I really loved those elements of it. Those sort of, after you read the chapter, you got these nice little historical notes, 2 or 3 pages. And that's when, I think after issue 1 of the 3-issue run, I went back and read about the Freakonomics and read about, listened to some of the radio play and read about the impact of the Adventures of Superman on it. And I agree with Chad. I think it's a great opener, and the art is approachable. The dialogue is approachable. It's the perfect gateway for someone getting into comics, and the story is really wholesome and really good. And I think a lot of people, especially people who are like comics, sometimes feel like, well, is it okay to like comics? Because people don't think comics are cool. And if I read comics, well, people think I'm dorky or I'm not cool if I do something that other people don't. And this story addresses feeling like an outsider and how do you deal with that and how do you overcome it. And it's okay to be different. It's okay to fit in different places. And also, being the father of two children that come from two different cultures, and that whole idea where you're speaking two different languages in the household and you're speaking one language to your parents and another language to your children. That had a big impact on me as well.
Yeah. I'm going to jump in real quick and just say that for the large majority of Superman stories, I find them very boring because I find Superman a particularly boring character. I mean, what are you supposed to do with a character that can basically do anything? Like, we've often talked about the fact that when you get into a Superman story, there's not really a lot of stakes. There's not really a lot of drama there because, again, at the end of the day, he might just punch whatever threat he has to death. But with this particular book and the other Superman stories that I have particularly liked, it's not about Superman's unlimited power. It's actually about Superman's unlimited humanity, which is kind of weird given that he comes from a different planet. But the fact that, like, in this book, you get this Superman that's super conflicted because when he was a young child, he was thought to be like, I don't know, a Satan spawn or something because he was able to levitate off the ground and his eyes got red when he got angry, when somebody was picking on one of his friends. He felt
those
like
manifestations of his power.
Right.
Yes,
right.
Which he was flying. I believe we covered this, right? Levitating off the ground equals flying.
Yes, we did talk about that in a show. You have to hover. That is how you have the ability to fly.
If you're hovering, you're flying.
Exactly.
Everything
Otherwise,
else
you're
is just a controlled fall.
Exactly. And in this particular book, he doesn't fly. He doesn't fly. He doesn't use X-ray vision. He doesn't use a lot of his power sets because he's afraid to. He's afraid that if he does these things, that he will look alien to those people that he loves, that he will not be accepted for who he is. And this is a really coming of age story for Superman. He's in his, I gotta say, maybe his 20s, late 20s, early 30s. It looks like, because he looks like he's a grown ass man in this particular book. But at the end of the day, like, he's still going through this thing where he doesn't know who his parents are other than the Kents. He doesn't know how powerful he is, and that is incredibly engaging. What are your thoughts on that, guys?
Well, I wanted to ask you, what was your take when you saw his hand turn green? Because when that first happened, I was kind of taken aback.
Oh, when he's like, "Oh, I must be alien because I'm holding kryptonite," and I'm like, he's like, he's not, his hand doesn't turn green, but he's mentally picturing the fact that he's an alien, like he saw in his pulps. I thought that was visually the right representation. Because to your point, Chad, I was like, did kryptonite change him? Do we have different rules here in this particular?
Did he turn into a lizard man?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get it at first. I didn't get it in the moment when his hand turned green. And then I got what they were doing when he looked in the mirror and then he saw his parents. I'm like, I get it. He's shut this part of his life off because he's scared of it. He doesn't want to be alien. He doesn't want to be seen as the other. He just wants to be seen as a regular human who's just a little bit stronger and just a little bit faster, which is why he doesn't fly and he doesn't use his heat ray and he doesn't use his X-ray vision. I like that it took sort of the interaction between him and the girl, Roberta Lee, where she's saying, there's more to you than what you're showing. I know it. I can tell, like, I see in you me. And what I love about that is because that's what Superman is and Batman and all these superheroes are meant to be. We're meant to see ourselves in them, right? And see parts of us in heroes, especially. And for her to say, I can see you in me, and you are holding back. You have not reached your full potential. I thought that was a nice switch, because usually it's the hero that's telling the child, you need to not hold back, or you need to let this go so that you can become better. But the child was telling the superhero to do that.
Yeah, where she's like, I wish it were okay for you to fly. Like, how heartbreaking is that? Or like, she knows he can fly, and Superman has it in him that he knows he can fly. But it's not only that; it's the progression of this in this book. Even when they go to the circus and he sees the strong man, and they have that conversation afterwards, and he's like, Superman's talking to the strong man, and he's like, always afraid that people will be scared of me. And the guy's like, no, just get a costume. The more colorful, the better.
Right.
And you understand so much more about Superman after going through this book.
Well, absolutely. That and the fact that, like, again, it's an homage to the original notion, of Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, who basically thought that, like, they wanted the character to be colorful, like a strong man in a circus. In fact, in the ends of each of those issues, I think there is actually some talk about that particular portion of Superman's actual origin story, like how he was created.
Even then, they had him in the ticket window. It's like, was that the ticket taker guy? But no, his posture was different, and his hair is different. Look, his hair is longer now. And it's like, this is why Superman gets away with the stuff that he does.
Yes. Real quickly, I wanted to also touch upon the fact that, like, because this is a book that's kind of aimed at all ages, but also it is very, very good for younger children. The kind of growth that one of the particular characters goes through, the Chuck Riggs character. Chuck Riggs is the young kid whose uncle is a part of the Klan and ends up being, like, basically the main bad guy in this particular story. But Chuck is kind of he's a vulnerable kid. He's one of those kids that could be led astray if he's not, brought back on the path at some point.
He almost is.
But in his heart of hearts, you can see that the kid's got good in him. The kid is not so far gone that he doesn't understand the consequences of his actions and does not want to be a genuinely good kid. Which, I mean, I'm that type of person. I always think that kids are genuinely. I try to be optimistic, and the kids are genuinely sweet. They are, and it's the influences of the environment that lead them astray most of the time. And so I thought it was incredibly powerful, the journey that Chuck Riggs has in this particular story. Plus the fact that I just like saying Chuck Riggs. It sounds like somebody from an 80s action movie. Watch out for Chuck Riggs.
I think it sounds like the bad end of the cow. Like, you got the Chuck roast, that's fine, but stay away from the Chuck Riggs.
Chuck Riggs is always in the arm wrestling competitions. He's one bad mother trucker. But it's seriously though. Like, what do you guys think of that particular aspect of the book?
Well, I think definitely early on when you first meet him, he's such a jerk. Like, he's racist. He's like, China girl, take this banana split. So many like racist epitaphs, and just he's a totally bad dude. And you can tell whenever he gets home and he's talking to his uncle where it comes from, for sure. But it's nice that they give that character depth. It's nice that they show him standing up to his uncle. It's nice they show that people can come back. They can be pulled back from that hatred and do the right thing. And even with the adults in the story. I think of the family, the Lees, where originally the dad, like, he comes to be the new bacteriologist in town. But when the Clan of the Fiery Cross comes to their home, there's a group of black men that pull up to help them deal with it. And he's like, no, get out of here. We don't want to associate with you. It's bad enough already. But he kind of shuns the African-American people that are there to help. And eventually, even the dad grows to the point where, he's finally respecting everybody near the end. And like, I don't know. It's just, I know it's simplistic and I know it's kiddie. But man, do I wish the world worked this way more.
I don't think it, but that's what I liked about it too, because I think, the themes maybe are simplistic, but I think that's just because the themes are so universal. But I think the way they dealt with it wasn't so simplistic. I'm thinking that, in that second issue where Tommy and Chuck are in that big argument, and Chuck's like, my family's not evil. Maybe, I'm trying to figure this all out in my head, and maybe it's okay for people to want to live with people that are like them. And Tommy's like, what are you talking about? That's crazy. And so you can see within Chuck this inner turmoil about, what I'm being told at home or what I'm being told about my family versus what I'm learning. How do I deal with all that, especially as a kid? And then what you talk about, the father going through at the beginning of the book, he's, we're moving to the city. Everyone needs to speak English, and we can't use our Chinese names. We're going to use our English American names. And by the end of the book, the mother, who's probably speaks the worst English, she's speaking almost always in Chinese. And Roberta has gone back to her birth name, and they're not adapting. They're becoming comfortable in their own skin, while at the same time also comfortable in America or in Metropolis. So it's the immigrant story told very nicely.
I see where you're coming from. There is a lot of complexity to this book. There's a lot of nuance, and it deals with such topics that are so high charged. And it does it in a way where, like, when you see the cop who's assigned to their house, and he falls asleep on the job, and then later on he's like, "I've got you, Grand Dragon." Like, you see that kind of evil there, and you see these terrible things, but then you also see the Unity House. It's like the bad joke with the rabbi and the priest and the minister, all sitting together watching the baseball game. So there are those elements of nuance, and it is really well done. But let's talk about one of the most important things of the book. How creepy is that kid that thinks Superman smells like cotton candy?
And then at the end, he's like, he smells like demon babies. Like, I don't know what he exactly says, but it's like the worst thing ever. He smells like brimstone. And I'm like, really? You just said he smelled like cotton candy. Why? Because he can fly now?
I love that little running joke. He smells like cotton candy. Okay, you need to stop now.
Yeah, he shows up at the baseball game and he has cotton candy in his hand, and he's like, he smells like ashes.
No, but that's the thing. This book has so many like little nuances and flavors to it and layers. I think that's the wonderful thing about it. Like, I oftentimes think when I get to a really good comic book that I really, really enjoy, it's kind of like, I don't know, a really good pizza in which, like, you got the sauce and you got the cheese and you got the crust and you got the toppings, and and again, layers. And so for those folks that are maybe like sitting there thinking like, well, you're talking a lot about like the kind of some social themes that are brought up in this book. It's still a good Superman story. If you're just a comic book fan and you like Superman, guess what? There are some really great Superman moments in there. Like, there is a fantastic moment which is like picture perfect for the relationship between Superman and Lois Lane, where Superman at the end, he comes down at the baseball game to kind of save the day, and he's flying for the first time, and everybody's in like, cowering in terror from the guy that can fly, except for Lois, who's still looking up at him. Aww. And for me, that little moment where he's like, that's when I knew, man. That's when I knew it was Lois. She was the right one for me. I don't know. Again, as somebody that's just been a Superman fan that knows about the Superman mythology, there's those great, great moments in here. I love the fact that at the beginning of the book, he's fighting Atom Man. Atom Man is from the second Superman movie serial that was released in the late 1940s. It was actually, I guess, Lex Luthor. They called him Luthor in it, but that's Atom Man. Like, he put on the same big steel mask. I think you used to be able to watch it on that DC Online service, both of those serials. I don't know if they're on HBO Max now, but if you have an opportunity to check those out, another nice little plug to the Superman mythology with this thing. We'll be right back with more Last Comic Shop right after these messages. We've got our grade ratings for this particular book, so stay tuned for that.
Hey everybody, this is Nerd Bomber here, one of the co-hosts of the Online Warriors podcast. Our weekly podcast started as a way for three friends to keep in touch and discuss their passion for movies, gaming, technology, and entertainment. And since then, we've grown into a fantastic online community. Every Wednesday, we release a new episode discussing the latest nerdy news, and then we go hands-on with our weekly adventures and a fun trivia show. Sound interesting? Check us out on every podcast platform, including Spotify and Apple Podcasts, or hit us up at onlinewarriorspodcast.com.
Hello, Radio World. This is K-Double here to let you know about KD5P, K-Double's fifth period music class, a bi-weekly music show here on the 4H's Presents Radio Network, where every other Friday night at 8, I take you on a musical journey through the careers of some of your favorite musical artists. So check me out on Spreaker.com/4H's Presents Radio or on iHeartRadio every other Friday at 8 p.m. on Revolving Door episodes. Peace. KD5P.
And we're back with more of the Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for our rating of this particular book. And I'm sure that based on our kind of gush everywhere initial thoughts, it's probably not going to be hard to figure out what we're going to grade this particular book. But as always on this show, we like to do it on a 1 out of 4 scale. And we like to change it up a little bit every single week. So, J.A., what is our scale for this week?
Okay, so the scale this week is tall buildings. 1 out of 4 tall buildings that you have.
Tall buildings leaped
in a single bound.
I wish you would have gone with locomotives. That would have been an easier sound effect to edit in. Tall buildings. Whew. So we're going to go ahead and get Chad, since it was his book. How many tall buildings are you leaping, Chad?
I was going to say, and you could use the sound effect like they do in that one double-page spread, just leap, and there goes Superman with 2 kids under a kid under each arm, leaping over the river.
It's adorable. It is adorable.
And that's what I love about this book. I think this book has something for everybody. Whether it's the old-timey fans, like I commented to Andy before we were recording, where I thought this was right up his alley because it had that Fleischer cartoon Superman. Also, if you look at the art style from the Guruhuru, it's a little bit anime, a little bit manga, but not so much that if you're not a manga guy, you're turned off by it. I think it's really accessible just by fans, old and new. I love the story. We talked about this before. I think it hits on all the levels, and it's a wonderful book to share. I wouldn't hesitate, giving this to a teenager, or even maybe a little bit younger, and saying, here, you want to get to know Superman? Check out Superman Smashes the Klan. So it is 4 tall buildings leapt. Man of Steel for me on this one.
Very good. J.A., your tall buildings?
Yeah, I gotta agree with Chad. He's leaping over 4 of them at the speed of a locomotive.
So
it's stronger than a locomotive, faster than
the speed of the speeding bullet, or faster than a speeding bullet.
I would recommend it to people who are big Superman fans, because it's not like an Elseworld Superman, but it's Superman how you might not have seen him or thought of him in a long time. You can recommend it to someone who doesn't know a lot about comic books, because it's approachable and you don't need to have this knowledge of the whole mythology of Superman to get into it. And it's not long. It's just 3 issues. It's a really well-paced, well-packaged story. It reminds me of the old comic books that I used to read growing up as a kid, when you could tell a story in 2 or 3 issues and you didn't need 20 issues of 5 pages of action to get something done.
There you go.
It's extended issues. It's a 230 or 225 page story.
The issues are like 80 pages a piece, but hey, I get what you're saying, old timer. I'm with you on that. I agree that this is a 4 out of 4 tall buildings leapt, and I'm talking tall buildings. This is probably the best Superman story that I've read since All-Star Superman. I can honestly say that. If you've never read Grant Morrison and Frank Whiteley's All-Star Superman, I would highly recommend that book. But it kind of, again, for me, not only touched upon those aspects of Superman that I really, really like when you start talking about his vulnerability, because that's really the only thing that you can say about Superman. He can do anything, so you have to focus on other things. And in this particular book, the notion that Superman has to find himself, that he is scared of himself and scared of being an alien, and that he'll be jeered and rejected and not accepted by those people that he loves. That's extremely, extremely powerful. And when you tie it in to the same, that those same feelings are shared by so many folks throughout the world, but especially here in America, and have been for so long, it really tugs at your heart and makes for a meaningful and just a powerful story. And so I can't recommend this book enough. If you're 8 years old, if you're 80 years old, pick up Superman Smashes the Klan, especially now, after some of the year that we've had. And I don't want to get too political, but after the year we've had, you need some sign of some rays of sunshine here. You need to be able to feel like people are coming together a little bit and accepting each other for who they really are. That's at least how I feel. And speaking of that, let's go ahead and jump into recommendations. As always on the Last Comic Shop, we like to give you other books that you can check out today by going to your local comic book shop. As always on this particular program, we often do a similar book, we do a current book, and one out of left field, but we're going to kind of chuck that out the window today and give you 3 great Superman books. Yeah, they could be current, yeah, they could be similar, yeah, they could be out of left field, but they're all Superman books, so they've got a kind of little bit of a theme. And we're going to go ahead and start with J.A., who's got a really good Superman story for us. J.A.?
My recommendation is coming out not from left field, but a field in the Ukraine where Superman has landed. It is Superman Red Sun, the 3-issue 2003 limited series by Mark Millar with art by Dave Johnson and Andrew Robinson. And in this 3-part series, it posits what happened when Superman crashed to Earth, instead of landing in Kansas, he landed in the Soviet Union and was raised communist.
Wow. And it is kind of a really interesting book from that perspective in regards to, like, they kind of go through, like, the entire history of, like, again, what would happen if he, like, lands there and how it would impact America. Like, Lex Luthor becomes, like, I don't know, does he become president in that because he has to fight against the threat?
I think he becomes president, and then their descendants end up marrying and intermarrying, and then it's weird. It gets weird, but it's a nice little. If you like Elseworld stories, if you like the idea that, you know, what would happen if you kind of like Soviet quiche and you like that sort of thing, it checks all those boxes. It was made into an animated movie that I think came out just last year, and probably if you've still got that HBO Max subscription from when you signed up to watch the Wonder Woman movie, I think you can access it on HBO Max. So that is my recommendation.
Chad, what is your recommendation for this week?
So whereas Superman Smashes the Klan is an all-in-one, you don't need anything else to understand it, there's no continuity, a lot of people like their Superman instead bumping up against the heroes of the DC universe and the universe proper. They like that aspect. So for them, might I recommend Superman Up in the Sky, which was the adaptation. It was by Tom King and Andy Kubert. They did this originally. It came out in the Walmart $5 issues, and they collected it in issues the next year. I think it started in 2018. 2019, they did the issues. 2020, they released the collected edition, so you can still find this in your local comic shops. But there's a little girl who's kidnapped by aliens, and then Superman basically goes through time and space to bring this girl back. But you see him have a race with the Flash. You see him. Andy Kubert is the son of famous comic book artist Joe Kubert, who is famous for his Sergeant Rock. And so there's an issue with Sergeant Rock in there, and it's a beautiful homage. And whereas it's sort of like that Tom King niche where he's outside of continuity, it's still a celebration of the DC universe. So it's a little bit more tied in to the other stuff. If you love comics, I equate it to the equal but opposite of Superman Smashes the Klan. Whereas that book is all Superman on his own. This is Superman mixed into all the other stuff about DC that makes him fun. But it was collected in 6 issues. It's tons of fun. I definitely recommend it.
Okay. Well, I'm going to kind of bring it back for the last recommendation, back to another Superman Elseworlds story. And this one is called Superman War of the Worlds. And it is a book that was originally released back in 1998. It was written by Roy Thomas, the legendary Roy Thomas, and drawn by Michael Lark. And it is very, very similar in the fact that it deals with a Superman that is from that golden age. The year is 1938, and mild-mannered hayseed reporter Clark Kent comes to Metropolis trying to work for that daily newspaper, the Daily Star. But little does he know that he has a secret. He doesn't understand why, though. He can outrun steam trains and lift heavy stuff, and his elderly parents told him to keep it a secret. Very similar to the book that we talked about on this particular program. The only problem is, instead of him fighting the Klan, he has to pit his newly found strength and powers against Martian invaders. And so, again, it kind of mashes up the War of the Worlds radio broadcast, not the original H.G. Wells novel, but the radio broadcast that was made very popular by Orson Welles in the 1930s, and
for real life scared and jumping out of buildings because they thought they were really happening.
Exactly. And so it deals with Superman basically fighting the Martian invaders, which is kind of interesting because it's like an alien versus an alien. But the reason why I recommend this book, not only because it's got that golden age Superman look to it, but the main reason that I really, really love this book is this is a Superman that has real weakness, real limits. In fact, I have often said that this particular book is for anybody that wanted to see how Superman would be portrayed in the Marvel Universe. I've always said it like that. Roy Thomas, as you know, was a big Marvel writer. As you know, the characters in the Marvel Universe are filled with foibles and disadvantages. Not every hero was perfect, and the drama comes not from external fights, but internal ones. And this is what you get in this Superman story. Superman can't fly. He isn't like invulnerable to the point where like nothing can kill him. In fact, I won't lie, I'll give away the ending of the story. Superman dies at the end. He dies of exhaustion from fighting the Martian hordes day after day after day in defending Earth. And in this book, you get a Superman that doesn't know his own strength, that has never learned to be Superman, but yet still stands up against these alien invaders and saves the planet. So again, if you can find it, you can get it either in its original trade, Superman War of the Worlds, or you can recently get it in a new trade that was released by DC recently called, I think it's Superman Elseworlds Volume 1. It's got a lot of other really great stories in there, like what if Superman was in the Civil War, and there's another one called Distant Fires, which was drawn by Gil Kane with Howard Chaykin's writing, which is interesting too. So definitely check out that book if you have a chance.
The reason why he died is because he didn't have Muhammad Ali fighting with him.
That's right. What were the aliens? The Scrubs. I think it's that Tom King book too.
That Up in the Air book.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they're popular. Those Scrubs, they're all over the place.
Everybody but TLC.
And that's it for the Last Comic Shop this week. I hope you enjoyed our broadcast as always, and make sure that you rate, review, and subscribe to our podcast at any of those variety of podcatching platforms that you can find by just going out to www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. Not only can you find all of those fantastic services that you can get our podcast on, but you can also get our merch, fantastic t-shirts and mugs and all kinds of great stuff, masks for all of you and your loved ones, as well as making sure that you can sign up for any of our social media, whether it's on Twitter or Instagram. And we definitely highly recommend that you check us out on there. We've got daily posts like, this month in the history of comics and all kinds of wonderful stuff daily on comics. So check us out. Check us out often.
And don't forget, while we may be that post-apocalyptic podcast about the last comic shop, chances are good there are still comic shops around in your area. So if you need to find one, check the comic shop locator, www.comicshoplocator.com, where you can find a shop near you and support those fine folks out there that are keeping this industry afloat and making it so that we have new cool stuff to read here in the future.
Okay. And again, until next week, folks, stay safe, stay sheltered, and above all, make sure you stay hopeful, because isn't that what Superman's all about?
Brought to you by Pep, a sunshine cereal.
P.E.P. Pep!
The Last Comic Shop was a 2021 Black Angus production.
Looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture bric-a-brac, make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCSPOD at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD. Cheers!
Countdown to the Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's a plane! It's Superman!
You came to me with nothing. I gave you Superman.
Silence!
Wait, watch it. Hey, don't touch me. It's a Claude. Promises were made and gifts exchanged. Gotta hand it to you. You always told the truth. A guy always knew where he stood with you.
Try to get them into the molecule chamber. It takes their powers, see, and turns them into ordinary human beings. Now, if you could
Don't go in there! It's a trap!
You poisonous snake!
That's a molecule chamber. It makes people like you into people like me.
You've done well. The crystal there activates the mechanism. Lex Luthor, ruler of Australia. Activate the machine.
Thank you. With your permission.
And now, finally, take my hand and swear eternal loyalty to Zod.
All right! That was a rendition of a classic scene from Superman 2 here on the Last Comic Shop.
Yes, that's right. We are opening up the shop to everyone. You don't just have to be a Christopher Reeve Superman 2 fan to join us under the comic book tent.
That's right, but we may make you kneel before the Last Comic Shop.
Well, Chad might. I'm not. Again, I'm egalitarian. I like everybody inside that comic book tent. I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson. And of course, I'm joined by Chad Smith, as well as Jay Scott, who helped me out with that recreation of that scene from Superman 2. And if you're wondering why we were talking about Superman, it's because we're covering another DC book here on the Last Comic Shop. It seems to be a trend. Like, we take a week off and then we're back with DC.
Just when they thought you were out, they pull you back in.
I feel like by the end of this year, nearly half the shows are going to be DC. But there's a lot of DC comic books out there, and they just seem to be pulling us back. And this week, we're going to be reviewing a recent release from DC Comics. It's called Superman 78. It's a 6-part miniseries that was released basically as kind of like a conceit about, hey, what if they had made more movies after Superman 2? But before we get to that comic book review on this week's show, it's time to get done with some business. The business of reviewing our Last Comic Shop weekly polls. That's right. As you may or may not know, but hopefully you do, every Wednesday on the Last Comic Shop's Twitter account, @LastComicShop, we like to release a weekly poll to all of our fans. And the response recently has been tremendous. And as a result of those weekly polls, we like to come on this program and give you the results. The last time we did this was a couple weeks ago, and we finished up with our Rorschach show. So on today's program, we're going to start off with 5,000 kilometers per second. So, J.A., what was the poll for that week?
Yes, so the poll we had during Love Week, it was the week of Valentine's Day, best comic book couple.
Ooh.
There were 4 couples, Lois and Clark, Peter and MJ, Scott and Jean from the X-Men, and then Reed and Sue.
And those are 4 classic couples. I know that when you had posted this, I was thinking outside the box, and I said, what about Luke Cage and Danny Rand? They're a classic comic book couple. Power Man and Iron Fist. Where are they? So
yeah, but you do that, then you're going down the Dark Hole. You have to do Cloak and Dagger. And
it's true. And I will say this. Boy, did we have a lot of folks that were kind of fussy about our Gene and Scott pick. Because they were like, they're the most dysfunctional couple on this list. What about Gene and Wolverine?
Right, or White Queen and this. I was like, oh, man. What about Scott and Madeline? He screwed her over.
Well, what was the eventual winner of this, J.A.?
In a landslide, Lois and Clark, with Peter and MJ following on, and Reed and Sue sort of right in the middle at 17%.
So, Chad, who did you vote for?
Out of those choices, sure, my heart goes to Spider-Man and Mary Jane because I've lived the most with those characters and their relationship. But I think my vote goes towards Lois and Clark. There's something about Lois Lane and that 1940s-esque whip-smart reporter that I just absolutely love. And then Clark having to pretend to be, oh, shucks, farm boy. And they seem like caricatures, but that's what I love about them because they're caricatures that are super fun.
Yeah, I thought everyone was voting for Lois Clark. No way was I going Lois and Clark. I figured Andrew's going to do Peter and MJ. I didn't know. I thought you might be Reed and Sue, Chad. But I was all Scott and Jean. I was Scott and Jean all the way, baby.
Of course, our resident X-Men fan here. But you're right. I did vote for Peter and MJ ultimately because, again, I stopped reading that freaking comic book when they destroyed their marriage because that was sacrosanct to me. That was like bringing back, I don't know, Uncle Ben from the dead. Like, there's things you don't do with my Spider-Man. There's just too many great moments between Peter and MJ. Any case, what was the next poll that we had during our Fantastic Four week?
Best non-original Fantastic Four member. So if you get outside of Reed, Sue, Johnny Storm, and The Thing, who do you feel fits best within the Fantastic Four?
There have been a lot of people that have filled in for members of the Fantastic Four over the year, but you only had 4 choices. Which 4 choices would we give fans?
So we gave them She-Hulk, Spider-Man, Franklin Richards, and Valeria Richards.
No Herbie?
No Herbie. For fans of the Fantastic Four cartoon, no Herbie.
Yeah. Some other fans, they recommended Wyatt Wingfoot, which was a real big throwback. I was like, wow.
That's a deep cut. That's a deep cut if ever I heard one.
It is. But who ultimately won this one?
So She-Hulk took it with over 50% of the vote.
For this one, I'm going She-Hulk, mainly because I still don't feel right about Spider-Man being on a team, even when it is one with this family atmosphere. And She-Hulk was the type of character where she really needs to belong somewhere. She does a great job when she has other interesting characters to bounce off of, and it works well for both scenarios, like the Fantastic Four benefits and She-Hulk benefits.
Yeah, no, I can see that. Sometimes, you're right. If She-Hulk's not played for laughs like it is with the John Byrne run that we reviewed previously on this show, like, she does seem to get lost. And so she is sometimes a better character to be part of an ensemble, which is what the Fantastic Four are. Like, all of those characters, other than, again, the guy that left, which was the Thing. Like, the rest of them, they kind of sort of need each other to bounce off of. That's the whole purpose of what they do.
I just think there's not enough law used with She-Hulk. She's a lawyer. There should be more law courtroom scenes, like Law and Order She-Hulk edition.
Mash!
Although I agree with the fact that Spider-Man shouldn't be on a team. If he's going to be on a team, he's going to be on the Fantastic Four. So that's who I vote. That's his family. That's his good friends. That's the guys that got the symbiote off of him.
No. Hold the train. The only team that Spider-Man is hanging out with is his amazing friends. That's Iceman and Firestar.
All right. What was poll number 3, J.A.? This was during our other history of the DC Universe, but this had absolutely nothing to do with the book we reviewed that week, right?
No, we're tying into the fact that Netflix is pulling all the MCU series off their platform. So it was the last week and weekend that you could watch Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Punisher, Luke Cage, and the Defenders. So naturally, we wanted to know, and it was kind of a layup. This was a freaking, we just gave everybody this one. Which of the Netflix shows, which one would you binge? Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Punisher, or Luke Cage? We didn't include Iron Fist in that. We just accepted that would come in dead last.
We had a month's notice that the Marvel shows were going off of Netflix with no word they were going to show up on Disney Plus. And I told myself, now's the time to finish watching Daredevil. And I watched 0 episodes of Daredevil. Daredevil's the one, but for whatever reason, I'm still waiting to get the flu or something where I have to sit down for 3 days and then I'll watch them then. But until then, I don't have that kind of attention span.
I'm not a binger either. Like, I don't like to binge things. And if I fall too far behind, I'm never going to catch up. So that's why I never got around to, Punisher Season 2, because I just never could commit to watching all of those episodes.
It sounds like so long. Like, whenever you put it like, oh, it's only 50 hours. What?
Yeah, I mean, this really came down to who was going to come in second place. And that was Jessica Jones with 16% of the vote. Daredevil got the highest percentage of vote for a poll ever.
Yeah. It is true that the 3 Daredevil seasons are actually the best continuing show, like, of all of them. Like, again, I could rewatch any of those seasons and enjoy them.
Yeah, it's interesting. I still reckon that first season of Jessica Jones taken alone is the best.
Okay.
The Daredevil, I think, across the 3 seasons has the better story arc.
Yes. It's the most consistently good from beginning to end. It doesn't have any dips between seasons, and it has compelling stories in all of the seasons to tell. Anyways, our 4th poll, which was during our review of X-Men Mutant Massacre, right?
That was, and so we went with who is the best mutant introduced in the 1980s. So the best 1980s mutant. And it was all women you could choose from: Kitty Pryde, Rogue, Dazzler, and Magic. And Andrew, I believe you famously said on the Twitter that this was Rogue's poll to lose. Well, she lost it.
Oh, wow, that's crazy.
Well, that's just because I'm sure you were secretly campaigning somewhere. I don't know how Rogue lost this one, but you're right. Magic fans came out of the woodwork to vote for this. I mean, it was close, though. Come on, give us the percentages, because it was close.
So Magic won with 39%. Rogue in second with 35%. Dazzler in fourth. Kitty Pryde a distant third at 16%. But you're right, we had a massive turnout. My magic people coming for me. Yes, thank you very much. Everyone agrees she is by far the bee's knees.
Chad, you didn't vote for Magic, did you?
I came of age in the 90s with the X-Men 92 cartoon, and so I'm a rogue man, sugar. Even though we'd never be able to touch, it would be unrequited love. She's still the one that steals my heart of all the X-Men.
I used to love anytime Rogue would end up being sent down to like the Savage Land, because it didn't matter. It never mattered what kind of costume she got going into the Savage Land. Within 5 pages, that costume somehow got conveniently ripped down to a bikini.
Absolutely. Remember those Jim Lee issues? Oh my.
But it didn't matter. She could have been in an anorak and full snow pants. Somehow it would turn into a bikini by page 15.
Yes, and not only that, whenever she went shopping, it was always green. She was always wearing green stuff. We get it, you have a green costume. Doesn't mean you have to wear a green dress, green jeans.
Well, I voted for Rogue too. Although I was actually really surprised. Kitty Pryde fans didn't know that. Kitty is a very popular X-Man. Some people consider her like the linchpin of the X-Men team. And
she's the most powerful. One of the most. She's like Omega level. But
was that the only reason you didn't vote for her, J.A.? Is because you had to pick between Magic and Kitty Pryde, and you were like, well, I guess.
Well, yeah. It was hard.
Pride of the X-Men, the failed X-Men pilot, which was the basis of all the X-Men characters in the arcade game. Anyways, what was our final poll?
Best television movie Catwoman.
Meow.
And this is the first time we had a combination pick for one. And this, I blame Twitter on this, because you can only have 4 choices, and you only have a limited number of characters when you're putting in the choice. So the choices were Julie Newmar / Eartha Kitt, Michelle Pfeiffer of the Batman movies by, thinking Tim Horton. It's like, no, that's the coffee.
Tim Burton's. Yeah, the Tim Burton Batman Returns.
Anne Hathaway from the Nolan Batmans, and Zoe Kravitz from The Batman.
And for a while there, Zoe was winning this. For a couple days. It seemed like it was Zoe's to lose.
It was a Zoe Kravitz stand fest. They were coming out of the woodwork, but there was always an undercurrent. I reckon that our fan base skews very Gen X. And, anyone who's grew up Gen X or that early Gen Y, you remember going to the McDonald's and getting the cups with the Frisbee tops. You remember all the tie-ins, and you remember Michelle Pfeiffer, and she won this with 39% of the vote.
Chad, of course, you voted for those folks from Batman 66, right?
It's so hard to pick. They're all wonderful, but if I had to choose, I'm a Julie Newmar guy. Oh, just thinking about her. My eyes are kind of pointing to the sky, and life is just better.
Yeah, and plus she was in that cool animated movie that they put out a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah, with Adam West.
Right, they were able to bring back a lot of that original cast, so that was kind of cool. Reconnect with Julie Newmar as well before Adam West died, so that was really neat.
Yes, I was glad that they got a healthy percentage of the vote. It was actually higher than I thought it would be. What blew me away, though, was Anne Hathaway just cratering at 6%.
No, but I have this feeling that, Dark Knight Rises, people don't like that movie.
They say, oh, the Christopher Nolan trilogy is so awesome. And it's like, well, what about Dark Knight Rises? Well, we don't talk about that one.
Exactly.
It's a third of the movies. It's like, we don't talk about the Ewoks.
We don't talk about Anne Hathaway. But you're right. I mean, I like Anne Hathaway. I think she's gorgeous. But I don't think she had sultry film noir, femme fatale kind of. Got to get that from Catwoman.
Yeah, there should be an element of danger. And you don't know where you quite stand all the time with her. And, of course, the elephant in the room with this poll was that I did not include Halle Berry.
And rightfully so. Because that movie sucks. But you know what doesn't suck? Our last Comic Shop weekly polls. And we hope that you make sure that you check out our Twitter page every Wednesday over at Last Comic Shop and vote in them. JA's nice enough to put them out. Make him smile by participating every single week. And we'll be right back with more of the Last Comic Shop right after these messages with our review of Superman 78. So stay tuned.
And I just got to give another big shout out to my magic people. Well done, guys. Well done.
Hey, this is Ken M.
Padawan J.
Coach Duffy. From the Ocho Duro Parlay Hour podcast. Every week, the ODPH is talking sports, movies, TV, comics, and more. It's always a parlay of topics on each episode. You can find the ODPH on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iHeartRadio, Spotify, Stitcher, Podbean, and wherever you find great podcasts, such as the one you're listening to right now. Don't forget to check out OchoDuroParlayHour.com, where you can find the links to all of the ODPH social media accounts, links to the bands whose music you hear each week on the show, hashtag 607 podcast info, and parlay points, our companion blog section of the show. Thanks for listening to the ODPH. Now get back to your regularly scheduled podcast.
All right, we're back with more of the Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for our Read Pile Review. Yes, where we review comic books based on movies that were released, 4 decades ago. Because they're still relevant to us, because they were the movies that we grew up with. Damn it, and we're the greatest generation now. Forget those other people. We are those people that were born in the late 70s, 80s, into the 90s. We're the generation. You'll like what we like. Wow. And we like Christopher Reeves as Superman. So we're doing Superman 78 on today's program. Real quickly, Chad, who did this particular collection of issues based on that classic movie?
So this was a 6-issue series, came out starting last year into this year, and it was written by Robert Venditti with art by Wilfredo Torres and Jordi Belair on colors, with David Lamphere as letterer.
So I think it's only right for our resident cinephile, J.A. Scott. Give us the 10-cent synopsis for this, given I thought this played out like a movie a little bit. So kind of what happened here, J.A.?
Yeah, so the big conceit of this whole series is that it's based off of what would have happened after Superman 2. And really, Superman 1 and 2 were filmed at the same time by Richard Donner. Donner got kicked off the second one, but whatever. It's that Superman. So it's Christopher Reeve. It's Margot Kidder. The characters are drawn like the actors from the movie. So Lex Luthor is Gene Hackman. And Brainiac comes down to Earth because he finds out there's a Kryptonian on Earth. And he wants to then preserve Earth because he thinks that Kryptonians are like this evil thing in the universe and they destroy what they produce. So when he shrinks down Superman and Superman needs to fight to get out and become big and save Metropolis, save the Earth, fight Brainiac. It is very cinematic. It's actually a better movie than Superman 1. I watched Superman 1 after I read the book and I was like, oh man, I remember this being a lot better than it was. There is a lot of padding in that first Superman.
Wow. Yes, you're right, though. It is. I mean, honestly, the best movie out of that is Superman 2 because you don't have the origin story and what have you. And so you're just able to do, Superman versus Zod and they're on equal playing and he's got to, come from behind. It's a better movie than Superman. But you're right. I can agree with that as an initial thought for sure. I wanted to really quickly kind of add to the 10-cent synopsis, though, because there are some neat things going on in this series that are kind of Easter eggs for long time, comic book readers like us, such as the fact that Brainiac, he shrinks Metropolis, but it's after he shrinks a part of Krypton and makes the bottled city of Kandor. A lot of stories about the bottled city of Kandor. It's a real Silver Age kind of idea from the Superman books. Plus, even though you get the Brainiac that's all green in the face, you get all the robot Brainiacs, which are
the superpowers.
Yes, the superpowers line. I had it too. I have that action figure with the karate kick. Why they would give Brainiac a karate kick is beyond me, but they do.
Robots love karate.
He was so creepy growing up. Seriously, that toy scared the bejesus out of me. I don't know. That's why I needed to have it, because I was just that's scary, but I also need this.
And it was all chrome. It was the best one.
Yeah.
I mean, Darkseid was cool, too, with the Omega Vision. Brainiac was awesome.
So it was awesome that they made all these robot Brainiacs running around. And it also, it gave Superman some stakes. I also like the fact that they got really close to all the characters, like J.A. brought up. In the drawing, for example, Jor-El is still Marlon Brando in this. The Lex does kind of look like Gene Hackman at times. He's definitely got the same mannerisms as Gene Hackman's Lex. I wanted to ask you guys, did you like it that it was kind of more of an interpretation as opposed to, you've seen some of these in other books where they do the really photorealistic drawings where it's like, we need to immediately make this look like Christopher Reeves as opposed to an interpretation of Christopher Reeves.
Yeah, that was actually one of the things I kind of had a problem with. I wasn't a fan of the noses. So the artwork for me, it was a little bit too sketchy, I guess. I thought it would have been better if it had also been sort of more Silver Agey in its interpretation. Where I thought they nailed the characters was in the writing, especially in the dialogue between Margot Kidder's Lois Lane and Christopher Reeve as Clark Kent. I could see Margot Kidder and Christopher Reeve making that, and especially the Lois Lane bit. I thought that was nailed perfectly.
I still think she would have gotten herself into even more trouble. I didn't think there was enough Margot Kidder Lois in this.
Yes, that is true. That's the other thing that is it in the second movie where she purposely drops herself into the Niagara Falls, into the Niagara River?
Just to see if Superman will save her or whatever?
Yes.
But she's always getting in the middle of an earthquake and getting swallowed up just randomly. I mean, he has to reset the entire, timeline of Earth to save Lois at some point. Where was that? I mean, you do get a great scene in this at the end, not to give too much away, but basically Metropolis is hanging in the air, like they ripped it out, like almost like ripping out part of New York, and it's like hanging in the sky, and then it starts to fall to the earth, and Superman has to grab it, pretty much.
He's got to catch it.
And lower it gently to the ground, like a fly ball. It does tee into this like uber powerful Superman, like, and again a type of Superman that could reverse the rotation of the frickin' Earth,
but yet comes across as everyday and everyman. And that's the one thing I loved about the Superman movie was he could do all these amazing things, but you didn't look at him and expect him to be able to do it.
Heck yeah, it was weird with Christopher Reeves. He didn't fill out the suit like you would expect. Like, we've come to see Superman as this macho muchacho, like almost bodybuilder type. And Christopher Reeve was a lankier version, but at the same time, he would still exude that strength. The tagline was, you could believe a man could fly. You could believe, for whatever reason, Christopher Reeve was able to sell everything that he did. And as a little kid watching those movies, like, it was magic.
Right. This might be a little bit of a rabbit hole going down, but it kind of never made sense to me in any sort of comic book, how, like, any character, whether it was Superman, whether it was even the Hulk, how you have to have huge muscles in order to lift 10,000 tons. These are characters that can lift, like, extraordinarily large amounts of weight, right? There is no way you could show a musculature on anybody that would be able to lift that amount of. So, like, at that point, it's just kind of like, I'm actually glad that they don't, because otherwise, like, you'd have to be like this grotesque abomination of muscles in order for you to lift something like that.
And two, as someone who's let my gym membership lapse 15 years ago, they would have to work out all the time to maintain that muscle tone. They wouldn't be able to eat cheese. Like, they wouldn't be able to do anything. They would just be working out all the time, and they'd never have time for superheroics.
Well, but a couple other things that I kind of wanted to bring up in terms of initial thoughts. I do feel like the 6 issues, though, were a little bit uneven because there were some moments where things got a little bit slow for me. I really thought the first 2 issues were extremely strong, building up to Brainiac coming to Earth, Superman sacrificing himself to save the Earth, surrendering but then he gets put in the bottle of Candor, and you do get that kind of almost like Captain America, man at a time kind of thing, where he's like, I don't fit in here. I've always wanted to be in Krypton, but evidently I'm not a Kryptonian anymore. You can't go home again. But at the same time, didn't anybody else think that was like kind of boring?
I was going to say it was like the classic third reel of a movie. That's the time you can go get
popcorn or go to the bathroom in the middle, you're not going to miss much. They're kind of setting up the next movie and some plot that doesn't actually matter so much.
Yeah, I don't know. With this whole book, I would go back and forth between like, this is great, I can't believe it, and then like, oh, I don't like that. And like, I vacillated, like, you know, issue by issue, page by page sometimes, where it's like, I love the Army of Brainiacs, that was tons of fun, but I wasn't a huge fan of the, like, expected more out of Lois Lane, and I don't know if that's just my modern sensibilities and giving something to Margot Kidder that wasn't there in those initial movies. We were talking earlier about the likenesses. I like the fact that it wasn't spot on, but at the same time, there were a couple of occasions where I was like, I don't know if I like that much. And then the whole Bottle City thing really creeps me out. Like turning entire civilizations into ant farms that are going to do what? Live in the Fortress of Solitude now? Like, yeah. Like that's a good thing. Like now Superman has all these prisoners to take care of. Yay!
Yeah, they didn't really think that out.
There's so many things that you could go into too, because like when he's in the Bottled City, the people are asking him, "Oh, welcome to the council," and what do you think of this? What do you think of that? What do you think of bottle time versus outside time, and the difference, and the fact that we don't age in here? I'm like, whoa, that's like a massive concept that you just dropped in a piece of dialogue as a throwaway line.
There was another old guy that was like, "How are you going to
deal with overpopulation?" Yeah, overpopulation, and then he's getting hit on.
Of space because we live in a freaking bottle.
And then he was getting hit on by, let's bring our houses together to procreate to make another stronger line.
I mean, again, I got those parts because it was kind of reinforcing the fact that although, yes, again, Superman has always wanted to reconnect with Krypton. He's been away too long. Like, he never grew up there. He never knew these people. He's an Earthling for all intents and purposes, and he misses the Earth. He misses, hot dogs and watching college football. I mean, he's from a small town in Kansas, for God's sakes. He's not like a politician or anything, and that's really what is great about some of those scenes, is you still did get this feeling that every single time Superman opened his mouth, I could hear Christopher Reeves talking. I could hear that salt of the earth, that kind,
unsophisticated but moral, and that was, I think, going back to what we were talking about with body type and Christopher Reeve not having muscles but still kind of exuding. It was because he had this force of will that you knew that he was, it wasn't Mike makes right. It was, my moral compass, my true character. He was really a very idealistic Superman that was perfect for kids at that age, in the late 70s. This is what you want to strive to become. You might not be able to fly. You might not look like a big jacked up wrestler, WWE, or I guess it was WWF at the time. You can do what is right. You can, not lie, not steal, and
say thank you, eat your peas.
Thank you, eat your peas, brush your teeth, wipe your nose.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And it's so funny because my version of Superman in my head is that wish fulfillment character for kids. And I remember when the Snyderverse came out, and lots of people had lots of things to say in praise of those movies, but that Superman, like, if you're going to have a character who can fly and shoot laser beams out of his eyes and have ice breath and every single power imaginable, you've already taken away every realistic weakness possible. Why would you make that character anything else but a wish fulfillment for kids? Like, we shouldn't have to worry about him snapping Zod's neck and terrorizing cities, and you know what I mean? Like, it's Superman. It should be somebody you look up to and be like, man, I'm glad he's on our side.
And equally, you should have a Lex Luthor that's as charismatic as the Lex Luthor in this. Again, this is my Lex Luthor. I don't understand how there is any other Lex Luthor in any sort of other DC. I never got when he was like a maniacal megalomaniac that was completely immoral and, would threaten the world on a cosmic scale. Like, that's not my Lex Luthor. My Lex Luthor is like pretty much a con artist from beginning to end that is actually really smart. In this, you get the Lex that I like. He wants to show that he is Superman's archenemy. He wants to be like, look, there's this new guy in town and Brainiac, and no, I'm the guy. Like, you don't walk on my turf.
You're not allowed to destroy Superman. That's my job. So I'm going to help Superman escape you so that I can destroy him.
Yeah.
That's right.
Because it's all about his pride. It's all about, like, again, that confidence, man, that, you know, he's got to believe it himself in order for other people to believe it. And if somebody comes into that world and kind of even pokes a little hole in that bubble, like, he's like, no, I don't like that. Like, I don't like knowing that I'm just this guy. Like, no, I am Lex Luthor. And I did love that scene. I don't know if you guys did, but talking about Easter eggs, when he walks into his secret laboratory in the back and he's got the purple and green armor there.
Oh, yeah. Like, even just the fact that it's bald Lex. Wasn't it Gene Hackman never wanted to be bald?
Yeah. So you'd have always the toupee or something. And
like,
so
finally getting to see that.
Right. Sexy Lexi. Like, that's my Lex Luthor, and you got that in spades more than any other character.
And it was also so cinematic, like when he's escaping Metropolis as it's being lifted up, he's escaping in a hot air balloon. I was like, that's such the movie Lex Luthor, right? Just these wacky juxtapositions of not a helicopter, not some space thing, a hot air balloon.
All he needed was 40 cakes in tow. And it would have been the best Luthor ever.
So the other one that I wanted to bring up was, I think, was the Brainiac based on David Bowie?
That's what I got out of it. He looked like David Bowie to me.
Because I've watched The Man That Fell from Earth, which is a great sci-fi movie featuring David Bowie. And it kind of had like a little bit of a David Bowie look. What did you think Brainiac looked like, J.A.?
I did not pick that one up at all. I have to go back and look now. I just thought he looked like Brainiac. I was like, I wasn't thinking as much as the other characters. Oh, that's Gene Hackman. That's Christopher Reeve. I wasn't even thinking who are they drawing Brainiac like? Wow. Yeah. That would be like Labyrinth or Labyrinth era David Bowie.
Right, exactly. That's why it seems like it would fit, because you're talking about an early 80s David Bowie, you know, and I feel like he could have brought across that kind of alien menace. And especially those scenes, like if they would have let them shoot those scenes on like his destroyed home planet, I could totally, because he would have that.
He had blonde hair in that one, so yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yep. I can see that now. I see it. I see what you're dealing.
So at the end, I guess we got this comic book, and I guess my last question before we go to break is: do you feel like we were cheated that we didn't get this movie? Do you feel like the movie would have been as good as what we got in this comic book? If you would have got it like in 81 or 82, like this would have been something they could have filmed?
I think they would have struggled with some of the special effects, but it would have been much better than Superman 3, and we're not even going to talk about Superman 4, The Quest for Peace.
Yeah, my thought was, oh, heck no. There's no way they could have had flying Brainiac robots and the big mech thing and all. Like, I don't think early 80s, late 70s movie technology was anywhere close. Like, we got flying Superman, and we're like, all right. Superimposed over outer space. They're like, wow, can you believe it? There's a lot of technical prowess here that I don't see them achieving.
Well, one thing we're always going to achieve on The Last Comic Shop is giving you a rating for the book that we just reviewed, and that's coming up right after these messages, so stay tuned.
Coming to you live from whatever podcast you're currently listening to, it's your boy Jay West with my co-host Mac East from the We Get Dub podcast.
What up, nerds? It's me, Mac East, and we got a badass anime podcast for you. We got hot sauce, we got hot takes, we got booze and banter.
And you can listen to us on all major platforms.
The We Get Dub podcast hits harder than a Goku gut punch.
Hi everyone, this is Mark, the DM for Stranger Damies. What is Stranger Damies, you ask? Well, we're just a bunch of first-time D&D players exploring the world of Tal'Dorei 30 years after the events of the Coma Conclave, which was made famous on Critical Role. Join us every week as we roll some dice, make some mistakes, but most importantly, we have fun. New episodes air every Wednesday at strangerdamies.podbean.com or on your favorite podcast streaming app. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and follow us on Twitter and Instagram at StrangerDamies. And is it Wednesday yet?
All right, we're back with more of The Last Comic Shop, and it's now time for our rating, where we might not get through this segment as fast as a speeding bullet, but we're definitely going to give you at least some ratings that are stronger than a locomotive.
Tall buildings. I believe we did leaping tall buildings. We have done speeding bullets.
Yeah.
I come up with an arbitrary scale. And everyone has to do it.
So what's our arbitrary 1 out of 4 scale for this week's ratings, J.A.?
Well, you did mention speeding bullets. We have done that for a Superman book. I think we did leaping tall buildings. We haven't done stronger than a locomotive, I don't think. But as we alluded to in our review, this Superman is not all about looking strong, and it's more on the inner side. What makes your character big and strong? But what this book does have in spades is brainiacs. That's right. We've got brainiacs coming out of the woodwork. We've got brainiac robots. We've got brainiac transferring his green entity to other things. So how many brainiacs are you giving this book?
Well, there you go. Well, why don't you kick us off then? How many brainiacs are you giving Superman 78, J.A.?
So I've got to give it 3.25 brainiacs. So it's 3 full brains and then a little bit more of the front lobe section.
Okay.
I thought it was really fun. I thought they nailed the dialogue and the writing, especially between Clark Kent and Lois Lane. I appreciated that the art made them look like their Hollywood counterparts, though I did have a bit of issue. I thought it was a bit too sketchy for me. I thought if they had married the look with more Silver Age artistic techniques, that would have been perfect. But maybe that's just because I think of that age and that era of Superman as like the John Byrne Superman, right? So it's got to be sort of, and I think that's probably a bit on me. I did feel that the story, as we have pointed out, kind of got uneven at parts. But that being said, it was 6 issues. It was really fast read. It was exciting. I loved that they had all these little Easter eggs that you were talking about, the bigger Superman universe. I love that they had Easter eggs to the movies. So like when he's fighting some of the Brainiac robots, he rips off his crest and he throws it, and it becomes the giant sticky fly peeper thing from the movie. I was like, yes, that's so awesome.
That is dumb as hell. That cellophane thing. And he's like, here you go. But it was great that they used it. I smiled too, I won't lie. Chad, what is your rating for this week?
Well, since I am a sucker for the old Superpowers line, and they had that Brainiac action figure, which is super expensive and super hard to find right now, my rating scale is going to be in Brainiac toys. And I will give it 3.25 Brainiac toys. So 3 full ones and just the arms and legs in case they break off your other Superpowers toys. This was a lot of fun. The art was really solid throughout the course of this book. And it was on that line of, the likenesses were close enough. You knew who people were supposed to be. I enjoyed the David Bowie's turn as Brainiac. I don't know if he agreed to that or not. But I enjoyed it. But at the same time, at the end of the day, and this is, looking back on the Superman 78 movie, it is of its time. And I wouldn't feel right giving this a 4 just because it does suffer the same limitations as that movie. And that's to its benefit or to its detriment. You can decide. But I'm going to go 3.25 Brainiacs. Still lots of fun.
Okay. Well, for me, I think I'm going to go a little bit higher than both of you. I think I'm going to give it a 3.5, like a solid 3.5 Brainiacs.
Is that the right side or left side of that half?
I think I'm more of a right hemisphere person, so I'm going to go with the right hemisphere. So, I can't give it a full 4 because, to my point earlier, I thought some of those scenes inside Bottled City of Kandor were kind of boring. And I don't really care about Kryptonian politics. I got what they were trying to do. And I think, if you had shot a movie like that, you would have had a scene where Superman reconnected with his parents. I don't know if they would have got Marlon Brando to come back. God knows they had to pay him a lot of money just to do the scenes in Superman itself. But, I wanted more fights between either Superman and Brainiac, because, I thought Brainiac was a credible threat. Again, that was what was really missing from Superman 1, in my opinion, and what they fixed in Superman 2, is they gave Superman actual stakes and an opponent that was worth his time. And so Brainiac was definitely a good arch nemesis for him in this story. Plus, you got his other nemesis in Lex Luthor, again, not only trying to stop Superman, but also kind of in this rivalry with Brainiac, which kind of, again, pulls back to the classic Luthor Brainiac team-ups or rivalries that you would have in Silver Age comics throughout the years. So I think the writer got all that. That's what makes it a 3.5. It is something that I would recommend to anybody. Or whether you've watched recently any of the Christopher Reeves movies, that's all you need is to just watch one of them to understand this book. And so for people just coming into the comic book tent, this is a very accessible Superman book. It's only 6 issues. You know all the characters because of pop culture, and you can just pick it up and start reading, which is great for any new fan. And speaking of other things that are great for new fans, you might find some of those things with our recommendations. Yes, on the last comic shop every single week, we like to give you other books in addition to Superman 78 that you can pick up at your local comic book shop today. So what's your recommendation for this week, Jay?
I'm going to recommend another Superman book that's sort of outside main continuity, but also very well done. All-Star Superman.
Oh, that's a great one.
By Grant Morrison with pencils by Frank Quitely and inks by Jamie Grant. It kicks off, the Superman's trying to prevent the sun from being destroyed by some Lutherian plot device, and as a result is exposed to massive amounts of sun gamma rays or whatever, and so he essentially has like Superman cancer and he's going to die. But he's also then super powered. So what then transpires is sort of the 12 trials of Superman, where he has to essentially go through these 12 trials, kind of like trials of Hercules, to do things that will save Earth and Kryptonian. He reveals himself to Lois Lane, because in this story she doesn't know he's Superman. My favorite little part is near the beginning. He when he shows her Fortress of Solitude, he's like, "Oh, I just leave the key under the mat." She's like, "Well, won't somebody steal it?" He's like, "Well, no, I carved it from a dwarf star, so no one can pick it up."
But you're right, there's some great scenes in that. There's a great issue where he basically gives Lois one day the equivalent powers of him. So, like, she can be truly his equal and understand, like, what it is to be Superman. And they get to have, like, a date where they're hanging out with other people that are ridiculously superpowered. And it's a wonderful issue. To your point, it's kind of like not only a 12 labors of Superman, but it's also kind of like a Superman bucket list. Like, that's like this drumbeat that's going through this entire series. Like, you know, he's ultimately going to die. So all of this has stakes. All of this has ramifications. You need to see Superman finish these things because they're important to him.
And I really I think Grant Morrison gets to like how emotionally intelligent and thoughtful Superman can be. Because usually he's just this sort of, be moral, be upstanding. It's not very Christopher Reeve, but I thought that they were able to peel back that onion a bit and really get into, sort of what drives him and towards the end of his life, and he's going to die, sort of a compassion that you don't often see in Superman.
Well, that is a tremendous pick. I can't recommend that book enough. I'm glad that J.A. brought it up on this show. If you have not read All-Star Superman, go out and pick that up today. We might have to cover that on the
I was just going to say, might have to we might have to review that.
All right. So with my recommendation for this week, this is in regards to something for those folks that are comic book historians in some ways. They kind of want to know about how comic books and, just popular culture and American culture have met up over the years, or attempted to try to meet up or cross over. And Superman has always been a kind of an ambassador for the comic book fan and the general public. Like, when it comes to recognizable superheroes, Superman is always the number one character. And so this is a book called The Amazing World of Superman, and you can get it in a wonderful hardback copy nowadays. They call it the official Metropolis edition. And really what this is it starts out with just a reprint of a Superman issue from 1955 in which they created a Superman land, basically a theme park based around Superman. And after you reading that issue, you get into how this actually was going to happen. There was a small town in Illinois that renamed itself Metropolis. Their Chamber of Commerce was going to build a Superman theme park jointly with DC, like a Disney World or something, all around Superman in the early 1970s. It was derailed due to the oil embargo of the mid-70s, so they never ended up building this theme park. But this collection basically talks about the entire history, like what was supposed to happen. And this book is kind of put together as if like this would have been something that you would have picked up at the park, where it not only gives you a couple Superman stories, it gives you some great information on Superman's rogues gallery. There is a fantastic section on how they make comic books. I mean, again, this would have been something they would have been giving out to kids that would have been coming to Superman land. So it goes through all these pages of all these people, like Carmen Infantino. Here's writer Denny O'Neil sitting at a typewriter creating a Superman script.
It's like when you go to Hershey Park and you go across the street to Chocolate World and you get on the little ride that takes you through how they make chocolate.
Yes.
That's what it would have been.
Yeah.
It would have been, you had been in the cart that turns this way and you would have seen like DC bullpen, and then it turns this way and you could see the big printing press rolling out the papers. Then you turn back and you see and the whole time you've got this horrible like bad music playing over the speakers that's coming from behind your seat.
Right. Well, and my favorite pages in here, though, is Kurt Swan, who is a lot of folks feel is one of the definitive artists of Superman because he drew Superman all through the Silver Age. Basically, he has a couple pages on how to draw Superman. And what the best part is, like, it shows how Clark Kent has a slouch that drops him to 5'11", as opposed to Superman, who is 6'2". So that's how his slouch drops what 4 inches?
That's how he gets away with it, a slouch and some glasses.
That's true. But it's just wonderful to see these pages drawn by Kurt Swan. Similar to, if you're a Marvel fan and you had like drawing comic books the Marvel way with the John Buscema art, to see Kurt Swan show you how to draw Superman. Maybe the comic books aren't the best in this particular collection, but you can't beat this if you just want some interesting history about how comic books and pop culture could have crossed over with like mainstream media in the 1970s. Super great stuff.
And for my recommendation, I am not going to do a Superman book, but I did enjoy going back to these old movie times so much. I'm going to recommend another movie book.
Ooh.
I know. I'm going to pull out Batman 89. Which I will admit I have not finished reading all the way yet, but this series is written by original Batman 89 movie writer Sam Hamm, who I also remember from way back in the day, writing Detective Comics, like 2 issues before I started reading Detective Comics. But I went back and got those, and he's a pretty good writer. And then the art is done by Joe Quinones, who for years on Twitter had been posting up Batman 89 pics, and there was no one else better qualified for this job. It is set in that Batman universe, and it really just carries forward all of those things that you wanted to see happen. So remember in the Lego movie when we finally got the Black Harvey Dent?
Right, Billy D. Williams.
45. Billy D. Williams, there you go. We finally saw the Billy D. Williams Two-Face. Well, in Batman 89, you see Billy D. Williams Two-Face. In Batman 89, the 6th-issue miniseries out of DC, there's a new version of Catwoman, which looks a lot like Michelle Pfeiffer. And even better, one of my favorite stories to tell as an action figure collector is with the Batman and Robin movie, about how they had planned to have a Robin. They had cast a Robin. They had paid a Robin. And they had made an action figure of this actor's likeness to be Robin. And that person was Marlon Wayans. But since they cut Marlon Wayans out of the film, they literally whitewashed the action figure and just painted the skin white.
Jeez.
And yeah, it's once you look at it, you won't be able to unsee it. But Batman 89 actually brings out a Marlon Wayans style Robin. And all that wish fulfillment that you want from a book like that, it's coming through in Batman 89. Is it as fun as this Superman book, which I think is a little bit more focused? It's not as fun, but it's still pretty darn fun. And the art from Joe Quinones is just absolutely beautiful. He's one of those guys that can straddle the line between realistic likeness and great cartooning. It really is just tons of fun.
I was thinking, I wonder if they did this for Batman. And I even looked, I couldn't find it on Comixology, so I'm glad to know that there's a Batman 89, because that's my Batman. Michelle Pfeiffer is my Catwoman. That's my Batman.
And so if you enjoyed Superman 78, I highly recommend Batman 89 at comic shops now.
There you go. And we hope that you come back to our comic shop next week for more of the Last Comic Shop podcast. Again, we're going to be reviewing some Moon Knight, and you don't want to miss that. So make sure you rate, review, and subscribe on that myriad of podcasting platforms over at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. It's our terrific website where you can find all kinds of links to all those places, as well as a link to YouTube where you can find things like all of our podcast episodes and unboxings of action figures and other comic book related stuff, as well as some interviews with independent creators that are doing awesome things on Kickstarter. And we like to try to keep up with them. So keep up with us, lastcomicshoppodcast.com.
And you can keep up with us on the social media at Last Comic Shop on Twitter and Instagram, where you can find things like really neat daily comic book factoids. You can be tucked into bed at night with a sweet Golden Age cover, or you can vote in our weekly polls or see what we're picking up in comic shops or what other stuff we're laying down for you on the social media. And if you need those connections, again, you can always go back to our home base, www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com, where they can find what else, J.A.?
As always, we have a link to our merch store where you can get Last Comic Book Shop t-shirts, tote bags. This week on special, Clark Kent glasses. That you wear them, no one knows who you are.
Because I don't know who I am when I wear them. I look in the mirror and I'm like, who is this person?
They come with a special free bottle of pomade so that you can slick your hair down, just like Christopher Reeve.
Good gravy. How much oil did he have in his hair then?
Okay, and while we may be the Last Comic Shop podcast, we do not want to be the Last Comic Shop. So we encourage you guys to pull out the yellow pages, search for Comic Shop in the yellow pages, find a place near you. Or you could use the Comic Shop Locator, www.comicshoplocator.com, where you could find The Amazing World of Superman in that hardcover edition. Or you could find The Delectable All-Star Superman, which really is fantastic, by Morrison and Quietly. That's so good. And you could also find in the recent issue stacks Batman 89, in addition to your Superman 78 fix. So head to a comic shop near you and find all that cool stuff waiting for you.
And until next week, I was the host with most, Andy Larson. I was joined by J.A. Scott and Chad Smith, and we hope that you come back to the Last Comic Shop next week. Again, Moon Knight! Stay tuned! Until then, stay safe, stay fighting Ukraine, and then remember that although real estate rates are going up throughout the United States, there are always great rates available to you in Otisburg. I got your stick, Mr. Luthor.
Oh, man. Yeah, this did not have that dude in it.
I agree. We need a director's cut of this comic book with 100% more Ned Beatty.
Squeal, piggy, squeal!
The Last Comic Shop was a 2022 Black Angus production.
Hey fellas, looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture goodies, make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCS Pod at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves.
So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD.
In the not-too-distant future, following the rapid succession of World Wars III and IV, plus the hidden horrors of secret World War II, there's not much left. All that remains is a place where folks get together to read and discuss comic books. Sometimes they laugh, sometimes they argue, but they always record and upload their transmissions. You have found one of those transmissions today. Welcome to the last comic shop.
Look up in the sky!
It's a bird!
It's an aeroplane!
Aeroplane? It's the last comic shop. Who says aeroplane? I mean, I guess it is that's what it's called, but isn't, I don't know. I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson, and we're adding extra things to our Superman intros this week. Aeroplane? Really? They've been saying it for like 90 years.
Fine. It's a plane.
Oh, that's my wonderful wife, Nicole Larson. She's on today's program, as well as my regular co-hosts, J.A. Scott and Chad Smith. And if you're wondering why we're talking about Superman, it's because we're covering another Superman book on today's program. It's finally a book out of the future state. And it's been a long time coming. We've wanted to cover a future state for a while, but we wanted to make sure that it was all done. And actually, the book that we're reviewing today, Imperious Lex versus Superman, had like a month, not delay, but it came out a month later than most of the other Future State books. So we were waiting for that one, and then we waited a couple more weeks, too, because we got busy. Anyways, Chad, is this officially done? Like, is Future State done? There's no other books that are, like, hiding behind corners, lurking, and...
Future State is so done, they had already started the Infinite Frontier before the last issue of this book came out. But yeah, Future State is done so, but a lot of the elements from Future State have crept their way into DCU proper. As DC Universe, their new mantra is that it doesn't matter. And so they're all over time and space, and as long as it makes for a good story, they're gonna roll with it.
Right. It's a golden age for those people that don't like continuity. Go over to DC right now. You can pick up a Batman book, and it doesn't even really have Batman in it. It's got some other guy that said he's Batman. Well,
that's not true. Batman just went back to being Batman because that was selling real well. So they just picked up the same stories from before the Future State, but they restarted Nightwing. Nightwing is real good now. It's got Tom Taylor, and I can't think of the name of the artist, but it was really solid. And the Batman versus Superman book has Jean Lun Yang, and I can't think of the artist, but it's really good. That's really good too. The first issue that I had checked out, it's like the old radio serial days, Superman and Batman working together.
Oh, cool!
And so yeah, it's right up your alley.
Yeah, I might have to check that out. I mean, it is nice. I won't lie that for somebody that likes to just pop in and read a couple issues of DC once in a while. I'm kind of digging this. Again, for the immediate future, like folks like Nicole here that don't read a lot of DC comic books in general, like, is she going to be able to find, like, for the next year, like, these kind of events at DC, or is...
They're doing a lot of weird stuff. I honestly don't think DC knows what they're doing. And this is their way to cover their butts in the meantime. But I really think they're trying to reconfigure how they conduct business. So you're seeing a lot of new things, like they're doing anthology books, where instead of having 17 like Batman family titles, like they're putting those as short stories in Batman books. You know, Justice League has backups with, you know, Justice League Dark and things like that. So instead of having, you know, separate titles, you have backup features now for some of the lesser titles.
Yeah, I actually noticed that. The only one of the only other Future State books I read was Superman World at War, and there was a second feature in that featuring Mr. Miracle. And there's also another one with Midnight? I think, yeah, Midnight. It was a character I had never really heard of.
He was a Wildstorm guy. He was from the Authority.
Okay.
The Midnighter, and then there was a Superman analog.
All right. Well, real quickly, I wanted to toss out this question to both Nicole and J.A., since they haven't done a lot of talking yet. In regards to DC's approach to basically hucking continuity out of the window and just saying, like, all right, we're just going to put out books, and whoever picks them up, you can pick up 3 issues at a time. You can read this, this one particular Superman story. Maybe we'll have another Superman story over here. As long as we're telling good stories, we don't really care. Do you think Marvel or other comic book companies that have these continuities, should they take the same approach? Is this a good approach for readers?
I don't know that I would say that Marvel is going to try to emulate the let's throw everything against the wall and see what sticks, which is what DC seems to be doing. Marvel's pretty well run with their continuity and their long-term plans. Something like this Future State, what we're reading, where you jump in and out, and it doesn't matter if you know what came before or what comes after, is like the complete antithesis to something like Dawn of X, which is Jonathan Hickman's long, I don't know, I think it's going to turn into like 15 or 20 volumes of X books across a couple of years and all the titles to tell one big story that will, probably end up turning out that Professor X was in love with somebody or something like that.
But even Dawn of X wasn't really continuity influenced by the stuff that came before it. Like, it's its own thing. That whole Hickman Exaverse or whatever it is.
Very true, very true. They just took Moira McTaggart retcon, destroyed the whole universe. I like that you can pick up a book and read a couple of issues and you don't need to know everything about it and you can just enjoy the story. But at the same time, comic books also exist in that world where, if you've been collecting for a long time or following a certain character, following a certain story, you kind of feel like, I'm a fan. I know what's going on. I know all these hat tips to things that happened 30 years ago or 20 years ago. The way Marvel used to do it with the little Stan Lee with the little bubble, issue 211, sports fans or something. Hey, I read that issue. I know what he's talking about. This is the opposite of that.
Okay. And so I do want to get Nicole's thoughts. Again, she's not somebody that reads any really comic books from the big two. She doesn't like Marvel. She doesn't like DC. She is our indie gal. She likes to read indie books. And I got her to read this one because I thought, I was like, hey, you don't need to know a lot about Superman. You can just jump into this. Mark Russell's a really great writer. He's got some really neat stuff. Is this more palatable for you in terms of a big two book?
Well, it was palatable because it only took me 10 minutes to read. Right? For someone who doesn't really know the continuity of these characters over the long haul, the thing with these books is, 1, I don't need to know, and 2, I don't know that I'm missing anything because I don't know the background continuity. So I don't know that it's not in continuity. You know what I'm saying? So it could be in continuity as far as I know. I don't think that having something like this and you telling me, oh, this is just a one-off story, would necessarily make me be like, oh, yeah, I really want to read that, if that's what you're asking.
Right,
It doesn't make, I know enough from Christopher Reeve days, of Superman to know the basics. And everything that I read in this little short story seemed totally plausible with the history that I knew.
Right. Well, I guess, again, the last question I had, and before we go to break, is that somebody like me is always asking comic book fans, what would bring them to the tent? What would bring them to the yard? What would bring them to DC or Marvel to have them read a series, starring Superman or Batman or Spider-Man or whatever, especially if that's not your bag? And what you're saying is this approach,
if you put me in a comic book store and you had all these things out there, I would walk by this just like I would walk by any other Superman book.
Wow.
Because it wouldn't, there's nothing that different about it that would be like, oh, what's that? And again, I'd be like, oh, I'm not really into these, huge overarching things. And that's just me. I don't know. I don't want to be harsh, but you're my person that tells me, oh, hey, this is good or whatever. I would never on my own just go pick this up.
Well, see, that's why I was asking the question, because I think that's what DC is attempting to try to do.
I take that back. Free Comic Book Day maybe would say like, oh, okay, I'll take that.
So it's free and not in continuity. You're all over it.
You know, they normally have that stuff set aside, and it's just a good time to take a bunch of different stuff. So if it even looks halfway palatable, like I probably grab it. That's how you learn about new authors or, you know, series or whatever.
I was going to say the other issue you maybe get into is if you get somebody to read, you know, a standalone book like this, there's no hook. There's nothing to keep you reading because you've read the story.
Yeah, and especially with something like this where there's not an issue 4. Where do you go from there? DC's hoping at least you stumble in eventually.
Right. So we'll be right back with more of The Last Comic Shop right after these messages. We're going to review Superman versus Imperious Lex and talk a little bit more about, again, DC is putting it all in. They're saying this is what's going to get us new readers. We haven't heard that that's actually happening. Stay tuned.
My name is Nicholas Haskins, and I'd like a moment of your time to tell you about the 5th annual live stream for the Cure. To do that, I brought along 2 people whom I couldn't do this event without, Gerald Morris and Dan Brennick.
Over the past 4 years, the live stream for the Cure has raised over $30,000 for the Cancer Research Institute.
That contribution is helping to fund research into cancer immunotherapy, training the body's immune system to fight all forms of cancer.
This year, we're aiming for our biggest goal yet as we try to raise $15,000 in 50 hours on the air.
Tune in May 19th through the 23rd as we're joined live by podcasters and content creators from around the world.
With your help, we can continue the fight for a future immune to cancer.
Together, we can make a difference.
All right, we're back with more of The Last Comic Shop. And before we get into our book review for this week, we wanted to touch base a little bit more on Future State and kind of try to explain how it came about and all this stuff. Because, again, during the commercial break, Nicole just had a lot of questions about, like, Future State in general. And even I did, too.
Just even the cover art, right? Which, I mean, I hate to be cliche, but we all look at covers and judge based on covers, right?
Right.
Whatever. But I'm just thinking my easy comparison is like the Long Halloween or Year One, where just the covers alone are different enough from like your standard comic book covers that it would draw my interest. But like these they just look like comic book covers to me. Like it would never have captured my attention.
And I wonder, I mean, because they all the Future State had sort of that wrapping so that you all knew it was a Future State, that could be confusing to somebody who's, you know, new to the tent. Oh, do I have to buy all these Future State books? Do all of them relate to each other? Is it a big crossover event?
Here's the other thing. As a casual reader, I don't know what the heck Future State is.
Well, no.
Neither did DC.
Right.
Well, neither did I, too. And I'm a guy that's been reading a lot of comic books over the years. And I was sincerely like, does this happen in the future? Are these all like, you know, like year 5000 versions of Superman and Batman and all this other stuff? I was very confused. And that's why I didn't pick up a lot of books to begin with.
I don't know how familiar you guys are with the history where DC's undergone a great deal of upheaval in the last year since they were bought by AT&T. But so the original plan for DC, they were going to do something called the 5G, where the head of DC, his name was Dan Didio, they were going to age out their superheroes. They were going to age out Superman and Batman and Wonder Woman and replace them with these new superheroes. Well, the corporate daddies at AT&T caught wind of this and like, oh, no. And they fired Dan Didio. But they had already, you know, started into this project. And so basically you have like 2 months of, in my teacher brain, these are like the subplan issues. Where like they had all these issues that they had bought to create and DC didn't know what to do. And it's like, well, we'll release them for, 2 or 3 or 4 issues at a stretch. And that'll give us some time to pause before we start into our next big reboot, relaunch, whatever it is. But that's what the Future State ended up being. And some of the titles were connected and some of the titles weren't. And some of the titles you couldn't tell what the timeline was. It was really all over the place.
Right. So, in essence, DC was trying to polish a turd. They were like, we were handed something. I guess we're going to have to work with it. Regardless, we've got a book to review from it. And it's an interesting one. It comes from some creators that Chad and I have actually read quite a lot of stuff from them. The team of Mark Russell and Stephen Pugh. And it is called Superman versus Imperious Lex. 3-issue little arc here. Who else worked on this project, Chad?
Okay, so you had Mark Russell as the writer, Stephen Pugh on art, Romulo Fajardo Jr. did the colors, Carlos Manguel was your letterer, and you had covers by Yannick Paquette.
Alrighty. So, Nicole, do you want to give us the 10-cent synopsis of what happens within these 3 issues of Superman versus Imperious Lex?
Sure. Lex Luthor has gone off and found a distant planet to rule, and he basically has all the planet's inhabitants worshiping him and, bending to his every whim, and he has created some super robots that essentially steal all the resources from the other outer rim planets, and that's how his planet kind of survives. So then you have, on the other hand, Lois Lane, who is Earth's representative to the United Planets, which is a universal consortium of planets, like the United Nations, essentially. And lo and behold, Lex Luthor wants to get in on this, and they're kind of miffed as to why, and long story short, chaos ensues.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot more that happens because, for somebody that likes Mark Russell, he has done books like Flintstones, which we might talk about during recommendations, and the Snagglepuss book. He's got kind of an interesting way of taking kind of generalized tropes from like Saturday morning cartoons, and then kind of just mixing in some neat dialogue and interesting concepts and making it a lot more sophisticated. Because to be honest, if you read these issues, they're kind of like plots from a Super Friends episode. Evil robots, Lex Luthor takes over a planet, Superman comes to rescue, except with this cool sheen on top.
I would say your cool sheen is insightful social commentary, tackling the issues of the day.
Right. He definitely elevates it and brings some intellectual discourse. I mean, it's hard not to look at this book and maybe see some of the same things that we've been dealing with over the last couple of years in, say, current events in certain countries. But I wanted to start off with J.A.'s initial thoughts of what he thought of this particular 3-issue series.
I thought it was bubblegum. I thought it was sweet, like bubblegum, fresh when you first start it, and then after a while just gets chewy, gummy, and old, and you spit it out.
That's a great analogy.
Thank you.
I like it.
Full of wow and pop, and ultimately had no redeeming value.
Wow.
Shazam.
Yikes.
All right, Chad, it was your pick this week. You want to jump in, buddy?
Yeah, so I've gone through this dance before a couple of times with Mark Russell stuff. I love Mark Russell. This is a guy that I think is super thoughtful. He talks about things that are really important, in his comics, but he hides it behind, this silly veneer, this silly sheen of robots and replicants and the system, the authority. But really, what this book was about, and something that I thought was, genuinely insightful about it, so many times in politics, we look at the people on the other side of the equation, and I'm sure both people on either side could say this is true, but you wonder, how could somebody believe that? How could people buy in to what these people are selling? And what Mark Russell does is he explores that, and he shows you, and he, behind the curtain, these are why the people that are sticking up for some of these crazy pants ideals or some of these things that you would think, well, common sense would dictate that that's not true. That's the stuff he dives into and explores in a Superman comic. And sure, it's a little bit saccharine, and you have the whole... I don't want to take it away from Jay, because he had a really great analogy we were talking about before. Do you remember how you described this?
Oh, right, yes. So this is like the antithesis to the recently released Snyder cut of Justice League, which was serious.
Yes, not only serious, it was a lot of punching, a lot of CGI garbage, and a lot of just things that aren't my Superman. Whereas this is my Superman. Superman talking about, giving people mercy, not because they deserve mercy, but because...
That's what mercy is.
Yeah, we become better because of it, When we show mercy to others, we show mercy to ourselves. And, that's a huge concept that, plays out with my Superman. But in Zack Snyder's, he would just look somebody cross-eyed and then try to break their necks or something. This is a much more thoughtful And the exploration of Lex Luthor, and he's talking about being that con man, and he's talking to his robot, and he's like, the people, they don't hang their dictators because of their beliefs. They hang them because of their failures. And it's all about, for Lex Luthor, finding that next accomplishment, finding the next way to spin something so people can think, yeah, this is better than it was before. But so much of this, I thought, with Lex serving as that analog for some current events, with Superman, giving all those lessons about Superman. When he's punching out the robots, and the robots are, he's like, oh, these robots have feelings. All right, maybe I won't destroy the robots. I'm going to stash them somewhere else and see if we can fix them later. And even just not giving in to anger. He talks about being very powerful, but he can't let that power give in to anger. But still, he's allowed to feel things. Like, I thought those were all super relevant points. And not to mention the people that Superman is trying to save, the people of Lex Luthor's planet, who throw rocks at him. And, he brings out that point, Mark Russell does, about how the con, they're the last to turn on the con man, because they're the ones that have bought in. And so, I can't help thinking about that. Every time I think of the modern political situation that we're living through here in the States, it's like, how many people, they liked being lied to. They bought into the lies, and now they're going to perpetuate that to the end because you can't sell out your beliefs. If you admit that you bought into the wrong thing, what does that say about you? And so people hold on to those things, and the world becomes a much more dangerous place because of it.
Right. Now, and the one thing that I did want to add is you're absolutely right that even though I mentioned that this is, again, kind of like a Super Friends kind of style plots, Mark Russell doesn't let those particular aspects of storytelling hold him back for just having neat sections. Like I'm thinking about issue 3 that came up, and he's talking about Plato and the exploration of the cave idea, where it's basically, Plato, who he said was probably a professional wrestler that ripped off his teacher, which I thought was super cool. But everybody thinks about the cave. It's like that you live in the cave and you see the illusions on the wall, but then you start reaching out of the cave and you learn your reality and you grow as a person. When in fact, in reality, most people just want to do the opposite, which is they're born into reality and they retreat into the cave because they don't want to deal with all that reality has to in store for them.
Yeah, so I'll jump in here. I kind of share a little bit of both Johnny Andrews and Chad's thoughts. I did think that this book, for such a short little story, really did touch on a lot of aspects of humanity. And I'm thinking closer to the end. So Lex Luthor, tries to join the United Planets because he's desperate for help, because essentially the planet's broke once Superman disables his robots. And lo and behold, when they go there, the United Planets does a survey and finds these special gems that essentially would power, all of the planets. And so then Lex Luthor's like, oh, well, screw that. I don't want in this anyway. And at first the United Planets, consortium was like, oh, well, screw him. But Lois Lane reminds us, though, that the people inhabiting those planets are still the victims, right? And as much as we want to just wash our hands of it and say, screw it, there's still always the little people that are being trampled on, and that you can't just turn your back on them. I like that sentiment. It reminds me a lot of, some of the current immigration issues and things like that. But to Johnny Andrews' point, I think this felt like bubblegum in some ways from my perspective, because some things were overstated. Like, I kind of like the cave analogy and things, but sometimes it's just the actions speak louder than words. Sometimes when you try to put label on it, it just kind of comes off hokey, and I think to my point of going back for the victims, I mean, there's a lot of dialogue or bubbles that kind of say that, and it's like, well, can't we just demonstrate it through the actions of the characters by kind of labeling and saying, oh, be good to other people, kind of like makes it cheesy and corny. Yeah, I mean, I think there's places for it. I don't think, the Plato thing, I think, worked for me more than some of the other places, like even the mercy thing or don't give in to anger. Like it was a little too much overwriting.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It was like I literally found myself rolling my eyes, where Superman gets the medal and he goes, I think this medal should go to the families to remind them of their lost loved ones. And I was like, oh, please, come on.
Wait. Did you roll your eyes more during this 3-issue series than I did during the 4-hour Snyderverse? This cape doesn't run.
Well, I I think there's a difficult balance to achieve, right? Because you're talking about a medium that uses both the visual of the art and then, the bubbles. It's not a movie, it's not a book. In a book, you can write what a character's thinking, right? And here you have to, kind of mix the two things. It's got to be a hard balance. I'm not saying I could do it any better, but I'm just saying I think that's what made it feel a little hokey at times, whereas sometimes I wish it was just kind of more demonstrated through the actions of the characters or through dialogue that was not blatantly bubblegummy.
Well, I mean, but I'm going to kind of stick up a little bit for some of that kind of talk, because I think on some of the programs we've done in the past, we've talked about the fact that back in the day, they used to write comic books for all ages. Like, they used to just put out comic books, and they didn't care whether you were, 8 years old or 80 years old when you were reading a comic book. They just wanted to write it. And so a lot of that stuff was written in kind of a general way that it could appeal to large swaths of people. And I think honestly, one of Mark Russell's goals with this particular series was to get across some of his ideas about, fairness and forthrightness of Superman versus the con man aspects of Lex Luthor. I think, especially for younger audiences, I think that it's necessary to sometimes just flat out come out and say it and be like, here's some stuff. Like, let's talk about courage. Let's talk about sacrifice. Let's talk about them in eye-rolly kind of things, because we're jaded adults. But for, somebody that's 10, 11 that's picking up this issue and wants to read Superman, this is stuff that probably might move them. Yeah. At least I think.
And maybe that's a better way of putting it, rather than being like, oh, it's bubblegummy or whatever. Maybe it's just a little juvenile, right? It's not necessarily like super sophisticated in terms of the language that's used. It is something that you could see going towards a younger audience, that it's just a little bit more blatant because it has to be a little bit more blatant.
Well, sometimes things don't need to be sophisticated, though. Like
I was going to say,
I like the general premise. I'm just commenting that that's something that, like, J.A. kind of was like,
The sophistication is in the juvenile nature of it. The sophistication is in your Lex Luthor saying, I'm your leader, I'm going to take full responsibility for finding other people to blame. And then he points to his little robot head.
Oh, that was actually really sad. His little robot loved him to the very end.
Right. I remember being 10, 12 years old and reading comic books that dealt with important social issues, and it blew my mind. And I think that's what Mark Russell does today, is he frames things in a way where, an all ages audience, they can get it. And is it, saccharine sometimes? Sure. But at the same time, I think if the right audience gets their hands on this, I think it could really go a long way into expanding how they think about things. And he's introducing things like Plato in the cave. But I totally get it. I totally love it. It's totally my jam.
Spoken like a true middle school English teacher.
That's right. I spend all my time trying to get 12 and 13-year-olds to understand stuff. This speaks to me.
Absolutely. No, I things don't need to be super sophisticated sometimes. They really don't. At the end of the day, if you want people to read comic books, sometimes you just got to come out and write stuff that, again, is accessible to everybody. But I think there's a lot of intellectual thought process in this particular book. It's just stated more simply than some people might appreciate, I guess. So, in any case, we've got more of The Last Comic Shop coming up right after these messages. Hope you enjoyed our review, but stay tuned for our rating. That should be interesting.
Hey everyone, Brian Thomas here from the former The Batman vs. James Bond show and the upcoming The Night Cave show. Do you like noir, black and white gritty murder mysteries? Do you like crime stories or even pulp comics? Then you're going to love Nick Palahniuk's debut graphic novel entitled The Greenway. It's 1968, and Butch Schultz, a black market merchant, finds that his friend has been murdered in a mansion in St. Paul. Now he is out looking for who did it, while the city's best detectives are on the case. Nick's graphic novel is already getting rave reviews, let me tell you. Zero Supervision Comics podcast says, a dark, intriguing story that makes you want to know more. The Glenn Thinks Stuff podcast says, it's explosive, captivating, and alluring. And actor Kyle Hester from The Chair, Zombie with a Shotgun, and Preacher 6 says, can't wait for this book. You got to get on this. Order your copy today at Indie Planet, A New World of Comics. That's www.indieplanet.com. Hard copies and digital copies are available, and now digital copies are only $5. That's where I said it, just $5. So make sure you order yours today.
Faster than a speeding bullet. We're back with more of the Last Comic Shop on this review of another Superman book, and it is now time for our ratings, where we have an opportunity to say to Mark Russell and Stephen Pugh, you know what you did with this comic book? It was great. It was not so great. It was somewhere in between. Whatever it was, it's now a number value, and you're going to have to deal with it. Or else not deal with it. I don't care. I would just love to talk with Mark Russell. I think he'd be a really interesting guy to talk to. So maybe, hopefully, he's listening to the show. And if he is, why don't you come aboard the Last Comic Shop someday, Mark? We're already 2 issues into Second Coming, and that was a really great book. So I'm looking forward to seeing that finish up. So anyways, regardless, it is now time for ratings. And as always, J.A. Scott gives us our special rating scale for this week. So 1 out of 4 what's on this week's show, J.A.?
We're going to do 1 out of 4 robots.
Ooh!
And remember, if you have a problem with your robot, you can always contact LexCorp and let him know.
He's got the smiling face on the back. It's the best. No, I dig that. Plus, it's easy to sound effect in. Anyways, we're going to start off with Nicole, and she is going to give us her ratings. How many robots are you giving this book this week?
Oh, it's always hard to go first because I don't want to be like the mean one or the overrated one.
I'm sure that J.A. is going to be the mean one on this show based on his previous comments. Go ahead.
I'm going to give it 2 full robots plus 3 extra robot arms.
Okay, 3 extra robot arms.
I don't know how many arms these robots have. They look like octopus typey things.
Right, like centipedes or something.
So I don't know, but I'm just saying, it's a couple extra arms.
So one was like a factory reject, and they just jammed a bunch, like in Cootie. Like they stuck a lot more arms on that Cootie robot. All right, fair enough.
And I guess I do that because it was just kind of okay. I mean, it occupied half an hour of my time. I thought it had some valid points. Wasn't the most great thing I've ever read.
Okay. Did you like Lois Lane in this particular book? Did you think she was a particularly good character? I mean, I thought she was a pretty strong female in this particular series.
And obviously she's older, and she still seemed pretty kick-ass.
Okay, that's a fine rating. We're gonna go to J.A. next. And how many robots are you giving this, buddy?
I'm giving this 1 robot.
Wow!
Oh, see, now I don't feel so bad.
Okay, not a full 0?
Not a full 0. No, there is a little bit of, it's a standalone story. You don't need a lot of backstory to get into it. It's competently, plotted out. It's 3 issues. It's a quick read, but ultimately, it's like bubblegum. It tastes good, and then you spit it out, and you forget about it. You go buy some more bubblegum somewhere. I thought that it deals with all these big ideas, but just clunkily and badly. I didn't understand why Lois Lane is the representative of Earth for this United Planet, with the exception that they needed to make her the representative of Earth, or else the plot doesn't work. I know Chad always likes to say hashtag not my Superman. I'm going to say hashtag not my Lex Luthor. I like the Lex Luthor that's a bit more in control and the head of a mega corporation and a couple steps ahead of Superman and usually undone by his vanity or his pride. And this one, he's very sort of bumbling, running a planet of rubes, and comes off as just sort of not as interesting to me.
Okay. All right. Well, I will say, just sticking up for Lex Luthor in this particular reason, I think it's almost metafictional the way that Lex Luthor behaves in this, because throughout the book he's always talking about all the schemes and plans that he builds up, because he's basically a straw man. That's what most dictators are. They present strength to those that are out there, but in essence got feet of clay. And ultimately, I think it's metafictional in the fact that we're all led to believe that Lex Luthor is some sort of ultimate badass, that he's some sort of ultimate smart guy that can figure out ways of defeating Superman or whatever. But really, maybe he's not. Maybe we've been buying that con this whole time. I mean, he does lose quite a lot.
I believe it's every time.
That's right. After a while, like, you're batting over 1,000. So, like, maybe you are not exactly all that in a bag of chips. Anyways, Chad, you're going to be on the opposite side of the spectrum. So what's your rating for this book?
Well, I was going to say, too, before we jump off of Lex Luthor, I really like that analogy of the grabbers and the holders, or people that can clutch or people can hold, but rarely people can do both. And like Lex Luthor's this guy that's always clutching for things, but, he never has anything that he can really hold on to. Right. That's what makes him a bad guy.
Yeah, I like that point, and I wonder what the stock price on LexCorp stock is these days, because, regardless of how much he loses, LexCorp is always around. It's always making stuff. There's a lot of money to be had in LexCorp stock, I'm thinking.
Well, they did kick him off planet, so I don't know if you can still trade on the New York Stock Exchange. But regardless, so I enjoyed this for what it was. It was a nice, inspirational Superman tale. I like this is my Superman with the notes on mercy, with the notes on understanding. And like I said before, especially in the political climate we live in, so often I see folks that are on the other side of the political spectrum. I'm like, how did that happen? And I felt like Mark Russell was, he walked me through a little bit of like, hey, don't forget, this is what some of these people have gone through. And also at the same time, you don't stop showing those people mercy. That's why we have people like Superman to show us the way to treat people, even when they disagree with us, and even when they throw rocks at us. And I thought all that stuff was super important. With all that said, I don't think this is Mark Russell's finest. I would definitely put it towards the lower end of the Mark Russell stuff that I read. So we'll say 3 robots.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm going to agree with that rating of 3 robots myself, because I think, honestly, I keep on talking on this program about how, you have to write comic books for all ages. You have to have self-contained stories. You have to have things that are not overly sophisticated that lots of folks can kind of grasp onto when you write comic books, or else you're just going to not appeal to the mass audience that comic books have to appeal to, the mass audience that comic books had back in the day. And it's kind of weird that, like, J.A.'s like, yeah, I didn't like this because it was childish or whatever, when in fact on previous shows he's gone on record saying that's the way that I remember comic books when I was a kid. That's what you should have. You should have comic books like this because they're good for kids. They're good for what the target audience of comic books should be, which is, again, 10 to 16-year-olds. This is a perfect comic for a 10 to 16-year-old. It's got great art. We didn't talk about that enough. I really do like Stephen Pugh on this book. I think he has a nice classic style, clean, comic booky without being too avant-garde or all over the place. I think that works. And, I keep on going back to that cave. Like, how many times do you put a reference to Plato's major philosophical viewpoints in a comic book and make it work? Make it work within the plot. I mean, I give kudos to him because other folks would have tried to shoehorn that in. I don't feel it was shoehorned in here. I think it was legitimately like, yeah, that makes sense. And I'm glad that you brought that up, Mark Russell. That and the fact that to Chad's point, I liked some of the dialogue. I wasn't one of those guys that thought it was hokey when he said, again, nobody deserves mercy. That's why you give it. Super powerful, because it sums up pretty much everything. And the grasping and the holding thing, that was awesome too. So yeah, you're right. It's not Mark Russell's best work, but I'm glad he did it. And I'm glad it's out there. If I see younger, again, teenage comic book readers, I'm going to recommend they check this series out because it's got Superman in it and it's super good. In any case, other things that you should check out are our recommendations. On this program, we also like to give all kinds of other books that you can pick up at your local comic book shop today. And as always, we like to do a current book, a similar book, and a book out of left field, as well as a cherry on the top, which comes from our guest, which is my wonderful wife, Nicole Larson. It's actually our 3rd week in a row that we've had a guest. We should keep this going. I like our guests. They're nice. In any case, on today's program, we're going to first come up with our current book, and that comes from Chad. So, Chad, what is our current book for this week?
All right, so current is a relative term, as the book I want to talk about started in 2016 and wrapped up in 2017. It also involved this creative team of Mark Russell and Stephen Pugh. It was the Flintstones, where when you think of the Flintstones, you know, Fred and Wilma and Barney and everything, like Mark Russell totally upends the expectations in a 12-issue comic book series that, once again, similar to this, was biting social satire. It dealt with economics. It dealt with our caste mentality. It dealt with social issues like gay marriage, all those hot button issues at that time. And Mark Russell, I genuinely think that the way he writes it is sophisticated. It is biting social satire. It is something where you're in the heart of it sometimes. It might even be hard to see, but I think it's great. So the Flintstones, 12 issues, came out of DC's, their Hanna-Barbera initiative. Check it out. It's definitely worth your time.
Okay. I'm going to go next with our similar book, and it's similar just because it has Superman in it. But I mean, I guess it works too because, like, again, when I heard a future state, I thought it was going to be, I don't know, the Superman in the future. Plus, it's similar because it's got an older Superman, and that is Superman Batman Generations. I know we've been talking a lot about John Byrne on our particular program, but this is another John Byrne book that you can pick up. It came out originally in 1999. And it's basically John Byrne being a little bit ahead of the curve on some of the books that have been coming out recently, like Spider-Man Life Story. And I know that they're going to be doing a similar book with the Fantastic Four.
You know who's writing that one?
That's right, Mark Russell. That's why, again, I wanted to give that a plug. But again, John Byrne was a little bit ahead of the arc because he decided that he was going to write a series where Superman and Batman were allowed to age in real time. Starting off from their conception in the 1930s. So basically, Bruce Wayne and Superman, you know, just like the comic books, they start off in 1939. And it basically shows them being allowed to age, you know, Superman and Lois having children, Batman having children, those children kind of actually getting married to each other as well, as you get the Bruce Wayne Jr., you know, hooking up with Clark and Lois's young daughter. So, I mean, it's neat stuff. And the entire time this is going on, there's this massive subplot by Lex Luthor, who is still determined to destroy Superman's life. And to J.A.'s point, he is a lot more menacing in this particular book. He's actually a lot more competent. The generation-long Machiavellian manipulations that Lex Luthor goes throughout this series and just, again, continues, you know, Bruce Wayne get older and eventually get into the Lazarus Pit so that he can actually remain young well into the future with Superman. It kind of all makes sense. But it's a great little book. It's only 4 issues, and it kind of gets kind of weird towards the end, but honestly, I think about 90% of the book is really neat. So if you have an opportunity to check out Batman Superman Generations by John Byrne, I would highly recommend it. J.A., what is our out of left field book this week?
Okay, so out of left field is the complete opposite of what we just read. It's serious. It's a little bit older. It's still DC. It's Batman, not Superman. It is Batman Arkham Asylum by Grant Morrison and Dave McKean from 1989. This is the story of Arkham Asylum, written and constructed very much like the building itself. So the basement is the history of Arkham Asylum, and you find out how Arkham Asylum was built. And as you go through the floors, just like you're going through the story, each floor represents a psychological point in Batman's sort of battle with bad guys, with the Joker, Killer Croc, I think's in it, Two-Face. You were talking in this book how you were so impressed at how they worked in, Plato, which I thought was actually really forced. But Morrison works in Carl Jung and Aleister Crowley, Alice in Wonderland, Lewis Carroll. Makes it work within this psychological horror that really set the tone for Batman coming out into the 90s. And then, of course, all those video games, Batman Arkham Asylum, all based off of this original concept story, and really cemented what
major part of the Batman mythos was with Arkham going forward.
Very cool. All right, Nicole, what is our cherry on the top this week?
My cherry on top is very loosely related, I'd say, because there's people that fly.
Okay. Up in the air, right?
Up in the air. It's a bird, it's a plane, whatever.
It's an airplane.
So this is an image book that I read a couple years ago. The series started in 2018. I read the first couple of trades, and the name of it is Skyward. It's written by Joe Henderson with art by Lee Garbett. Essentially, Earth has lost its gravity, and there are kind of like the folks that can fly, and then there's the people that, you know, have tried to manipulate gravity. It's almost like a caste system and things like that. But anyhow, yep, people fly, and so does Superman. So there you go.
Okay. No, there's a young girl in it, and isn't her father?
Yeah, and her father was, you know, a scientist, and at some point somebody's trying to bring gravity back, and it would have major social implications. And I only got into the first two trades of it, and I guess there's like 14 or 15.
But I recall that you really like the visuals in some of those issues, especially because I think doesn't take place in Chicago, so it's like the notion of the Chicago skyline, but from the opposite perspective, where you're like, you know, above, you know, everything, and they have to use like guns to like shoot them down towards the earth because of the way that gravity's almost in reverse.
And there's some really cool stuff with like weather anomalies, because, you know, there's no gravity, so it's more that you're floating than flying, right? It's not that you have some way to propulse yourself, but there's no gravity. So then when weather fronts come through, if you happen to be in the air, you know, chaos can occur. And so there were some really cool visuals with that, if I recall correctly.
Absolutely. Now, I can highly recommend that book, too. I really enjoyed
Nobody ever considers the weather whenever you're thinking about flight as a superpower.
No, you don't.
And like I said, this is, you know, because it was lack of gravity, it was a little bit different because they didn't have some sort of control over their motion. Really, I mean, when they were going between buildings, they would have to, you know, grab onto things and such. So when weather came through, there was a real threat of being, you know, hoisted off of something that you could hold on to, and therefore floating away.
Okay.
It's like being in the ocean and being caught in the undertow, only in the sky.
Sure, if there was like a hurricane or something like that, you know, incorporated water into it too, is kind of cool.
Yeah. Well, we're hoping that you don't float away from our fantastic website anytime soon. That's www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. It is our fantastic place where you can get all of our episodes, all the way back to the first one. So if you've missed any of our episodes, make sure that you rate, review, and subscribe to any of our terrific places where you can find our podcasts, such as Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Stitcher, Spotify, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, YouTube, CastBox, Amazon Podcasts, and a variety of other places. And again, all the links are there on the website. So www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. It's like gravity. It should always bring you back to that place. While you're out there, you should also make sure that you check out what, JA, on our website?
Check out our merch store, because we've got merch. Yes, you can get hats, you can get t-shirts, you can get hoodies, and this week only, you can get a robot. Brought to you by LexCorp.
Is it LexCorp or LexCorp? Is it like Hardcorp?
You know what? I was just thinking about pronunciation. Do you guys pronounce it www dot, or W? Whatever Andrew says, it's like www.
Yeah, you know, it's WW2. No, it's probably W. JA gets on after me all the time with my articulation. Anyways, Chad, do your thing.
Okay. So, whether you're articulate or not, you're always welcome at your local comic shop. And while we may be the last comic shop podcast, we're probably not the last comic shop. Go to the comic shop locator at www.comicshoplocator.com. I hope I enunciated my W as well.
Did you tell them how we use Comic Shop Locator when we were down in Charlotte and we walked 2 miles to the comic book shop?
I didn't tell them the part about walking 2 miles. It is a great place where you can find comic book shops in your area, and you should definitely go out there. I'm sure there's some Future State stuff still on the shelves there, so you can pick it up.
Yeah, because no one wanted to read it.
Oh, that's harsh.
Just kidding.
I will say, too, that a lot of this Future State stuff is coming out in trade. I do know that if you stick around, I think, till June, you'll be able to pick up not only Superman versus Imperious Lex, but I think it's going to be included in a trade with some other Superman-related books, such as Superman Worlds of War and House of L, I think, is going to be in that trade as well. So if you want to, you can wait and pick that up at your local comic book store as well. And until next week, I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson. I was joined by Chad Smith and J.A. Scott, as well as Nicole Larson, for this wonderful show. And remember to stay safe, stay sheltered, and above all, stay out of the cage. Make sure that you're out there among those folks that are embracing reality. Don't retreat, folks. Not good for you. It's not healthy.
Unless the cave is the Bat Cave. In which case, stay inside, man, because you got a big penny and a dinosaur and some Batmobiles.
And an Alfred who will bring you little finger sandwiches with the crusts cut off. Delicious.
The Last Comic Shop was a 2021 Black Angus production.
Looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture bric-a-brac, make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCSPOD at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD. Cheers!
Countdown to the Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey, welcome back to another week of the Last Comic Shop,
where we search through those never-ending rows of long boxes to bring you weekly comic book reviews and recommendations for fans both new and old.
Yeah! And we try to stay cool in this unforgiving summertime heat.
Oh, I know, right? Have you seen the pit stains on our brand new summertime version of the Last Comic Shop t-shirt? Available on the lastcomicshoppodcast.com, by the way.
Without the pit stains, of course, that'll cost you extra. Those are the collector's editions.
Oh, you're right. Of course.
Well, I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson. I'm all joined, as always, by my co-host, J.A. Scott and Chad Smith. And despite those warmer temperatures, we're still dedicated to bringing you yet another Read Pile review for all of our fans.
No! 9!
What do you mean, no?
We mean no! J.A. and I are on strike this week. It's hot. We have not had a vacation in many days. And, whoever decided to put leather chairs in the shop needs to be dragged out into the street, because this is not working for me.
I thought leather chairs were stylish.
Style is fun, but have you ever sat in a leather chair when it's a zillion degrees outside?
Yeah, every time Chad moves, it sounds like someone's trying to tie a balloon animal at the county fair.
Sticking to everything, I tell you, everything!
All right. You're right. We haven't had a break all yet this summer, so I guess this week is as good as any to slack off a little bit. But we still got all these listeners that tuned in. What are we going to do with them?
Give them some bomb pops and tell them to go to the pool.
Funnel cakes. They can have funnel cakes. But I guess you're right. We do need to give them something besides funnel cakes. And if they don't want a t-shirt, well, how about something from the archive? I'm sure we can find something that will keep people entertained while they eat their funnel cake.
All right, let's go ahead and open up that old vault and see what's inside.
Ooh, it's cooler down here. It's like a nice, cool basement. I love basements.
Yes.
My basement's my happy place.
It is nice down here. It's like a York peppermint patty.
Is that a Pittsburgh toilet I see over there?
Yeah, you don't need to look.
All right. Well, did you fellas have an idea of what show we should bust out for our fans?
Well, earlier this summer, you guys did a bonus show for Live Stream for the Cure. raising money for cancer research. I was out of town. I never got to listen to it. Maybe some of our fans haven't either. How about that one?
That show was a good time. We did Superman versus Muhammad Ali. We had our pal Mikey Wood tuning in, talking about the late, great Neil Adams. It's all good stuff.
Well, it sounds good to me. Let's go ahead and rev up that old archive Rama 3000 and revisit some ghosts of last comic shop past with a Reed Powell review of that time that the Man of Steel and the greatest of all time slugged it out for the fate of planet Earth.
The crew from the Last Comic Shop podcast. Gentlemen, welcome. How are we this morning?
Hey, how's everybody doing this morning? Yeah, look at this. We got the host with the most, Danny Larson. We got Mikey Wood. We got Chad Smith. Where did Chad go?
Now he's invisible.
But I hear noise, though, if you listen.
I do. I hear noise as well.
That is great that he developed that power during the break.
So now we can hear you, but he's invisible. So.
Well, hopefully Chad joins back in. He was there. We were having a great conversation. Today we're talking about Superman. How much do you know about Superman?
Comic-wise, next to nothing, but I love Superman. He's my favorite superhero, so.
Okay.
You know what? I'm the same way. Superman's my favorite, but generally, Superman comics are awful, honestly. They really are. Superman's a phenomenal character that's very difficult to write. He's like Captain America, same way. At the core, great idea, but can get real chintzy and cheeseball and real all sorts of stuff. I don't think Captain America doesn't work if you take him out of World War II. It just doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work anymore, in my opinion.
Don't listen to Mikey. Don't listen to Mikey. You know what? Who's your favorite Superman actor?
Mine's Cavill, hands down.
Okay, you're a Cavill fan.
Hands down.
I mean, that's Mikey Woods. That's his crush.
Well,
that's his man crush.
Yeah.
But no, I'm a Christopher Reeves guy. I like Christopher Reeves. He was my Superman growing up, and if I have a second pick, it's I like Tim Daly from the Superman animated series, the Bruce Timm.
Yeah.
Because they had the best voice actors for all of that stuff, and that's a great show. That was a great follow up to Batman the animated series. But
it was.
Thank you so much for having the Last Comic Shop here on live stream for The Cure. Hopefully, it's been a good event thus far, and that we're going to help raise a little bit of more money for everybody. Very worthwhile cause. Well, before we get started on the book, we did want to throw out here that we're going to be doing a little bit of a giveaway for the live stream The Cure in our hour here. As long as you live in the continental United States, now that is an important caveat to this rule, but as long as you live in the continental United States, the top 2 donators for this hour will receive either a Last Comic Shop t-shirt in the color of your choice or a tote bag. Picking up your comic books on Free Comic Book Day or New Comic Book Day every week. So again, top 2. As long as you live in the continental United States, we can't ship overseas, but as long as you're in the continental United States, we'll get your information. We'll send you out a free t-shirt of your size and your color, or a tote bag if you'd prefer something toady. It's like we're officially PBS. It's like we're giving tote bags.
Tote, not a toad bag. That's an
not a toad bag. That's an entire It's tote. So on today's program, we're going to be doing a great book that deals with the Man of Steel. So if you like Superman, you're in the right place.
Great.
He is the most popular superhero of all time. It's not even close. It's like Superman, maybe Batman, maybe Spider-Man, and then it's a huge drop. Wow, there's Chad. He's huge, and I can't hear him. Oh man, we could hear you in the green room.
We could dub him. We could dub him.
We could start using. Hi, I'm Chad. Hi, my name's Chad Smith.
So today we're going to be doing Muhammad Ali's Superman.
Yes, that is what we are eventually going to be doing. We are doing Superman versus Muhammad Ali. We're going to go ahead and get started. Mikey Wood's here. We got Chad Smith. He's going to be joining in as soon as he gets his audio issues. But again, this book is done by the late, great Neil Adams, who passed away. Oh, we got money! We got money. We haven't even done anything.
That's an anonymous donation for $50. Thank you so much.
Was this a I'll pay to keep them quiet kind of donation? Because
they didn't specify that.
It's true. On today's program, we're going to be talking about Superman versus Muhammad Ali, which is a great book that was released I think it was late 70s, early 80s, and it was done primarily by the late, great Neil Adams. Now, Neil Adams did pass away tragically this year, so we did lose one of the greats of comic bookdom. Again, I feel like even if you're not into comics, you've probably seen Neil Adams' art. He was iconic in developing what, certain characters look like, especially folks like Batman. Batman post Adam West and the campy 60s television show. Neil Adams comes in with Denny O'Neil writing, kind of brings it back to those street roots, gives him the huge ears, gives him the flowing cape. Mikey, what can you say about Neil Adams?
Well, so Neil Adams came in and he added a sense of realism kind of to his, it's like dynamic realism, but it's realism to comic art. And he was contributed to the rebirth of multiple titles that were on their last legs. Like, people don't realize that, like, when he took over doing the art chores for X-Men was like tanking. X-Men was they were doing reprint issues. They were doing like it was just nosediving. It was nobody was into it. He came in and it ignited that fuel. And I believe he did the same thing working with O'Neil on Batman, and then prior to that doing Green Lantern, Green Arrow. Especially Green Lantern, Green Arrow is famous for that sense of sort of like street level superheroes. Became a little more socially conscious, a little bit less silly.
Right.
Because comics were, in the 60s, primarily a kid's medium. But now at this point, Marvel had hit, and Marvel was doing well for including those sort of elements. Not realistic, but characters had lives and
appealing to more of like the college crowd, and again, understanding that the people that were reading comic books in the late 50s, early 60s, they were growing up and they still wanted to read comic books. And so you kind of had that start of like what we have today, which is a lot of comic book fans. They're fans because they were kids and they've wanted to see those characters evolve. Back in like the golden age, you didn't read comic books after the age of 16. And so in 1978, they decided to put out this crossover, and it was on the heels of some other crossovers. One that we talked about last year during live stream for The Cure. Mm-hmm. We talked about Superman versus the Amazing Spider-Man. Crossovers were kind of a thing. I won't lie that comics were a little bit in trouble in the 70s. So they were kind of trying to do some things that, I hate to say it, a little bit gimmicky, little things to kind of appeal to people outside of the comic book window. They didn't have a lot of movies, and Superman was a big property. So why not team him with the greatest of all time?
And what's funny about this is that it was delayed. The book was delayed for like a year, supposed to come out in 77. Mm-hmm. And Muhammad Ali lost the heavyweight champion bout to, Leon Spinks in 78. So when the book came out, he wasn't the heavyweight champion anymore because it was delayed. But then he did. I think he did get it back eventually. I'm not a boxing guy, but as far as that's concerned, if you ask somebody to name a boxer, they're going to say Muhammad Ali. That's the one that everybody knows.
Right.
He was a force of nature. There were Muhammad Ali toys, and there was a movie, and there was all these, and this was while it was all happening. So he really was like the greatest boxer in the world. So why not combine the greatest boxer in the world with the greatest superhero in the world for questionable results? You love it. I don't love it.
I'm a huge fan of it, and I'll get to that in some of my additional thoughts. But
it's there he
is! Oh my gosh!
Still any luck?
Yes.
We love you.
We got it.
Yes.
We can hear you, buddy.
Huzzah!
Look at that.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Well, that's it for us in live stream for the Cure.
Yeah, this is Chad.
Cheers, everybody.
Should I kick him from the call now, or?
Exactly. It's already happened a couple times. But no, so did you guys get into Neil Adams, giant of the industry?
Yes, we did. We did talk about Neil Adams. We were actually touching upon, Muhammad Ali at this point. Like how Mikey had just mentioned how he had lost the title because they delayed this for a year. Yeah. And then I was going to talk about the fact that this also comes on the heels of Rocky, which was a huge movie. It was released in 1976. So again, boxing was on people's mind. And, even though Muhammad Ali wasn't in Rocky, everybody knows that Apollo Creed is the stand-in for Muhammad Ali in that movie. So this is an opportunity for DC to kind of get some folks that aren't reading comic books into that comic book tent to at least pick up this thing. And I think no other way kind of illustrates the fact that they're trying to pull people in than that cover, Chad, right? Not only does it have Superman and Muhammad Ali, but it's got everybody that was like anybody in the late 70s, right?
And I mean, this cover is beautiful, and they have so many celebrities. They have over 150 celebrities that they credit on the inside, and then there are a bunch that they didn't credit. Like, there were issues getting likeness rights, and so they took Telly Savalas and they changed him to Lex Luthor. Or took the Henry Winkler, and he didn't want to approve his likeness, so they just put a 70s-style mustache on him.
Nice.
Yeah, the Fonz would have looked good with a 70s style mustache.
So he's Mirror Universe Fonzie.
Exactly.
Right.
And then you got the Beatles and Yoko and Linda are uncredited there in between the ring ropes.
Is that Stan with the mustache there?
I was going to point that guy out too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He surprisingly goes uncredited. The head of the other company, the Stan the Man Lee down here with a front row seat.
When has he ever done anything uncredited? That's amazing.
One question that I had for you, Chad, is weren't you trying to find John Wayne like for the longest time this week? Like evidently John Wayne's on this cover, but Chad was having a difficult time finding the old Dukester.
So I was doing my homework and I found out there were a bunch of celebrities that didn't approve their likeness rights. Like Carol O'Connor, the Archie Bunker, was supposed to be on the cover. He declined. And then one of the people that stepped in was my favorite author of all time, Kurt Vonnegut.
Wow!
That's a $100 donation from the Larsons. Thank you so much. $100.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
But yeah, besides the people that filled in, you get luminaries at the time. You get Pele, which people thought was Muhammad Ali watching his own fight. But you get presidents, you get Jimmy Carter, you got Betty Ford.
Did they white out the booze bottle for Betty Ford? They had. They whited it out. It's behind somebody else's. Is it too soon?
Too soon.
People don't know what you have in a cup. She was just holding a cup.
It's a boxing match, so.
But yeah, I literally spent hours this week just staring at this cover because being a comic book nerd, they have your comic book folks. Like there's Gil Kane. I don't know if you can see through the flash. Wow. Walt Simonson's in the crowd. A bunch of people that were part of the Krusty Bunkers and Continuity Studios make appearances. There are superheroes like the Teen Titans are hanging in the crowd. This book is worth it just for the cover alone.
Yes. So, I mean, again, I think we've commented on the past that if you could, I wish that they had blown it up like poster size and you could get it like as one of those Subway posters because it would look gorgeous if you had a nerd den, like to have that with all the people that are part of that. And Superman, Muhammad Ali. I think
you'd have to hang the guide too, and then pencil ones in.
You would have to, because why not? Like you'd have to have the guide so people come over. They start looking. Oh yeah, that person's on there. So it was a pop culture comic books smash up, and that happens all the time nowadays. But for the 70s, this was kind of like a rare deal. This was something that they wanted to test the waters. And again, Neil Adams draws wonderful stuff on there based on, I think, a plot that Denny O'Neil wrote on a cocktail napkin and handed.
Right. No, I learned that Denny O'Neil dropped out of the project midway. And so we always credit him as writing it. But it's really Neil Adams that took the ball and ran with it.
Yeah. We'll get to the 10-cent synopsis. So all the time on the Last Comic Shop, we give you a 10-cent synopsis. So what happens in Superman versus Muhammad Ali? And I think Mikey is a good guy to give us that old 10-cent. Now, full dime, Mikey. Don't skimp on this.
So Superman and Muhammad Ali are recruited, sort of, or kidnapped, I guess, by a bunch of aliens to fight their greatest champion and then eventually each other for the fate of the world. Basically, yeah. I mean, that's really it, and it's fun ensues.
Right?
You
forgot about the name of the aliens. They're called
the Scrubs. Which is, I believe, a boxing reference, isn't it?
Like, I guess I don't know. I always thought it was a TLC reference.
You're bringing sports into comics, and we're not the audience for that. We're like, have you seen us? Well, we don't know this.
We do know that at one point there is kind of a sly TLC reference, but Superman does call one of the Scrubs a Buster.
Oh, that's right.
There you go.
Oh wait, is that all? Is that recolored?
that version?
It is. So yeah, I had
it's
both
pretty.
versions, including the 2010 reprint that was recolored. Although I'll be honest, I prefer the old dot matrixy printing methods of the old school. But if you want something where it's flashed up, there's a new version as well.
Yeah. We're on the fence sometimes about those recolorings when it comes to comic books. If you can find that Treasury edition, that's the way to do. That's the way to go with it.
You know, I had that when I was a kid, and now I'm really ticked off that I don't know what happened to it. Because it's worth a bunch of money now.
It is. It is difficult to lay your hands on. So if you find a copy, even if you don't like comics, if you're at a yard sale, send it
to me.
I knew somebody was going to do it today. $37 donation from Jared.
Wow!
Thank you so much, Jared.
Wow.
That's very cool.
That's
man.
awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, that was the synopsis.
Okay.
It is literally Superman versus Muhammad Ali.
Right. They meet on a basketball court, and then the scrubs show up, and then they're like, "Yeah, you got to fight."
Because he's away from a red sun, and nowhere when you're nowhere near a red sun, Superman's just regular man.
He gets the tar beat out of him.
He does get the tar, and somewhere in the galaxy, Doomsday is in a containment unit going, no, wait. Wait for me.
But I will mention, you do read this particular comic book for the art. Because I will be very honest, the story is about this close to being one of those Hostess ads. Remember the Hostess ads?
That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
That's what it is. Like, that's all it is. It's like, oh my gosh, somebody stole all my Twinkies. And then it was like, by the end of the ad, like, that's what you have to. There's no more nuance than something like that.
No. I used to share that position with you, but I have since changed upon reflection.
Then you have the floor, sir.
There you go. This is not our first rodeo with this particular story here. But after listening to some Neil Adams interviews and this book has been in my head all week, there are parts of the story that seem kind of strange. But first, you get the boxing match between Superman and Muhammad Ali after Muhammad Ali has been training Superman on the sweet science of boxing.
Yeah, for 2 months or
Ali teaches him that.
When you have superpowers, you don't really have to know how to fight. You just got to throw a punch. You don't have to know how to dodge and weave and not get your ear bit off or whatever it is they do.
Right. But no, so Muhammad Ali trains Superman, and then they have the fight, and it's super important that Muhammad Ali wins the fight against Superman. And after listening to Neil Adams, if you've ever talked to Neil Adams, you know that he knows how great he is in the comic book industry. Mm-hmm. And I almost feel like he felt a kinship with Muhammad Ali as somebody who was super talented. But at the same time, if you know anything about Neil Adams, you know, too, that he was one of those people that fought for creators' rights. When the Superman movie came out a year before this was released, Neil Adams was on the front lines to get Siegel and Schuster paid and taken care of because they were in poor health, and the folks at DC National just kind of kicked him to the curb. He's somebody who has stood up for the little guy and believed in his principles. And I think he saw a kindred spirit in Muhammad Ali, somebody who, as a cultural icon, it took 4 years out of the prime of his career to stand up for what he believed in. And so I think, this was a passion project for Neil Adams, someone who stands up for principles. And so at the end of the day, it's not really a Superman story as much as it is a Muhammad Ali story. And you get all those different elements that work themselves in, whether it's Muhammad Ali being the greatest and beating Superman in a fight, or Muhammad Ali standing up to Hanya and doing the old rope-a-dope to buy time for Superman. And even kicker at the end where Muhammad Ali figures out that Superman is Clark Kent. All of that, I think, is done in respect and in service to promoting Muhammad Ali, which keep in mind, when this came out, this was a huge cultural thing to have an African-American boxer on the level with Superman. Mm-hmm. And it's all in the spirit of fair play. It's all in the spirit of giving people a fair shake. And so I think if you're looking at that story as oversimplified, there are little nuances there that as I've been reading about it and as I've been staring at pages and staring at that cover, there's so much in here that was quietly and slyly a very big deal for the spirit of fair play, for giving everybody that shake that they all deserve.
Really interesting insights.
Yeah, it was dumb.
You convinced me completely? No, not at all. This is a Hostess Twinkie ad. Like, what do you?
But I can see
get it.
Actually, now that you mention that, I can certainly see that. I didn't.
What I am going to say is that does make it an interesting Superman story, because I think sometimes it is very difficult to write Superman stories that actually matter and count. Most of the time, when you do, sometimes it has to be either about Superman being depowered, or you have to write it about other aspects of Superman.
Yeah.
So, like, for this particular story, to your point, Chad, to make it more about Muhammad Ali than actually Superman makes it a more interesting tale. Muhammad Ali is human. He's relatable. Yeah. We can understand him. We can understand him wanting to stand up for the earth, and Superman being like, yeah, I'll do it. Like, I'm way more powerful than you, Muhammad Ali. And Muhammad is like, yeah, but you're not even from here. Like, come on. Like, they want to have a boxing match here. Have you ever even boxed before? Get out of here. There's a lot. You're right. There's a lot of pride that Muhammad Ali shows in this particular book, and I am sorry. Like, it's great that he realizes Superman's secret identity at the end, but like, well, shouldn't everybody really? Like, you got the super slouch, but what else? But he has to give like an explanation. He's like, yeah, it's because you asked Jimmy about something, not because you looked exactly like the dude, but because you asked Jimmy about tape in a machine or something.
Well, the problem I have with it is the same problem I have with all. Like, I just don't dig Bronze Age comics. Like, they're cheeseball to me. You still get the white guys in the 70s writing African American characters with the jive turkeys, and you still get that, but in this case it's Muhammad Ali, and he actually did talk a particular way.
Yeah.
So it actually kind of works in this case, but questionable sort of like 70s era stereotypy kind of things in there, but it's not troublesome or anything. It's not like the old Spirit comics where you actually feel a little dirty after reading them, where you have to kind of like go
right.
But like Neil Adams can draw like a hell of a comic, and it's wonderful to look at. It just wasn't, I mean, it was just super cheeseball and super, but now that you've added layers of nuance to it, now I'm all bothered, and I gotta go and nuance that I missed, because I thought I was a pretty intelligent reader.
That's not it at all, but this thing is very much so a product of its time.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
With the extra added factor of Neil Adams being so timeless as an artist. And that's why even today we can look at it and like the art stands out as absolutely beautiful, because he was just one of the best ever. But it's because it's so much of its time. And it is a little bit cornball, it is a little bit cheesy, but because of that, like, it was able to accomplish so much. And you can't help but appreciate those sly notes that help people to make connections. 'Cause keep in mind, Muhammad Ali was not beloved by everyone. Like, him taking a stand for his beliefs had divided people, and so putting him on the stage with Superman, like, that's a big deal.
They even do a little, I don't know, like the cover there, you could see the original cover anyway. They even have a little Star Wars reference on there.
With the Star Warriors.
Star Warriors, because Star Wars had come out in 1977, it was
right.
It was like gigantic, and Superman, the movie was actually a big deal. Like, it was the first time one of these guys had been on screen since like Kirk Allen played him in
a serial. Yeah. Well, he had the Superman TV show. But right.
And this was after the Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow, Kurt Swan exit thing.
No, this was before that.
This is
a couple years before that.
Because that was
84 or 86.
Was it really?
Yes, it was late, because I mean it was right before Man of Steel. And Man of Steel was like 86 or something like that.
I guess the Muhammad Ali DC character disappeared during Crisis because you never saw him again in anything. And I hate when they
He was on Earth 3.
He took one of those Superboy continuity punches. It's all mixed up.
Punch the source wall. Now, what I wanted to say, though, is for folks that aren't into comic books that may be listening to this particular thing, Mikey Wood trashed on Bronze Age comics, but that's why I love Bronze Age comics, because I think it is the perfect mix of cheeseball and slightly a little bit of relevancy. Like, I just read some Avengers where like Thor and Hawkeye go back to the Old West to fight Kang, and I was just like, this can only happen in a Bronze Age book. Like it doesn't happen in Silver Age. Like, Silver Age, that's like now really corny. Bronze Age, you read it because those are feel good stories. Those are fun stories. And Superman versus Muhammad Ali, even though I said there's not much to the plot, it's a fun story. It is. The dialogue's fun. The art is beautiful. This is a book I really feel like, even if you're not into comic books, even if you just like sports, even if you like pop culture, you should just read, because you're not going to be disappointed. There's a lot of nice scenes in it that, again, still resonate today. And they're still pulling stuff from this. If you are a comic books fan, we just did Jimmy Olsen miniseries that Fraction and Steve Lieber. We did that on the last comic shop. And there are scrubs that show up in that series. Yeah. So they're still talking about the scrubs like 30 years
Was
on.
I the only one who like when the main scrub came down, like am I the only one who just saw Ra's al Ghul painted green? Like, he was just or Ra's al Ghul, however you want to say it.
Yeah.
He just looked like that, because that's another thing that Adams did in the Batman books, was that whole Ra's al Ghul thing and stuff.
Right.
See, I don't want any scrubs. I don't want any scrubs.
I ain't got no scrubs.
I ain't got no scrubs. Well, we've got more of this past review coming up right after these commercial breaks, so stay tuned for more of The Last Comic Shop, more of this live stream for the Cure stuff.
This would be a nice, cool spot for some leather chairs.
Hey, this is Ken M.
Padawan J.
Coach Duffy from the Ocho Duro Parlay Hour podcast. Every week, the ODPH is talking sports, movies, TV, comics, and more. It's always a parlay of topics on each episode. You can find the ODPH on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iHeartRadio, Spotify, Stitcher, Podbean, and wherever you find great podcasts, such as the one you're listening to right now. Don't forget to check out OchoDuroParlayHour.com, where you can find the links to all of the ODPH social media accounts, links to the bands whose music you hear each week on the show, hashtag 607 podcast info, and parlay points, our companion blog section of the show. Thanks for listening to the ODPH. Now get back to your regularly scheduled podcast.
Hi, folks. This is Sean, Pittsburgh Nerd Podcast. If you enjoy genuine conversation from two guys who love the subjects that they're talking about, you need to check us out. Honest to goodness conversation about the things that we love. We're easy to find. Just search Pittsburgh Nerd on some of your favorite podcast catching apps, or you can also check out our vlog on YouTube. Just search Pittsburgh Nerd. We're really, really easy to find.
I had it. I don't remember anything of it, but I know I had it. Or maybe it was my uncle's or something, but I don't know. But like, I remember it being around when I was a kid. I remember the book being there. Because they used to they sold these treasuries at like grocery stores and things like that. Like they were
right. These are perfect. Getting people to read something like this. Go ahead, Chad.
And just to jump in, remember at the time, the comics industry wasn't geared towards 40-year-old men.
Yeah.
This was aimed at kids. And so you needed a story that kids could understand. But at the same time, having a story that was so vivid and so action-packed that, you could slide in those subtle social messages.
Right. This was a book that they were hoping that a kid would see in a grocery store, pick it up, and then their old man would be like, "Oh, you got that super? I know those guys," and they would read it while they were on the John or whatever, and be like, "Oh, that wasn't bad. I'm glad I spent $3 on that for my kid."
But Neil Adams considered this to be not only his best work, but one of the greatest comic books of all time. And so it's high praise coming from one of the masters of the craft.
Yeah.
Right.
Even though it was his own work.
But that was Neil Adams, though. I mean, he was the first one to. He did a sales pitch on me for Batman Odyssey. That was like he was standing in front of the UN trying to sell it. And I was like, okay, but he was like, that guy was something, man.
And he was sincere. He believed his own hype. But much like Muhammad Ali, he would gladly tell you he was the greatest, and he could back it up. And I remember I had a chance to talk to him at C2E2, and it was at the very tail end of the show. And so I thought, okay, I have this comic book legend, but he's probably tired of talking about Superman Muhammad Ali, tired of talking about Ra's al Ghul. I'm going to talk to him about Chicago and restaurants and stuff.
Yeah.
And we recorded this interview, and I thought a little bit of silliness would be a welcome respite from what he's been doing. He did not suffer fools. Our interview was practically unusable
Yeah.
He was just not having it.
He was not having any part of it. He was like, what was the best place? Well, we had some pork chops. This is nah.
But if you ask him about the stuff he was super passionate about, he was always willing to talk and spend a lot of time.
Let's move on here. One thing that we wanted to do in the last comic shop is we wanted to get a little bit of audience participation before our ratings and our recommendations, but we're going to throw it out to our audience. Is there anybody that is like, I don't know, a modern day sports star that you would want to see in something like this? Like a crossover with Superman? We'll put it out to the audience. Any takers?
I dare say, if you donate at $5 or higher, give us a celebrity and a superhero, and we'll tell you how the fight will go. Pete Davidson versus Plastic Man. That's a $5.
That's it.
Let's go ahead and get our ratings real quick while we wait for those to come in here. And we'll start off with Chad. He was very impassioned. 1 out of 4 knockouts, Chad.
No, this is definitely 4 out of 4. Like I said, it's not only a beautiful comic book, but it's culturally relevant. It's like a piece of history, basically. And sure, there are things like Hunya that you can laugh at, but that's comic books, man. Like I said, this week, I literally spent hours upon hours going through this cover. I still have not found John Wayne, who apparently did not approve his likeness rights, but they put him in here with a mustache. And I even went to some folks I work with that are a little bit more seasoned, because this came out before I was born even. And so a lot of the 70s references, like I see Kolchak, I'm like, is that Kolchak? It is. He's uncredited, but he's in there. But, seeking out other people to try and help me find John Wayne. But the problem is the people that had that cultural knowledge also can't see anymore. And so there's so much crammed in here, just on the cover. I
wonder if Lee Majors is in there. $6 Million Man. That's who you should look for. Him, Farrah Fawcett, maybe. That would have been a good one.
It was so fun to go through the list and find the people that were in there. And if you're a comic book nerd, like I said earlier, you get not just the sports celebrities or the cultural figures, you get comic book creators, you get comic book characters in there. And then I didn't talk about the story itself. I do think it is a thing of nuance. I do think it's a way to put Muhammad Ali on the level of Superman so that we can appreciate that they are both the greatest, and it's channeled through the greatness of one Neil Adams. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Chris Yaney donated $5 and says Squirrel Girl versus Wonder Woman.
Oh, my goodness.
Squirrel Girl versus Wonder Woman. Okay. All right, Chad, you know a little bit more about the Squirrel Girls and the Wonder Womans. So.
Oh, yeah. So, but I need some help here. What could the potential conflict be between Squirrel Girl and Wonder Woman? Like Squirrel Girl, random college student going out doing good with her pal Tippy Toe. You've got Wonder Woman, the Amazonians. I don't know, guys. Help me out here.
Wonder Woman is incredibly annoyed by her, and they go from there. That's it has to be something involving mind control. It always has to be mind, some kind of.
And are we going classic Wonder Woman or 70s Kung Fu Wonder Woman?
Oh, wow.
Because I always like that version.
70s Kung Fu Wonder Woman.
Wow.
Okay, so Squirrel Girl signs up for a karate class taught by Wonder Woman. And everyone knows Squirrel Girl is the unbeatable Squirrel Girl. And so, as a result, she has a little bit of chip as well as a tippy toe on her shoulder. And that is not sitting well with our feminist icon who is running this class. Okay? And so Wonder Woman challenges her to a fight in the ring in order to graduate and get her black belt, which, is a big deal.
Cool.
It is.
Cool.
All right. And then what happens? Somebody else help.
Round 1. Fight.
Go.
Then there's a judo throw. Because judo was the only martial art anybody knew through the 60s and the 70s.
Judo.
I think it was because they taught it to people in the army. So everybody knew what judo was, but they didn't know about anything else. They did not know about karate, tang sudo, or anything else. Like, you got judo. Judo chop.
Judo throw. Wonder Woman comes off the ropes with her own lasso of truth. Lasso's Squirrel Girl. They have a conversation and decide that fighting isn't worth it. Everybody wins.
There you go.
And then that's...
Well, then Mikey can pick it up, I guess.
And then here comes the money with Jared Taylor. $5 donation. Conor McGregor versus Wolverine.
Oh my God. So Conor McGregor stands in the middle of the ring running his mouth, and Wolverine cuts him in half. Really? That would be great, because somebody needs to cut him in half. That guy's horrible.
And
He's
there's
a
lots of
horrible
bubs.
person, man.
Yes, there's there's one bub. He gets a one bub at the end as he lights up his cigar, and he looks down at him because it's just a massacre. Well, as we wait for others to roll in, let's go ahead and get Mikey's rating for Superman vs. Muhammad Ali. How many knockouts are you giving it, buddy?
I don't know, man. See, he's making me think about it now. I'd give it like a 2.5 or something like that. Like, it's not horrible, but it just wasn't my. And I think what you're into, whether it be movies or whatever, kind of weighs on like when you started reading this kind of stuff. Like, there's a ton of people in the world who were like crazy about Spawn and things like that because they started reading comics in like 91, 92, and that was like the thing. And there's people now on Twitter who talk about how wonderful the Star Wars prequels were because they were like 5 years old when they came out. So that's their Star Wars. So for me, comics really didn't hit me until like 85, 86. And by that time, this kind of stuff just doesn't appeal to me. But it is gorgeous. And as a piece of history, comic book history, it is also, it's very important. It may seem cheeseball to people who look at it now, but but I think it is an important thing. And so, I'll have to kind of reread it thinking differently and get back to you, because that happens,
Yeah.
He and also George Perez, who we just lost, they were big on like tiny little details and big gigantic things, and just fabulous, man.
It has been a rough couple of months for comic book fans with the
it
loss
sure
of
has, man. It's
Neil
been a rough
Adams.
couple of years, like Darwin Cook and like all these great, Denny O'Neil and
that's why. Look, I'm not going to give it a full 4 out of 4 because, again, the plot is something that's less to be desired. I mean, it's very simple. But I will give it a full 3.5. This is a good 3.5 knockouts. And it's one of those books where I meet people all the time and I talk to them about like the fact that there's a comic book for everybody. Like the biggest thing that we run into at the last comic shop and our goal of trying to get more people into the comic book tent is people say, well, I'm just not into comics. And I ask them why. And they're like, well, I just don't like Batman. And I'm just like, there's other comic books out there for you. I talk to people about like, oh, you're into sports. Have you ever read 21, the Roberto Clemente book? Especially if you're from the Berg or you like baseball at all. That's a tremendous biography about the life of Roberto Clemente. And it's got really great art and stuff. And this is another one. If you're into sports, there should be no question that you should be finding a copy of Superman versus Muhammad Ali because it's first Superman, so everybody knows who Superman is.
Superman won't fall down until the bell rings, and then he finally allows himself to collapse.
To throw in the towel. She has to be like, fall down, Superman, fall down. I did it, Lois. I did it for you. We're the winners, Lois.
And he got done. Look at that. Who does that to Superman? Nobody, but maybe Doomsday and Muhammad Ali.
It's roughed up, but that's why it's at the 3.5. I really do recommend. It's one of those great books. It's got a lot of crossover with pop culture, and even though it's from the 70s, like again, that's awesome stuff now. Like everybody loves it. Ooh, we got here.
We have Sal V.
Coming in at the end here.
All right, Chris Yaney, I don't even think they got to the Conor McGregor Wolverine thing yet, but he's throwing in Todd McFarlane versus Neil Gaiman. And then we have Sal V.
We know that Neil wins that. We already know Neil wins that one.
We have Sal V donating $50. $50. Those nerds at it again. Thank you so much.
Oh, so great. I see some some potential last comic shop t-shirts coming some people's ways.
Yeah.
But in any case, so yeah, guys, Todd McFarlane versus Neil Gaiman. Is this like, do we set it in the 90s? Sandman, Neil Gaiman versus Spawn.
Sandman v. Spawn. They already did that. Didn't they already go up against each other? Like,
did they?
Yeah, it was a court battle.
Oh, yeah.
Neil Gaiman won.
Over the soul of Angela. And then Neil Gaiman sold Angela to Marvel.
Right.
Just to break Todd's heart.
Right. Todd McFarlane versus, well, if it were a writing contest, Neil Gaiman would win that as well. Yeah.
What about a toy contest? What about an action figure contest?
I think it would be sort of like Todd sitting in a corner talking about how awesome he is, and Neil kind of like checking his watch. Like, can I go? Can I?
Let me bring in a little bit of comic book history. I don't know if you guys remember back around the Image founding. Peter David used to talk all sorts of smack on the Image guys.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had the brawl to settle it all at one of the big comic conventions. And it was Peter David versus Todd McFarlane. And Peter David prepared like a lawyer. And Todd McFarlane prepared like a goof. And came in shorts and just got decimated by Peter David. Absolutely decimated. And
Todd's kind of like Stan in a way that he's like a super good hype man for things. Like he's really, you got to give him kind of credit for that. I don't know if it's sort of like, I don't know how things are now, but Spawn is apparently selling really well again for some reason.
Todd, his heart's always in other places than comic books. I mean, he tried to leave comic books to start his own card company back in the day, but then NHL wouldn't give him the license. Then he does his toys now, and he's all over the place. He wants to make that movie. I think he just couldn't be bothered. And then Neil would show up and just say something poetic and terse.
Yeah.
And then Todd would get bored and just fall asleep.
This is a good pairing because they're very much the antithesis of each other. They really are. Like Neil Gaiman is very sort of like super humble. Like he never really talks about himself in that manner. People ask him these questions and he's like, "Oh, I don't know." And recently I got to get, like, I love Neil Gaiman so much. I mean, obviously, but like recently somebody said to him, they did the cast list of the Sandman TV show and they cast Lucifer as, oh my God, I'm drawing a blank with her name and I feel really badly about that. Brienne of Tarth. Okay. But anyway, so somebody said to him, #not my Lucifer, and he responded #not my problem, and that was the best response to that kind of thing ever. So I have to give this pairing to Neil for that matter, but I really think they would kind of be sort of civilized with each other.
Yeah, they would both get distracted and go other places. They have other things to do. They don't have time for this foolishness.
Well, we've got one more thing to do before we wrap up the last comic shop today. Those were great verses. We love them. But we're going to real quickly get to recommendations. These are other books that you can pick up at your local comic book shop. In addition to either in Treasury Edition or, as Chad's pointed out, a really nice version that you can pick up in hardback of Superman versus Muhammad Ali. I'll go ahead and start with a book that we did cover on the last comic shop. You can go to our website and you can check out this past episode. It is Superman Smashes the Klan by Gene Luen Yang and Guahiru. I'm hoping I pronounced that right. But it is a fantastic book. Similar to Superman versus Muhammad Ali, basically allows Superman to play with the history. Because this all came about as a result of somebody back in the 1940s infiltrating the Ku Klux Klan and finding out all their secrets. And instead of going to like the FBI or the police, they went to the Superman radio show. And basically they had a whole episode of the Superman radio show about the Klan of the Fiery Cross. And so, and it basically demystified the Klan. And people were making fun of them and everything. It was a cultural, a cultural thing, and it was wonderful. So Gene Luen Yang writes a great adaptation kind of that radio program with some wonderful art. It's an all ages book for anybody, whether you're 6 to 60, and it does have a very compelling Superman in it. It is still a Superman story, in the fact that Superman at this point can't fly, and he doesn't fly on purpose because he's worried that people will think he's an alien and an outsider. So it's a coming of age story for Superman as well. So yeah, great book. What do you got for us, Chad?
Okay, so my recommendation is one I believe in so much I actually gave it to you, Andy, for the holidays this year.
Yeah.
But, I'm a big Treasury wonk. I love these things, and so Neil Adams, being one of the best, has in that Treasury size, although DC called them collector's editions, the Batman, the Ra's al Ghul story. It's one of the most beautiful comics ever. And you get Neil Adams, with an ad, by the way, in the back for Superman versus Muhammad Ali. But you get Batman returned from his campy TV show days. Neil Adams turns him into a world-traveling adventurer. He puts him on skis. He makes him take his shirt off and fight the bad guy and bed the lady. And turns him into an ultimate action star. He's riding camels. sword fighting.
That's the pinnacle of action superstarness. Like,
That's
if you're
right.
an action hero, you got to ride a camel.
It's so beautiful and it's blown up so big. It is limited collector's edition C51, which Superman v. Muhammad Ali was C56, but it's the Dark Knight Detective against Ra's al Ghul, and it is the best.
All right, Mikey, bring us home with your recommendation.
Well, I wanted to do sort of like a crossover thingy, but I couldn't figure it out. But I am going to do the Superman Batman World's Finest miniseries, which was written by Dave Gibbons, which is interesting. Dave Gibbons, the artist of Watchmen, and with art by Steve Rude and Carl Kessel, and it's fabulous. And it's the Joker and Lex Luthor trade towns, and Batman and Superman have to deal with that. It's another one of those things where it's like, even if you're not interested in the story, which is a lot of fun, the artwork is just fabulous. It was like a 3-issue miniseries, I think, originally, and then it's collected. So, yeah, we should read that. The Cyberverse.
I was going to say, regardless of any technical difficulties, we genuinely appreciate everybody that has come out to help support the show, help support the cause here for live stream for the Cure. So we apologize for all the things on our end that ended up disconnected, myself especially. But thank you so much to everybody that came out, and we're doing good work today. Thank you so much.
All right.
Gentlemen, thank you
man.
so much for being part of the live stream for the Cure again. This was a blast, and I mean, yeah, of course Superman would lose to Muhammad Ali. That
I'm the greatest.
All the sense in the world. Feels like a comic book that was written just to inflate Muhammad Ali's ego, probably.
Well, like, that's even possible. The man was like...
True.
It's all that red sun. You got to watch out for the red
is.
sun.
You do.
I don't know what vitamin you get from that one, but it can't be good.
That was great. I agree with everything Chad said, and or Mikey.
Oh, Lori. Well, we hope that you agree with The Last Comic Shop enough to come back next week for a brand new episode. It's not going to be 2 of these in a row. You're going to get a brand new episode, not something from the archives. We promise. But you can do that by going out to www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com, where you can rate, review, and subscribe to a myriad of podcasting platforms, all wonderfully available for you as you sit by the pool, lounging, enjoying that summer life. So we hope that you do that. Especially check out some of our YouTube videos. We've got a link on that website for YouTube, and we're always filled with like kind of cool things that we're going to Comic Cons, and we're talking to independent comic creators, and yeah, check us out.
There you go. We're on the socials at Last Comic Shop on Twitter and Instagram. If you need redirected to those, you can go to www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com, where they can find what else, J.A.?
Wow, links to our merch store where you can get a summertime Last Comic Shop t-shirt without the pit stains. They come extra.
They sting like a bee. Wait, no.
You don't want to get downwind from J.A. when he's been out in the sun. But no, pick up that t-shirt. It's great. I have it in a variety of colors, like yellow.
That white one that's been yellowed. We've been talking about this too much. All right, let's just wrap it up. Recommendations or read all the comic books. We'll see you next time.
Right, absolutely. Until next week, I was the host with the most, Andy Larson. I was joined by Chad Smith and J.A. Scott, and of course, Mikey Wood, who joined us for the live stream for The Cure. And we hope that until next week, you stay safe, stay cool, and remember, a scrub is a guy that can get no love. He's also known as a busta. The immortal words of Lisa Left Eye Lopez. Pour one out for her when you're sitting by that pool. Don't go chasing waterfalls. You'll just get wet.
Well said, sir. Rest in peace.
The Last Comic Shop was a 2022 Black Angus production.